Okay, well, good morning, everybody. We should make a start. First of all, thank you very much for all traveling to Seattle for the Research Advisory Board meeting. This is our 24th session, and I know some of you have been around for quite a number of those meetings. I don't think, has anyone been here for all 24? No. No, it's probably a good thing. But I think today we have a relatively casual agenda, and I know we have two new members in the room and we'll go around and do just a quick introduction in just a short while. But overall, the aim for today's meeting is to keep things casual. We have a couple of things that we're going to present to you, particularly in relation to the overall research program and the biological and ecosystem science activities that Dr. Planas and his team are undertaking. And then also we have a couple of other key topics. And so other than that, we're going to try and keep it casual. We're going to hear from each of you in just a short while about how any key indicators or any key activities you've encountered throughout this current fishing season, just as a general update for everybody. And then once we get through the couple of presentations that we have, we're going to spend some time informally discussing any research or operational topic that you may find you'd like to share with the rest of the group. So with that said, let's do a quick round table. Just introduce yourself, and then we'll put up the agenda and we'll go through a little bit more of a formal process. So David Wilson, I'm the Executive Director. I've been here for a little over 7 years now. And we'll move to my left.
Good morning, everybody. Morning, everybody. This is Josep Planas. I'm the manager of the Biological and System Science branch. I've also been here for about almost 8 years now. In January will be 8 years. And we oversee the research activities, the biological research activities that are going to be presented to you later today. So we're pretty excited about having all of you here. Thank you for coming.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Alan Hicks, Quantitative Sciences, and I do a lot of the management strategy evaluation and work with Ian a little bit on the stock assessment.
Good morning, Steve Daniels. I'm an 8-year member of the RAB, and I guess I hail out of Pelican, Alaska, and I'm here because I have a pretty big interest in charter fishing in Pelican. We have about 8 charter boats that go out on any given day in the summer. And then I also own a lot of halibut quota that, or I shouldn't say a lot, because it depends. It seemed like a lot once upon a time. And I have boats that fish for both halibut and black cod for me as hired skippers. So good morning.
Yeah, good morning. I'm Angus Grote. I'm a 2B halibut fisherman and part of various advisory boards there. And I've been on the RAB, I think, for 3 years, but missed last year.
Hi, I'm Alex, Commercial Fish Area 3 Alpha, and I think I've been doing this 4 years now.
I'm Sean McManus, also a member of Deep Sea Fishermen's Union, and I've been a halibut and sablefish longliner for 27 years.
I'm Brian, first-time member. I run a fishing vessel called the Polaris, and we fish 3A, 3B, 4A, 4B, and black cod.
Morning, I'm Kevin Bennett. I operate a commercial salmon trawler, not trawler like I said last year, and out of the Newport area 2A, and have been involved in the commercial fishing for 50 years now.
Hi, I'm Colin Jones. I've been at the commission for almost 5 years. I spent my first 4 years on the Fisher Independent Setline Survey team, and last year I transitioned to the research branch, focusing on reproductive biology.
Hi, everyone. My name is Rachel Rolera. I'm a member of the Fishery Independent Setline Survey team, and I am the bait and fish sales lead for the team, and this is my second RAB.
Morning, my name is Claude Dykstra. I am under Josep's team on the biological ecosystem team. I've been here for 23 of these now, so I've been around for a bit. Started off in the survey, now on the research team, and I'm focused right now on discard mortality work as well as catch protection, whale depredation issues.
Good morning. My name's Tyler Jack. I work for the Fishery Independent Setline Survey. I'm the data lead. I spent most of my time, 5 years out in the field and a couple years here in the office. So I've worked on some of the boats. Yeah, good to see everybody.
My name's Andy Jasanowicz. I'm a research biologist on Josep's team. I've been at the IPHC for coming up on 5 years here. My research is focusing on population genetics of Pacific halibut.
Good morning. My name is Basia Hudniczak, and I work as a Fisheries Regulations and Data Services Branch Manager. So I coordinate regulatory proposals for Pacific halibut, as well as all the data submissions and IPHC data collection programs.
Al Pizar, 2A, been with the survey with the commission for 13 years now. Few of these RAB meetings, I guess. So really have enjoyed our relationship, and we appreciate everything the commission does for us when we're at sea with the fish sales and the bait and all that. It goes very smoothly, as did all the arrangements for this meeting for us. So thank you all very much.
I'm Jim Hubbard. I think I've been here for 21 or 22 of these now, I think. So anyway, I fished 3A, 3B, Southeast, halibut, blackcod. Been doing it for about 50 years.
Hello, everyone. My name is Brian Ritchie. I own charter vessels in Homer, which, as you all know, is the center of the universe. And I'm the current chairman of the AP for the North Pacific Fisheries Management Council. Oh, you've got your own mic.
Hi there, I'm Tiari Boyce. I've been fishing for 21 years on my family's fishing boat with my cousin Angus, and I've been on the conference board for 10 years or so. This is my very first RAB meeting, but I did write my thesis on the spatial temporal shifts in the Canadian halibut fishery in reaction to choked species, and I'm very excited to be here. Thank you for having us.
Hi, my name is Lauren Wild. This is my second RAB meeting. I'm from Sitka. My first halibut trip was when I was 7, I think, 2C and 3A. Now I am a professor at UAS, University of Alaska Southeast, in the fisheries program. And yeah, I'm here kind of representing 10 or 20 Sitka fleet members. Oh, no, you
My name's Grace Allen. This is my second RAB meeting. I'm a commercial halibut fisherman from Kodiak, Alaska, in 3A.
Hello, I'm Scott Mazzoni. I'm the marine fish and shellfish biologist for the Quinault Indian Nation, Area 2A off the Washington coast. Happy to be here.
Thanks. Morning, Ian Stewart. I've been at the commission for a little over 11 years now. And I think this is the most important meeting of the year, because this is the one meeting of the year where we can spend more time listening to you guys than you spend listening to us. So I really encourage you to take the opportunity and make it such.
Fantastic.
Hi.
You people.
I've got one. Thank you. Hi, I'm Ray Webster. I've been with the commission for 17 years. I'm biometrician, statistician, and I'll be talking later, so you'll see some of the stuff that I work on.
Hi, my name's Kevin Cull. I've been working as a fisheries independent setline survey specialist for 5 years, and then this is my first year in the office working as the gear lead.
That's everybody. No one else hiding? Kayla Ulesi is just stuck in traffic, unfortunately, but she's going to be joining us at any moment. And so she's the Setline Survey Coordinator. So when she pops in, she'll also be giving you a bit of an update later in the morning on how the season went from the Secretariat's perspective for the Fishery Independent Setline Survey. So just as a little bit of background again, and so team, if we could have the agenda put up on screen. And while that's occurring, just to refresh your memory, and then particularly for the 2 new board members in the room, that the Research Advisory Board is composed of individuals such as yourselves who primary aim at this meeting is to advise the Secretariat on various options or for modifications potentially to our research program. And that spans not only our biological and ecosystem science research, but also the stock assessment work, the management strategy evaluation work, and also our day-to-day monitoring that we undertake, both in terms of the fishery independent data collection, so the survey, as well as some of that fishery dependent data collection activities, the activities we do in port with the port staff collecting logbooks and measuring fish and removing otoliths. So that's the primary purpose of this group. In addition, you're very welcome to provide direct feedback or advice to the Scientific Review Board, so our independent peer review scientists who review activities as well. And they meet twice a year, usually in June and September, I think, off the top of my head. Yes. And so we do hope that you come to the meeting having read not only the material that's on the website, but don't worry, if you haven't, we'll run you through it all, but also have listened to the outcomes of some of the meetings, particularly the recent commission meetings, and also the Management Strategy Advisory Board and SRB meetings. So that's the primary purpose of this group. And as Ian was just saying, it's really also to provide that sort of informal feedback on our day-to-day research activities, whether you think we could improve in the way we collect data, whether you have additional suggestions of topics that we should potentially incorporate into the 5-year research plan activities, or anything of that general nature. So I'm not sure of how much control I have over the agenda. There we go. I don't know if we can blow that up a little bit more. There we go. Perfect. Thank you. So we're going to have the hand of God in the background here. So in terms of the agenda, once we adopt it as such, we're going to move into a very brief overview of the IPHC process. I don't expect that to take more than five minutes or so. It's just to flag what the outcomes of the previous RAB meeting were, as well as to highlight for you the paper on the outcomes of the 99th session of the IPHC annual meeting. Noting that the 99th session of the interim meeting starts on Thursday, much of those outcomes are quite outdated or complete at this point, and so we're not going to spend too much time on those, and we're really going to focus on the way forward. Agenda item 4, we're going to go around the room, and this is, as I mentioned at the start, just an opportunity for you to share any perspectives or ideas on what's been happening throughout the year, whether it's specifically for your operations or whether you have questions for others in the room who represent different sectors, different areas, and you'd just like some independent or direct feedback or clarification on any other activities that you may have heard are occurring throughout the fishery. We will then move to a very brief update of the of the IPHC 5-year program of integrated research and monitoring. So this is the 5-year program. We're 2 years into it, and we're just going to hear a little bit about a new addition to that research program that we'd like to hear from you all, particularly related to AI activities. And Dr. Hutchzak is going to present that. We will then hear from Dr. Planas and his team as he steps through overall descriptions of some of those highlights in the biological and biological sciences research activities that he and his team have been undertaking over the last little while, and again, try and get some feedback from you. In agenda item 5.2, we will step through our monitoring activities, so the fishery-dependent data. We don't have a particular presentation on fishery-dependent data for this meeting. It will more just be to get some feedback from you, again, if there is anything that you're hearing about logbook issues or our port activities and data collection that the team are undertaking. And then we'll step into the Fishery Independent Setline Survey, and we'll have both Kayla Uwalesi and Dr. Webster, who are going to present to you both in terms of the 2023 Fishery Independent Setline Survey, how things went, some of the challenges we faced, and then also particularly to hear from all of you if you have any particular questions on the operational side. And then Dr. Webster is going to step through the 2024 FIS design evaluation, the proposal that we have put forward to the Commission based on some initial feedback from the Commission as well at their informal work meeting, which is the one time a year where the Commissioners just get together with staff and hash things through before we enter the full IPHC meeting cycle. Then the rest of the agenda is pretty much open. And so I suspect we'll have quite a number of hours after lunch where we'll be able to just flag or discuss any topics that you really want to dive into. So have a think about whether you would like to put something formally on the agenda or whether you would just like to keep that informal, have a chat amongst yourselves both throughout the morning but also over lunch, and then we can flag those particular topics. So before I move on and look to adopt the agenda, is there anything else you'd like to add to the agenda or get on the agenda now for other business or any of those other core topics? Is there something burning that any board member would like to flag so that we can all have a think between now and this afternoon that you'd like to discuss? Okay, well, hopefully we'll stimulate some thought processes and discussions for this afternoon. We will be providing lunch. I think that's about 12:30. I think that's about 12:30. But then also when we adjourn this afternoon, we're all going to head down to the Highliner and probably continue our discussions informally over a beverage and a light dinner. So we'll let you know the timing on that, and it will be very much dependent on how we proceed throughout the day. Any questions or final amendments to the agenda, or should we adopt it and move on? Okay, sounds good. Let's do it. Okay, could we have paper, I think it's paper 3, up on the screen, please? So we have a support team in the other room. Gets a bit tight sometimes in here. Okay, so for these first 2 papers, we don't have presentations for them, primarily because, as I said, these are just going to be very short updates. So this first is an update on the actions arising from the last meeting, the 23rd session, which was held in November of last year. While there was quite extensive discussion on a whole range of topics, there was only one formal request for action that was put forward, and I'll scroll down to that in just a moment. But I guess just a reminder in terms of the process, later today we're going to provide the draft report to you. We like to be quite efficient with that and give it to you in the last hour or so of today's meeting for adoption. And as we move through each of the agenda items and each of the discussion points, we're going to try and summarize if there's something in particular that you'd like to put in the report or that you would like to bring to the attention of the Commission, the Scientific Review Board, or any other body, or just try and get some action from the Secretariat. So as part of that, we're going to try and encapsulate a specific action that you would like others to undertake, who's going to be responsible for that, whether it's the Secretariat, the SRB, and what that delivery timeline is going to be. Now, if we cast your minds back to the last meeting, I've lost control again. I can't scroll. If we just go to the Appendix A. So arising from the last meeting, and it was quite a pressing issue, was related to the Fishery Independent Setline Survey, and in particular the request from the Alaska Department of Fish and Game, who were requiring 100% of the bycatch revenue caught in Alaskan state waters to be given to ADF&G. The RAB had some very strong opinions in this regard, and they are summarized in, I think, 4 bullet points, A, B, C, and D, essentially indicating that it's would not be ideal for the Commission to agree to give ADF&G 100% of the revenue. I won't go through the details. It is just there in terms of the recommendation or the request that you put forward. As another update, the ADF&G agreed to reduce that to 50% and issue us a permit to fish in state waters. And so for the 2023 fish season, 50% of the bycatch revenue was recently paid to ADF&G, and the other 50% was given to the crew. And so it sort of means nothing comes to the IPHC. It's all shared equally between the Alaska Department of Fish and Game, and the crew in Alaskan state waters. I think, I don't have Kayla in the room, but I think it was just a little under the team $10,000 that we paid ADF&G this year. And that's quite low in comparison to previous years, primarily because the FIS footprint was also quite small in state waters this year. And Kayla and the team will give a bit of an update later, and you'll hear why. In past years, I would expect that could increase to $20,000, $30,000, or potentially even $40,000 that would be given to ADF&G. But we'll have to wait and see what happens with the survey in future years. So that was the only formal action that arose from the last meeting. Any questions or any other feedback on that outcome and also the request from ADF&G? Yeah, go ahead, Al. Yes, it does. Team, could you just remind us the species? So obviously all rockfish, cod, anything else? So
Was-
anything without a swim bladder. Sorry, go on.
Fishing game, like happy with the 50%, or is there going to be continued negotiations over the next few years?
No, thanks for the question, guys. Commissioner Vincent Lang is the one who's formally requesting this. I believe that the negotiations that we held with him and others at ADF&G ended well in the sense that it was a 50-50 split rather than the 100%. I suspect that was always the target. I think it's the best outcome we probably could have hoped for. It was unlikely that they were going to agree to anything less than 50%. So I think that it's a relatively good outcome overall, noting that the crew who are processing the bycatch are still being compensated, and ADF&G can then direct those funds, hopefully to management of those species in state waters. Yeah, go ahead, Al. Yeah, look, I know the answer, but I think it's good for the team to be involved. So please grab a microphone and
Yeah, that's correct. So, when we do the fish sale, we collect all the money from the buyers, and then we, after the fact, divvy up the payment to the vessel, and then kind of at the end of the season, one lump sum to ADF&G.
And so to add to that, it's that overall administrative burden still sits with the Secretariat, and there's no compensation for that bycatch component. Yeah, go ahead, Jim.
Yeah, are you aware of, it's kind of not on a bycatch, but where the state is trying to, I look on it as usurping the authority of for management of the halibut in state waters. They're saying that if enough bycatch is taken in an area, they're going to shut that area down for hook and line fishing. Have you heard anything about that? They just pulled that this fall. And it was an out of cycle thing at the Board of Fish in Anchorage. And I think Brian he's nodding his head, he knows something about it too, but they, it was interesting, the areas they closed down, so you couldn't fish halibut there, but they were saying it was a yellow eye issue, but there's no yellow eye in those areas either. So, but they started out in Prince William Sound on it, but they're arguing for the authority to shut down halibut fishing inside state waters. And given Doug Vincent Lang's history, it's more of an allocation thing, I think, between sport and commercial, but it's good. Well, they can actually go anywhere in state waters and do that, but they're starting in Prince William Sound, and they just did it this fall. So I think it's something that you need to, find out more about and be on top of. Because to me, the halibut is federal, it's managed by the IPHC. And I think the state's out of bounds in what they're doing, but.
Yeah, I hadn't heard anything. I'm curious if anyone else in the room, whether a board member or staff member, have heard anything in that regard. And if not,
It was October. Yeah, middle of October, I think. But I think it's kind of too bad, and I was not in favor of expanding surveys, when they expanded them probably 8 or 10 years ago. I think you might have been on the Vancy for that, Sean. Or I know Per was still there, but you guys did the first survey in Prince William Sound. Yeah, but that first one, you guys did really well on it. And what that did is it brought attention into areas where the fleet didn't traditionally fish. And it was a perfect domino effect of there was a lot of fish in areas that normally aren't that heavily stocked. And so that's kind of brought some of the charter guys look on as a conflict between commercial and sport. And so they're trying to get commercial pushed out, but they're using the rockfish thing, I think, as more of a guise to do that. So is that what you're seeing too?
That's what I've heard, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, because Brian's part of the charter sector, so he's pretty up on this too, I think. But the Sound was not historically and traditionally is not a very good place to fish halibut, but it was for whatever reason, it was pretty darn nice for a few years. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I've had huge. Yeah, I have too. I've done really well in there before, but right now you couldn't buy a halibut to save your life in there, but it's pretty. But it was just a perfect storm of that survey. It opened the eyes of a lot of people, and a lot of halibut came out of the Sound there. But this is a backlash to that, in my opinion. But I don't believe the state should have the authority to close down areas to the halibut fishery.
Taking lots of notes, and I think the team's going to start to reach out and dig around to see if we can find out a little bit more about that. If we do, or if any of you do as well, maybe we will create a RAB email list, and maybe we could share that information just to find out a little bit more about what these details could mean, and then potentially develop a response if it's needed. So no, thank you. Any other thoughts before we move on? Kayla, go ahead and introduce yourself.
Good morning. My name is Kayla Walesi, and I'm the Setline Survey Coordinator. I apologize for being late. The traffic was really terrible this morning.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you very much. Let's jump to the next paper, so paper 04. As I said, I'm not going to walk through this in detail. It's more of a reference document for you to just sort of a bit of a cheat sheet in terms of the outcomes of the 99th session of the annual meeting. So it follows a similar format. I'll try and expand it briefly for you. So at the recent commission meeting, it's a recent commission meeting now, as you're aware, the commission steps through a number of core topics that are relevant to the Research Advisory Board. These include updates from the various subsidiary bodies, the SRB, yourselves, an update on the 5-year research plan, and also steps through the fishery monitoring, stock status, the stock assessment, the space-time modeling, and also the projections, mortality projections from Dr. Stewart. So this is really just an update for you in Appendix A, I believe it is. I can't scroll. It incorporates all of the outcomes from that meeting. And again, my intention is not to step through those. It's just throughout the day, if you haven't already had a look at it, it just gives you an opportunity, a reference document that you can quickly go back and see what the commission decided at the recent annual meeting on each of those topics. As I said, I'm not going to step through them, but I will pause to see if there are any particular questions from anybody on those outcomes of the last annual meeting, whether there was a lack of clarity for you or whether you just wanted to question some of those core outcomes and some of the progress we've made throughout the year. Okay, not seeing any. That's usually the response to this paper. It's a little dry, but it's just there, as I said, as a reference for you. Okay, well, let's jump on to agenda item 4. And agenda item 4 is the season overview that I was referring to earlier. I'm not going to put anybody on the spot, but if somebody would like to kick us off, particularly somebody who from the board who is used to this kind of session, where we just go around the table and you provide an update on how your season went, some of the challenges, some of the successes, and any questions you may have for other board members. So who would like to lead us off? Yeah, go ahead.
I'll kick it off. I'm Kevin again from Area 2A. And of course, as you know, in the Oregon coast south of Cape Falcon, we had quite a substantial hit to our salmon industry, which is primarily one of the bigger interests from our salmon trollers for the incidental halibut fishing. So there was very limited impact on the incidental catch for that area. And speaking with the directed fisheries, I think you're going to see a huge influx of salmon trollers. I say huge for us, probably about 400 trollers are active. I think that's pretty accurate for our state. You're going to see a lot of them go to directed fishery this year, which would might have an impact on your quota in that 2A fishery. One of the concerns expressed from some of the halibut fishermen that are predominantly halibut boats is that the correlation between the dragging occurring and the shrimping occurring prior to the halibut season. In the June 27th season was a very, very negative catch success rate. What the factors were, who knows? The halibut fishermen in that area felt that it might be that the fish are being disturbed and pushed out of their traditional fishing areas, and that they're getting too much pressure, so therefore the fish are not in the traditional areas. In the July 11th through 13th season, they had really good success rate, but the fish were congregated in areas that they historically weren't. They were north of the area, and then they had an August 1st opener. I think they allowed 1,000 pounds per boat or something minimal to finish off the quota for the area. So they're in summary, I guess, what they're asking and asked me to bring before the board is if there's a way of starting to look at the impact of other fisheries prior to our halibut openers in our 2A area, being that it's so limited, asking that maybe that and I'm getting way out of my food chain here, but take the correlation between the dragging industry from VMS reports or from AIS and look at that data compared to the catch ratio and see if there's a correlation between limited catch and the impact that those other fisheries are having, and come up with some kind of let's play fair kind of thing and have a 2-week moratorium of dragging prior to a halibut opener in the 2A area. And other than that, the salmon industry is really struggling in our area. So anybody have any questions or further? Yeah. No.
I fished the directed fishery for many years on that 10-hour derby. I retired just before the 3 days came along, so that was frustrating. But not to pick your presentation apart, but basically, except for the South Coast, say from the Heceta Banks down, the entire fleet, you know, in the Central Coast fishes in 2 spots, the Fingers and the Banana. It's where everybody goes, pretty much, that seems to produce anything. And as we all know, those fish have tails, they move around. We had difficult time finding some on our efforts with some other research that will be brought up later. I was just thinking with this predicted increase of directed licenses from the salmon fleet, that's going to increase that crowding tremendously. There's not a lot of time, well, a little bit more time with the 3 days to look around a little bit more, but people pretty much gravitate to the same places. Wouldn't you agree? I mean, is that the case?
Oh, absolutely. It's a line in the sand kind of thing where guys are actually going out 2 or 3 days just staging and drifting. But another trend that we saw in our area, especially I'm out of Newport now, is that some of the halibut boats were even coming inside the 30 fathom area and setting in shallow to try to find fish that were not disturbed. And
To get
and
away
the
from
more,
the crowd.
yeah, get away from the crowd. The more pressure you have, of course, it's fishing. And like you say, they have tails. And that was one of the big concerns is that, okay, because it's such a limited area and because it's such traditional spots they're being fished and they all have and I don't participate in the directed fishery last year, but I will next year, hopefully. It's a pecking order. The first boat gets to pick what line they're going to be on, and there's only so many lines out there to not be in conflict with each other, as you all know. It's going to be a zoo. But their concern is that with that other fishing activity, dragging the bottom, shrimpers going through there, that they're just curious, is there a way of finding out research-wise and seeing if there's a correlation between that pre-activity to their catch rate? And I don't know the answer to that. That's for you scientists to just discuss, I guess. But I think that the data could be easily obtained by just looking at the AIS or the VMS reports of, okay, we've got this many boats working here, and gosh, they didn't have a very good catch ratio. It's obviously going to take several years to establish that data. But if you had a lot of activity and not a very good catch, there should be it seems kind of simple to me. But that's what they're asking me to bring before the research advisory board. So.
Yeah, there was a couple of folks in Sitka that were telling me they were interested in research on habitat impacts on movement of halibut. So I think that would be a good idea.
So we do maintain data sharing agreements with DFO and NIMS. And so we have access to fairly detailed records from non-halibut fisheries. That is definitely something that we could look into. I think a couple of observations. I mean, one would be two aspects to that. The first one would just be sort of the local effect of like you said, of the couple of weeks prior, and then Lauren's comments about longer term habitat questions. How often is the bottom being trawled? There's actually a lot of work going on in Alaska right now about fishing effects and long-term disturbance and how that comes and goes in key areas. Something the commission hasn't really done much of, but we could certainly collaborate with some NIMS people. The other observation I would make would be that this is somewhat a unique problem to 2A now. We saw a similar thing in BC waters and in Alaska prior to the quota systems. Everybody was boxed into these tiny little spots that produced the highest catch rates, and nobody had the luxury to prospect. There was no ability to go to a place that had a slightly lower catch rate, maybe bigger fish, but a slightly lower catch rate, maybe closer to port. But because it was a derby, they would just didn't pencil out. And so I think it's in some regards, when we look back at the data from BC and Alaska in 1991 and 1995, when those programs shifted over, the spatial footprint of the fleet just spread out everywhere, and people went all over. And I think the average size of fish increased in a lot of places because people were able to target areas with bigger fish but slightly lower catch rates and had the time to do that. So another potential solution is to think about ways to spread that fishery out a little more and give people some more flexibility to avoid those areas.
Yeah, I think that would be really palatable for the fishery to be able to not be so limited. And I think part of it comes enforcement. It's nicer to have everybody in a box when they're trying to enforce those parameters for them. But as we discussed, I think in prior RAB meetings, that our funding is drastically being cut because of the funding, just costs and dollars. And it just seems to me that this might be almost a free, even though nothing's free, but a very, very, by looking at the data from what you say from the shared fisheries and from we have the data, we have the numbers there, we know how many fish were caught in your area, and you're going to know, okay, was there a large impact of other fisheries in that area prior to this deal? And is that having an effect on the halibut catch? And do we need to adjust to the left or right to get these other fisheries to be not in conflict with our halibut fisheries?
I think that kind of falls in the Pacific Fisheries Management Council, but at the North Pacific, right now we're just finishing up part of a 5-year cycle on essential fish habitat, which Ian was kind of referencing with the fisheries effects model. So I think that would probably a good place. That would be a good place for you to ask. I mean, here they can probably do something with it, but at the council there, I think it's a place for them to look at both and maybe have an analysis or discussion paper on any kind of correlation. Because if you can find a significant effect there, what they would do is they would determine some areas what's called a habitat area of particular concern, a HAPC. And that's where in the EFH process, if you have concerns, that's probably what you want to go for. But that's just been my short-lived experience. Ian, maybe you can help me out. Okay.
Thanks. Oh, I'm sorry.
I was just wanted to clarify, is that, you're saying like the council is already looking into like habitat disturbance from other fisheries effects on halibut?
Theoretically, not specific to halibut, but just specific to all species. It's the thresholding of like what effects might be there might not be palatable to all fishermen, because there is kind of a high threshold there for what determines an effect. But yeah, that is something that goes into the EFH process.
I wanted to thank Ian for characterizing the frustrations that the at-sea fleet has with limited openers, whether it's 10 hours or even 3 days. That's even pretty short. But with regard to shrimpers and draggers actually disturbing the bottom and the fish, I don't know anything about that, but I do know that the seasons that we used to get later in the season, when the hake fleet was around and processing and distributing their outfall or whatever you call it, comes out of the boat, we noticed that there was a tremendous amount of blue sharks that would be midwater. And there was times when none of your set would get to the bottom without getting bit or such. So that would be another thing to look at is the attraction and the concentration of blue sharks on an area where the fleet might be. So it's not directly bottom contact, but it certainly has a big effect. So we've just been absolutely wiped out on openers with sharks before. So.
I don't want to change the area, and you can, but just touching on trawl as well in our area. Obviously, I come from experience just working on hook and line vessels. So if anybody has information about midwater trawl, I'm just wondering if we have any data that is available to understand if there is any bottom contact from midwater trawl and what the effects that might be.
Yeah, so this is a hot topic in the North Pacific right now. It turns out that midwater trawls do spend quite a bit of time on the bottom, as evidenced by the amount of crab that they catch, which pretty hard to argue they're not on the bottom when they're catching crab. So I think, yeah, the research is unfolding rapidly in the North Pacific, and they're actually discussing some ways to try and limit the midwater trawlers' ability to have their gear on the bottom, because that really wasn't the intent of those fisheries in most places.
Yeah, and in Canada, we have a frozen footprint for that bottom contact. And so if we could just perhaps check in 2B as well, if there's any data.
I know from working on the hake stock assessment that the hake boats frequently catch things like crab and lingcod, which you wouldn't normally associate with midwater fish aggregations. So I think that's where most of this information is coming from. It's not the direct observation of gear on the bottom, because that would have to come from those vessels, but it's the observation of bycatch species that are undeniably sitting on the bottom when they were caught.
And is that something that IPHC can be involved in, or is that something that we should go back to our tables and?
It's probably a little bigger than the IPHC, but it's certainly something that we can track, and groups like this can comment on the importance of fisheries that may not have been historically identified as relevant to halibut that turns out may be more important than we thought.
Yeah, just to add to that, it's very important that we do keep in mind those broader ecosystem impacts. And that certainly is within our mandate, maybe not to undertake the research ourselves, but certainly to keep that sort of monitoring brief, partner up wherever we can to look at those potential impacts, particularly as it relates to Pacific halibut. So something we can. Yeah. Go ahead, Jim.
Yeah, I was just going to comment to that. I think we're supposedly going around looking at different areas, see what we saw, but it's interesting hearing these different comments because like the trawl sector, the midwater, I mean, anybody that's been around the industry knows that they spend probably 80-90% of the time on the bottom. They always have. It's not, and for everybody to act shocked the last year or so, I find that kind of ridiculous. But if you've been around the fishing industry, you know that. And it's common sense. Small fish hang close to the bottom and they try to get bigger fish anyway. So, but halibut also goes up and down the water columns quite a bit too. All species do. I see macrocystic kelp and blackcod all the time we're dressing them. And I've watched halibut go up and down in the water columns. I've seen them. And it's amazing when there's a lot of salmon out there on the ocean. We're fishing halibut. How many of those halibut have humpies in their stomachs? Those humpies didn't go down 150 fathoms or 100 fathoms if it was halibut to get them. Those halibut came up to get them. So there is going to be a certain amount of correlations going on. And then the other thing I was thinking about too, if they talking about what you're talking about with that, regarding, like a derby style fishery prior to the derbies in the state of Alaska, fishing halibut. And you probably touched a little bit on that, Sean, maybe, but prior to the derby style fishery, we did spread out quite a bit. And then as things became more and more condensed into the derby where you only got one day, it does force everybody to change their whole style of fishing because you're trying to get that maximum you can get in a one-day derby situation. And then as a fishery spread out more in 95 with quota system, then we started kind of reevaluating the way we fished again too. So, but what I was seeing this year quite a bit was you had to think outside the box to be productive in fishing. There's a lot of dead ground out there. I watched Sean, I was fishing blackcod in Yakutat in September, and I was where you were 4 boats in 3 days. And I thought about calling you and tell you, don't waste your time. But it's like, and I heard you had a really bad day there, but you don't know what's going on. Guys are moving around all the time trying to find fish, and you can pull a bad trip really easy just by stumbling behind somebody and not even knowing about it because guys are moving around looking for fish. But it's more challenging. Charter guys are complaining. Everybody's complaining about a lack of fish. But when I look at Seward and look at, I don't know, 800 to 1,000 guys a day going out of that port, and they're all hitting the same spot, wherever in reach of that community. And I know what the surveys are doing in those areas. They're starving. And it's a no-brainer. You can't have that kind of saturation on the grounds and expect things to maintain and to be great for everybody every day. It's not going to happen.
We fish in 3A, 3B, 4A, 4B, 4D. I mean, it's difficult in all areas, but really difficult in area 4. 4A was whales and just finding the fish. 4B was just finding the fish. I noticed we're fishing in more difficult areas, in passes, for example, only spots where you can only fish certain times of the month. I'm noticing that's where most of the surveys are being done out there. 4D was also very difficult. And I've already submitted a proposal to the IPHC on raising the TAC off of extrapolated data. That's really concerning to me. In 2021, there was no surveys, but yet we increased the TAC in much of Area 4 off of extrapolated data. And now we're in 2023, there's no surveys again. And I realize it's a financial constraint there, but I just don't agree on raising the TAC off of extrapolated data. I think it's irresponsible from a conservation sustainability standpoint. The other thing I'd like to point out, and this is more of a council type deal, but there's a one-way door out of 4C into 4D. And reading through this Federal Register when that was implemented in 2005 is implemented because of what was believed to be localized depletion in Area 4C, that there was such a small geographical area, and of that small geographical area, only that part contained halibut. And so it was agreed because there's such a huge amount of territory in Area 4D that you could do this one-way door into 4D. And at that time, I'm sure there was whale depredation, but now it's totally out of control. We tried the edge and it's useless. And so with that said, almost all of, I'd be willing to say all of 4D is being caught in St. Matthew, and much as 4C is going up there also to catch it in the St. Matthew area. So I really feel like there's localized depletion going on there in St. Matthew. Like I said, I know this is a council type thing, but I really feel it's worth pointing out that there's localized depletion going on up there, and it's going to get worse. And I don't know if you guys are still doing the whale depredation survey, but if you are and you're testing the different methods, I'd recommend the Edge and 4D. You should have some customers within a few minutes of setting your gear. So that's all I got. Thank you.
Man, just to speak on Area 4, that was definitely the biggest frustrating chunk of my season. Just felt like fish weren't, where I was used to seeing them. They didn't really show up consistently shallow anywhere. And what Sean alluded to, having to plan a little bit and fish some passes. I know guys had luck in Area 4A, for instance, on a couple of big humps, but those are really tough places to fish. You can't do it during certain times of the year. And then, whales can just show up any moment. My Area 4A trip, the first one I did was 10 days, 10,000 pounds, and I had whales every single day. A couple of days where I got no fish at all. So, you can imagine the cruise share wasn't so good for 10 days of running around and not catching very much fish. Area 4B, I think 2 years ago, I had 37,000 pounds in 7 days. Last year, I had 41,000 pounds in 10 days. And this year, I had 30,000 pounds in 11 days. And it felt a lot harder than that even. So, it'd be nice to get some more, sets out there, survey sets out there. I understand those not being very profitable. And I think that's probably one of my biggest sort of concerns with the FIS is, targeting certain areas because they make money, because that's how you keep this thing going. And I'd like to see this program do research in areas where it's not profitable, because that's the science that we need. And I also understand, I haven't done a charter the last 2 years because I just didn't feel like monetarily wise, it was worth it for my boat to do it. I don't really know what the solution to that is, but I definitely don't want to see the FIS, go away. I think we need that data. So.
I'll just really quickly echo that I heard the same thing from a lot of our fleet members, just wanting the FIS to, just being concerned about lack of data in a lot of areas. And 4A was mentioned a lot. A couple of my friends fish there also had really bad whale problems and were concerned with lack of survey data. So, yeah, ditto.
And I think that's going to be echoed around the room. So I'll jump in there. We are going to hear a little bit from both Kayla, but then also Ray, about what we're thinking about for the coming years and some of the impacts, the data quality, but then also in terms of how we're going to be looking at financing the FIS moving forward. And so just to convey a little bit of information from the commission itself, they are obviously acutely aware of the issues, and in not sampling in particular areas, the team has presented both in terms of the impacts on data quality over time, what we're doing on a year-to-year basis, to extrapolate the data and how that feeds into the stock assessment. But then more importantly, the financial side, as you've just pointed out, it has to be viable for the charter operators as well. And it may well be the case that we cannot pay for those charters simply from the fish court, and it's not desirable to pay for those charters from fish court in other areas. But the Commission is looking very seriously, and I do expect that we'll hear a little bit later this week at the interim meeting, and then certainly at the annual meeting, on other options to fund the survey moving forward, particularly in those areas that are revenue or strongly revenue negative. And so I just encourage you to continue to work with the commissioners, the various delegation members, on looking at other ways to finance the research that we do, particularly the survey. So stay tuned for that one. Okay, if we can continue around the room, I think that'd be great for more. Alex, did you want to?
Oh, not really. I mean, we fished the Sound early in the year. So the big thing we had going on was I fished very small boats, class D, 35 foot and under. And we had a lot of large boats come in, sweep up a bunch of fish and then leave. So that was, our big fight. And of course, whales. So you see a whale, you fish, you finish up your set, you go find somebody else and you try to brush them off. That's, it's mean and it's not a good way to make friends, but it's the only way you're going to get your fish in. But the fish were good sized. I was impressed. The price is way down, but we had a good sized fish. So that's pretty much all I got to say.
Just quickly on the prices, obviously we're intimately familiar with the fish prices we received during the survey. But is there any other feedback that you could potentially offer us in terms of price fluctuations throughout this past year? Particular ports, particular annual fluctuations throughout the year, anything at all?
Did you guys sell in King Cove this year?
Yeah.
How'd that go?
We had one sale into King Cove this year. King Cove and Sandpoint prices were similar for the survey, but ultimately at the end of the day, the sale went okay.
They did pay you?
Yes. I had a feeling that's what you were getting at, but
just another, we noticed it a lot with Black Cod this year where, Trident was saying, no, we're only taking Trident boats in Sandpoint. I was able to sell there through Bessaker, but that was really, really difficult. I called him up 5 days in a row saying, give me a date and I'll cut my trip short and come in. He just says, okay, just keep me in the loop. I was like, I'll literally come in anytime. Just tell me when. And after 5 days of calling him 3 times a day, he finally gave me an offload time. So I was wondering, as someone who, Trident probably doesn't feel any allegiance to the IPHC, was it difficult to find a buyer when you were out west, for instance?
so we did work very closely. We had to work very closely with Trident, noting that we knew that vessels were going to have to deliver to Sandpoint at some point. So initially there was concerns by the vessels that did the survey out there that it wasn't going to work. And even Trident kind of pushed back initially, but the team and I communicated with them quite a bit, and we were able to plan like a trip in advance for a rough estimate. Overall, I would say it actually went smoother than it looked back in May.
Do you feel like because they maybe knew you didn't have any options, you got a fair price?
Well, that's always a concern. Let's be honest. We all know that. Like that, they know that there's limited options. Like Data Bessaker and Trident are the only two that will even consider bidding in Sandpoint. So no, you always have that wonder, like what if? But given the prices were very similar in King Cove as well, and just looking at what prices were, even in Kodiak, when we were delivering into Kodiak, what we were hearing people were getting in Dutch Harbor, really there wasn't much have a price difference, at least when we were looking at deliveries.
It's kind of the same way I felt about
Yeah.
my seasons.
Yeah.
I just had a comment from our one of our guys who does the survey up in Southeast Alaska there, and he said that the boat who delivered before them got $1 more than a pound than the survey vessel, and he really felt there was something going on there that wasn't kosher.
Yeah, I would definitely support that one too, because I know I was unloading a couple times and I said, what's that survey boat getting? $1.50 a pound less. That was pretty standard, I think, all over. So I don't know what a person can really do about it, but, and then a lot of the processors really didn't care if they even got the fish. That was another problem too. So I know I came in from 3B and they wanted to drop the price $1.50 a pound, just drive them back. And anyway, but it didn't matter where I went, it was going to be the same thing. And I really twisted hard. They finally sent me a check a week later and they did come about 2/3 way up above where they want, but they were paying a survey boat $1 a pound less than what they offered me that trip too. So I ended up getting over $2 more than a survey boat at the end of the day.
Yeah, I would say particularly in Southeast Alaska, there was a lot of fluctuation in price, but to attempt to curb that, we did open, I would say 75 to 80% of the sales. So once we noticed this trend at the very beginning of the season, the Southeast Alaska sales in particular were open to various ports for that exact reason, because we were noticing, I can see what a boat is getting paid. I can go onto e-landings and see that. And then, like you mentioned, we're getting bids of lower prices, which is why we opened it up to various ports. And gauging whether or not it was logistically and financially and all other ways worth, trucking it down to, another port for $1 more a pound or however much.
It does pose a number of important questions, I guess, and maybe not ethical questions, but just important questions, particularly when we're talking about the lack of sampling in some of the furthermost regions because it becomes less affordable or strongly revenue negative. I just encourage all of you, if you are in contact with processors, to just be aware and make them aware and bring some pressure to bear that they shouldn't be offering less for survey fish, because we're there to assist in this gathering scientific information to help in the management of the fishery for all of you in particular. So if you are hearing those kinds of lower prices being offered simply because it's a survey vessel, the only people that's really end up hurting is yourselves. So if you can bring some pressure to bear on processors, we'd appreciate it. Was there a processor this year that Vesica, did we get any? No. So this is the
that was
first
very
year they didn't buy
surprising.
from us at all.
Generally, in years past, since I've been here, so this is my 4th season, and the prior 3 seasons, Dana Vesica was actually one of our top buyers across the board, and they did not buy from us at all this year.
I don't know if the main person at Dana Vesica
Yes.
we worked with was on, I think, an extended leave, and then I think I've now heard that he's left the company. So I don't know if it was just if it's just a matter of not having really established that with their main buyer yet. We did get bids from them this year, but they just weren't very competitive.
Yeah.
Were all the areas selling U32s this year?
Yes.
That's a big issue. And I think that beats the whole price down. In fact, we had a couple buyers back out in 2A because of that issue. We had to make that run into Port Angeles.
Yes.
Because nobody wanted them on the coast because of the U32s. And we had a fairly high incidence of them.
Yeah.
So.
I would note though that U32, it's not like this was the first year that we were selling U32.
Yeah, but
they're
getting dialed in. They know what they can and can't move quickly, and that's a big percentage of their purchase. So anyway, just something to think about.
Yeah, I did forget about that because I brought that up and that particular trip, they had a more U32s than they wanted to see. And they just said, we don't want them. Exactly. And so they lowballed the whole thing. And they ended up with a trip anyway, so, because the other company didn't want them either, it turned out, so. But yeah, that U-32 thing, I think is a can of worms.
Might be something to have a think about. I don't know, it's a long shot if there is an option to separate the U-32s out, but maybe operationally we'll have to figure out how we could do that. Okay. So I'll just reiterate again, it's important for everybody in the room to get in the processes here. Just let them know that they're only hurting the industry if they do lowball the price for survey fish. Go ahead, Sean.
I just had a quick question. I was just curious if we're still finding good standardized bait for the surveys or if it's becoming more difficult.
No, we haven't had any issues. In fact, again, in the 4 years I've been here, I've gotten more good feedback on the quality of the bait that we're providing on the survey, and we've already secured bait for the 2024, or at least some bait for the 2024 season.
Yeah, go for it, Angus.
First, I guess I just had a comment about your trawl, affecting the halibut fishing. We at our opening, there's an area around Cape St. James where the trawl fleet catches arrowtooth. It's also a super high density halibut spot, and yeah, they used to drag right up till about half an hour before halibut opened, and on that particular line, it'd take about a day and a half for it to bounce back from what it was. So yeah, just a comment about that. And in terms of our fishing, our spring fishing this year was tough, a lot slower for me. Just the fish weren't aggregating in the same spots, and we're still suffering from our yellow eye shortage, but that's hopefully going to bounce back here in the next year. We've had a proper stock assessment. Our summer fishing was actually, late spring, early summer fishing was good. Lots of fish up in the flats, which we haven't seen. The dogfish stayed away, so you could actually get at them. So lots of really big fish in the Hecate Straits. So that was positive. And trying to think of what else, but yeah, again, we're hoping we can start getting back into ground where we were kicked out because of yellow eye, and maybe start beating them down again and fish those spots. So that's been a big issue for us. And then we have northern shelf coming, which is another big issue, and the government talking about 42 separate nations managing fisheries. So that's got us nervous. And so we appreciate some IPHC insight on that or comments. We don't know whether the survey is going to be allowed in those areas. And so a lot of reservations about that.
Well, unlike a lot of the active commercial fishermen, my current operations, other than my hired skippers, is stationary. We're fishing mostly 2C, with the line between 2C and 3A. Each of our charter boats has a permit to fish in 2C and 3A, so we can choose to fish one or the other. We kind of hedging. Obviously, you can't fish in 3A on certain days anymore for charter halibut fishing, Wednesdays, and sometimes later in the year, certain Thursdays. So we wouldn't fish in 3A because you can't. Why would we fish in 3A at all? Because you can keep one halibut of any size, as you all probably know. We have fished less than 3A these past 3 years than the prior 8 or 9. We usually fish about 20 miles offshore in 3A because basically that's, other than right in the outer mouth across sound, that's the only 3A you can get to that's productive. And it's very productive, has been very productive from my commercial fishing years, in the 80s and the 90s. kind of moved on from in the 90s, but fishing other locales. But these last 3 or 4 years, the fishing has been much reduced there. Many cases, it's because of dogfish that won't allow you to get bait to the bottom, and sometimes won't allow you to get a halibut to the surface before they're literally eaten to the bone. We've always had a little bit of that, but it's much more prevalent in the past 3 years and noticeable. So we don't fish in 3A as much as we used to fish. So that puts us back into 2C a lot. And we utilize guided anglerfish. I have halibut quota in 2C and 3A. We convert it to guided anglerfish so our clients can keep one halibut. Well, they can keep an additional halibut. They can never keep more than 2 halibut a day, period. But they can keep one fish of any size as long as they're willing to pay. Well, now it's $700 a fish. So we're talking about market here. You're talking about marketing your fish, bad prices. We're talking about habitat. And sometimes I feel like, well, I shouldn't be speaking to these issues because my operation is so much different than most of you, except for perhaps Brian. But that's why I'm here, is to give a different perspective. So I will forge ahead because I love to talk anyway. So in 2C, the market for halibut seems to be pretty insatiable from a charter operator's point of view. A charter halibut permit now in area 2C, I just bought one a month ago for $195,000. So you can buy a salmon troll permit in Southeast Alaska for about 20,000. They're asking 22, so you could probably get one for 20 or less. My son's a salmon troller in Southeast Alaska. He's for 10 years, he thought he should be doing something different, but he can't bring himself to, find a new career. I have contemporaries, people my age, that have felt stupid for fishing commercially for salmon as a troller for decades, and yet they do it. What I'm building up to here is this. We used to charge $500 for, let's talk about economics for a minute, $500 for a guided angler fish, because I can convert, it varies from year to year, but let's say 60 pounds for a 2C halibut. You can get what, $4.50 a pound maybe this year. So you take a 60-pound halibut, you multiply by 4.5. The fish is worth 4 times 6, 24, $300, right? And you got to go out and catch it. You got to spend fuel. You got to pay for your crew. There's bait. There's all the inherent difficulties of actually commercial fishing. And yeah, I know it's a lifestyle. We love it and all that. And a lot of us have made, and I fished incidentally for about 50 years commercially. I just don't actively commercial long line anymore. So what am I saying? We had to raise the price. Well, we're selling for $500 because we make a little bit of money on the program. But the problem is that you'll have people that say, I'll spend $500 for a 50-pound halibut. And they do it. And we only have maybe 60, 70 gaff fish for a group of 600 people. We've had about 600 people the last few years. So we raised the price to 600, then we raised it to 700 because it's hard to say no out on the ocean when some guy says, yeah, I'll pay the price, $500, big deal. They want the fish. So we raised it to 7 simply so we'd have enough guided anglerfish to last throughout the season. So what I'm getting at is, and I think this is something that we talk about a lot of things here that the Halibut Commission may or may not have any impact on or authority to speak to, but as a group of stakeholders in the halibut fishery, Halibut are certainly very valuable to the charter halibut sector. And we've had the battle over the years, mostly ended now, about allocation. And was it fair that people that held quota in Area 2C, I was one of them, saw their quota drop by 80% in a decade, while the charter halibut fleet quadrupled in the same decade without any restrictions? Well, of course it wasn't fair. And now we have provisions for, I forget what you call it. I'm not part of any charter organization at all, but I think they're going to tax the done deal now, my constituents, to fund a buyout of commercial halibut quota up to maybe 10% of the outstanding quota that commercial fishermen own. I'm not sure what it is, and convert it into charter fishing allocation. So what am I getting at here? I'm not trying to be a provocateur. I'm not trying to raise any issues, but I'm just saying we have problems marketing the fish. And again, this may be outside of the scope of these meetings, but I think that we should be aware of the economic value of the resource and consider, just like my son and a lot of people consider, I mean, it's going to sound like heresy here, but considering the alternatives to the difficulties we're having here. So I think I probably said enough. I maybe just raise some ideas, maybe some negative ones in your head, but I got it off my chest anyway. I don't have a real position here, but I think that's something that probably needs to be thought about. I don't think about it. I'm not political about these things. I'm not for taxing charter halibut fishermen, not the charter boat owners or the lodge owners, but charging the people that buy I don't know, it's like a king salmon stamp, but for halibut, and then using that money to fund a bunch of lodges that don't buy their own guided anglerfish. Like, screw that. I'm not for that. Doesn't help me any. I distinguish myself by actually providing this opportunity. And anyway, I think it's an interesting place where we're at right now. And if we were making tons of money everywhere, we wouldn't even be thinking about these things. But clearly there is an industry that's making a tremendous amount of money off of halibut, and call it going through the back door, if you will. But that's the status. So as far as the catch rates in 2C, to wrap it all up, they seem to be holding out pretty well. I think perhaps the larger fish that we catch we're getting much fewer of those. And it could be because 3A has been a bust for us because we can't penetrate the dogfish. I think that might be a big part of it. So what we're relying on that sustains our fish over 100 pounds, which are known for, is the guided anglerfish. And we only have a limited amount. Now, I lease from other commercial fishermen so I can get more quota. I'm willing to do it. It's a business decision I make. So, obviously there's commercial fishermen that sell us quota at $4.50 a pound, more than they could ever hope to get after their expenses and paying their crew. So it's a bargain for them, and more of those fishermen are knocking at the door, I'm sure, not necessarily my door. But those same fishermen turn around and tell my guests on the boardwalk that we're raping the resource by catching big fish, when that particular guy just leased the quota to us to do it. So, you know how that goes. All right. Well, I said enough. Thanks for your indulgence.
Thanks, Dave. Any reactions, thoughts? If not, Scott?
Yeah, thank you. A lot of people have been touching on things that we're concerned about too. The fish
survey and lack of surveying going on in the ends. Definitely notice when the Higg processors are off the coast, our guys don't leave the dock. One major concern we have, and I plan on bringing this up later this afternoon when we're talking about future research needs, and a lot of people have been hitting about it, about, you know, areas that are usually productive aren't anymore, and you're having to go find the fish, is we're concerned about changes in migration for the halibut, changing ocean conditions, especially off the Washington coast. We have to worry about hypoxia events, and marine heat waves are becoming more frequent and more intense, and potentially that is going to completely shake up the habitat, you know, the traditional habitat of our biomass of the halibut. So we are extremely concerned about future movement of the halibut and what that means. Thank you.
Hello. This year, the last few years that I've been running the boat, I've been pretty lucky and have had not much trouble catching my halibut in the fall. This year was kind of a rude awakening for me. I had to burn a lot more fuel, a lot more bait in order to find some fish, as I'm sure a lot of people did. So that was kind of a bummer, but at least I had a market. I know some people in Kodiak really struggled to find one. I was lucky, like the processor we sell to, usually the message is we want as much halibut as you can get. This year is we're only taking fish from boats that have historically delivered to us. Because salmon prices were so bad, I've talked to a lot of small boat salmon fishermen that since quota prices are down a little, they're thinking of getting into halibut, that they've never thought about that before, which might be a good thing. Diversify the fleet. I was curious, I've been hearing a push for the Pycnopodia sunstars to be on an endangered species list. And for the big boats, it might not matter, but we're a small boat and we like to fish inshore out of the weather, and we tend to catch a lot of those. And I was wondering if that goes into effect, if that might mess with our fishing grounds, or if anyone else has heard anything about that. It's the sunstars. I think there's Pycnopodia. Kodiak 3A. It was for a few years. They weren't around, but they're back in pretty full force now.
We've seen a tremendous rebound in starfish to a Oregon coast. I don't know if it's coast-wide or certainly turned the corner.
Yeah, I feel like if they were going to push for it to be endangered, it should have been a couple years ago, and now it seems like they're back in full force, at least where we fish.
I believe they're on the species of endangered species in Canada, but we've seen the same thing. They were gone and now they're back.
Does that affect fishing practices, them being on the endangered species list?
It hasn't yet. We have not had conversations about that, no.
Well, maybe then there's nothing to worry about.
Yeah, 2C seemed really spotty this year. Like aggregations of fish were kind of clumped without much in between, which was different and really concerning for a lot of folks. 3A was down, of course. Also concerning, although a couple of folks did have good trips, so you just never know. But yeah, seemed like for Sitka, 2C, and 3A were both tough this year.
My vessels fish out of Homer. Being charter vessels, they're mostly day trips. So, you know, I like to keep a leash on most of my boats because I can do math. Fuel prices are high. But our fleet traditionally, you know, will go from People go all the way down to Shuyak sometimes, over to Gore. But this year was definitely, I think, probably aligns with kind of what we're seeing in the survey. There was mountains and mountains of small fish, but then there's also a pretty apparent year class of fish that are getting bigger. I saw probably more fish in the 50 to 100 pound class this year than I've seen in, I think, a long time. Which was fun. I mean, it's a little concerning to see that many fish, nice fish that are spawning come across the dock, but it was encouraging to see so many small fish. I also wanted to touch on what Jim said about Prince William Sound being close to longline as a gear type. I think that's pretty concerning. Yeah, I'd be willing to put people into contact with guys or ladies in the sports, in the charter industry. Maybe there could be an op-ed or something written to make sure that if it's necessary, it stops in Prince William Sound. Yeah, because I'm not okay with that. Yeah, that's basically all I've got.
No, I don't have too much really to add overall. I mean, 3B, I would say, was we had to think more outside the box there to stay away from the little halibut. There's a lot of recruitment around there. And I like to experiment anyway, so it was kind of entertaining that way. But if it came in behind somebody, definitely, you find even 2 days behind somebody was too soon. I felt the grounds seemed to take a little bit longer to recover. I think you probably feel that way too, Brian. So and Sean, but 3A, eastern side of the Gulf, deep was pretty decent in the spring, all the way into June. But it seemed like what we'd say the traditional halibut depths were spottier, I thought. And I was hanging deep most of the time anyway. So, but we saw some pretty decent fishing, but I was seeing a lot of guys working those more traditional grounds inside of us in the spring, and they were struggling. And then in the fall, I saw Sean inside me there in mid-September and felt sorry for him on that spot. But because the 3 guys before him, I talked to them and they were just, I mean, one behind the other, one day after another. And then one day there was 2 of them on the spot, and both of them were starving. But it's like, well, sorry, put your gear there. But then I watched another boat driving all over. I don't think he got it caught. He started in late September and he was still working in November, and I think he gave up. But a lot of dogfish move into the eastern side of the Gulf starting in late August, and that compounds things too. But charter guys were complaining around Seward quite a bit. They would have a good day if there was weather. Like in the early part of the summer, there's a lot of bad weather, so they'd be shut down for a few days for weather, and they'd have a pretty good day for one day, and then it'd just be flat. And they want to blame everybody else for some reason. When it's like, hey guys, you're taking 800 or 1,000 people out there on those same spots. You go back to the same spot over and over again. You got to expect that. But they tell the clients, and I had a client come to the boat and we're tied up there, and he says, you guys caught our fish. We didn't catch anything wasted. Nobody on the boat caught a fish. And he's blaming me. And I go, hey, I haven't even been in 3A fishing halibut for 3 months. Don't look at me. But it's easy to point the finger to other people, which is unfortunate. But I don't know. I think it's I've been fishing halibut since '75 with my own boat, and in some areas I would say it kind of is getting reminiscent of the '70s. And then other areas look better. There is a recruitment out there. I'd just like to see them grow up.
Yeah, that's something I didn't say before. We were catching some really, like, the smallest halibut I've ever caught on a 16-aught hook. It was just tiny. Never seen them that small before. So that was encouraging. with all the other dark stuff.
I didn't participate in the directed fishery, but I watched it happen right outside me a few times on our little 3-day openers. I got 3 things to comment on. First one is Laurie Sidora still with us?
No, Laurie retired recently.
Who's picked up the water profiling program?
Good question. The FIST team is going to be picking it up in the next season.
Well, every year I come to this, I hammer on that. I think it's very, very, very important. I'm going to hammer on it again. So let's keep it going. Second thing I had to say was, while I was observing these openers and the fleet, and I was in communication with them on some secret channels because they're my buddies, they did actually find some fish in places, but they were spotty. You might get nothing, then 18 fish in a row, and then nothing, and then 16 more fish like that. And it's funny that they mentioned that when they did get those fish, they were almost all the same size in each of those patches, just a few fathoms apart practically. It's funny how they group in sizes. So there was some success if you worked together and looked around a little bit. It was real subtle changes, quarter mile, half mile changes, and they got them in places. And the last item I had was we talked a little bit about those October closures in Prince William Sound, which I knew nothing about, because of yellow eye or whatever perceived fish is the sacred fish of the year. But I would like to comment that it works both ways. In some of the research we did on the Oregon coast this year for various purposes, we stumbled into tremendous volumes of yellow eye. Anybody that saw that data that we got off a couple of that program PSMFC did with that float study, the amount of fish we got was incredible. So that being the limiting factor for so many fisheries in bycatch, since that volume was made aware to me, I've talked to several research scientists that are either working directly with that or peripherally in that. And I'm finding that they're not talking to each other. I'll tell them, hey, we saw this huge amount of gigantic yellow eyes. They're 60 years old. Where'd they come from? How big an area are they in? Whatever. Well, we don't know. We don't care. We got our data, when that's somebody else's problem. You know, a lot of times I think these agencies don't talk to each other, or deliberately don't talk to each other because they want to publish or whatever they want to do. But there's a lot of lack of communications. So I think when we do stumble, and you can't look at just one species in a vacuum. They're all part of the ecosystem. Everybody gets along down at the bottom somehow. But some of that data that we got with, in particular with yellow eye this year around the Heceta Bank and outside Stonewall, was incredible. And somebody should do something about it, so we don't have Prince William Sound-like closures, because if we don't have current data or somebody's not plugging that into the equation. So we'll talk about that more this afternoon in the free-for-all session, I think.
Thanks, Al. And before we break for a short period, again, I'll just highlight that all of the data for the Fishery Independent Setline Survey, as an example, is posted on the website. That includes obviously Pacific halibut, but all the bycatch species, all the water column profiler data. We make that freely available for anyone to use, whether it's from academia or a government agency or a foreign entity. And it's something that we're trying to lead upon in terms of making sure that all of that data is publicly available, transparent, accountable, but easily accessible. And maybe this afternoon or over lunch, if we have time, we can bring up the new website and point out where those data sets are if you're curious. Okay, let's take a 15-minute break. Sorry, go ahead, Brian.
Just have a question kind of on that vein. Especially in the Bering Sea, the survey is at a pretty fine resolution there, and I understand that there's CTD casts on most of it. I'm just wondering if there's anything that's close to that resolution out there for that kind of data, because I mean, as we're looking for more funding for this kind of science, because we need it as halibut fishermen, is it possible to maybe not rebrand, but kind of rebrand the survey, instead of being this cost neutral thing, is like cost offset? Look at this data that you can't get anywhere else. Is that something that you're trying to do?
Yeah, thanks for the question and comment. The short answer is yes. It's something that as we've been processing the data, including the water column profiler data, we've been making it publicly accessible for free. We have had consideration about whether it's something that we would like to charge for. We decided not to go that route, but at the same time, we're looking at options for grant funding to continue to support those types of activities. And that could come in many forms, whether it's a research grant or a direct subsidy from a government, for example. So there are things that we're looking into. We haven't figured out exactly where we're going to go just yet, but if you have ideas, particularly please share throughout the course of the meeting and in the margins. But, yeah. Anyone else wanted to comment on that before we break? If not, let's come back in 15 minutes. We will present very briefly the 5-year plan. Basha is going to talk about a project. And then Ian and I have to step out for about half an hour, but Dr. Planas will lead you all the way to lunch. So see you in 15 minutes. Thank you. And the good coffee's in the other room. Sorry. The start. This is a 5-year program of research and monitoring, but we're going to be updating it on an annual basis, on a yearly basis, based on not only the Commission's directions in general, and they certainly have provided some redirection on a number of occasions already, but also in terms of our overall finance and funding for the various research activities that we're undertaking. So the 5-year plan, and I'm not going to put the document up. As I said, we're into our second year, concluding our second year of the research program. It incorporates not only the biological and ecosystem science research activities that Dr. Planas is going to walk you through in a short while, but also our broader monitoring activities. And so the fishery dependent data, the fishery independent data collection, as well as the stock assessment, management strategy evaluation activities as well. Throughout the course of the year, the Scientific Review Board, as well as the Commission, have provided some direction to the Secretariat, particularly or primarily involving how we're going to report out on the various deliverables within the program of activities. At the Commission meeting, the work meeting rather, so it's the informal, the closed meeting of commissioners, they agreed to a broad format of how we're going to document each of the research activities, each of the projects, what's involved, who's leading on it, and how it's being financed, whether it's being financed through contracting party contributions or external funds, as well as some of those more aspirational activities that we're going to be trying to seek funding for in years 3, 4, and 5. The intention is, as we get close to the end of the 5-year period, 2026, that it's just going to become a rolling program. And that way we'll be keeping up to date with not only new research findings and potential avenues for research, but also the funding availability. So that table will or has been published for the interim meeting and will be adopted by the Commission at the upcoming 100th session. One of the new projects, however, that has only recently been incorporated into the 5-year program is to do with some AI activities. And to run you through that, I'm going to pass to Dr. Hutchinson, who's going to run you through a number of slides and try and get your feedback on some AI activities. So I'll hand over to you, Basha.
Yes, thank you. So as Dr. Wilson mentioned, this is the latest addition to the program, and I thought it would be interesting and informative for you to get a little bit details about this project. So the IPHC Secretariat is looking into options for supplementing current Pacific Halibut protocol of aging with automatized aging that does not require extensive otolith reader training. And as a part of this process, we are investigating the potential use of artificial intelligence, the AI, for determining the age of Pacific halibut from images of collected otoliths. To give you a little bit of a background, To date, IPHC aged over 1.5 million of otoliths, and these otoliths are stored in our archives. This provides a great resource for using it for creating a database of pictures with expert-provided labels for use in aging using the AI type of methods. Moreover, taking pictures can be also incorporated into the current aging process at relatively minor time added. So incorporating into the way how we are processing the otoliths now. In terms of what we are testing, this is the application of a convolutional neural network model. It's a type of deep learning application with initial modeling framework adapted from Project Deep Otolith. This project has been aging different species previously. It is important to note that this approach does not offer a binary results. It's not about whether the method will work or not, but the current trial will focus on determining whether this approach offers an accuracy of aging that is suitable to IPHC products such as stock assessment. At the same time, it's important to note that AI is also evolving rapidly, and adapting to new developments might improve results over time. Thus, the accuracy of aging might be a function of not only the training input in form of those images that we will be taking, but also the improvements within the AI domain. At the same time, utilizing automated aging will continuously rely on trained readers for training the model with inputs that capture temporal changes. This might be very important in the context of environmental changes and climate change, and to capture any changes that might have not been visible in the previous otoliths. So thinking about more as a hybrid method where we supplement the current protocol with the AI methods. And what I thought it would be also important to clarify, it's what do I mean by labeling? Label in this case is a table that also associates and process image with a numerical value representing the age. For this type of application, we do not need annotated photos, so the type of photos where you would have specific growth rings marked on the picture. Instead, we will be using convolutional layers. This type of models is decomposing a picture into a set of convolutional layers, and itself is identifying features of the otolith in each of these layers that might be informative to determine the age of specific halibut. Here we have an example of features of an otolith image identified through Inception v3 network layers for Greenland halibut. This is an application from that Deep Otolith project that I mentioned earlier. Inception v3 is a Google-developed pre-trained network that is widely adapted for various AI applications for image classification. So this is a very short, very brief overview of the project. We are now in the process of creating that library of images. So we are taking pictures under microscope of the otoliths that we already collected, and we'll be testing the model adapted from that Deep Otolith project. And but I'm happy to take any questions on details. Thank you.
Do you have an idea what your acceptance rate would be to adopt this AI in aging the fish?
So this would be a question that we will be discussing with Dr. Stewart, who is our stock assessment expert. It will be really comparison between what is the accuracy of a human reader. This is the manual reading is also coming with some level of bias. There's a difference between this individual readers. It's no 100% accuracy as well. So we'll be comparing it and getting as close as possible and seeing what are the trade-offs related to the resources needed and the resources available versus what we can get in terms of accuracy from this type of model. But as I mentioned, this will be intended as a more of a hybrid approach where we can use it to supplement the current methods, and it might be mostly and it might turn out that there might be some otoliths that might be problematic for this type of model to age. And in this case, we do need those trained readers, but maybe we do not need to rely on manual aging on 100%. So it's just really intended to make the process more time efficient.
Did I understand correctly? Is there, other than aging the fish, is there something like literally between the lines that artificial intelligence could pick up? You know, kind of like drilling into a glacier and pulling up thousands of years of history. Is there something else between the lines that artificial intelligence would expose that the current methods won't?
In the otolith?
Yes.
So obviously this type of method can recognize various other elements, and what this type of methods do is analyzing multiple features of the image at the same time. So it gives you opportunity of analyzing components that maybe the manual we cannot recognize as a kind of injunction altogether. So yes, there are other things that might be recognized. So what we are potentially interested is to see whether, for example, we can determine the sex of the Pacific halibut based on the otoliths. We did not look into any additional applications, but that's something that if you have an idea, it's certainly something we can look at. The main challenge here is really creating the database of sufficient number of otoliths. And the thing is that also we do not know how big that database necessarily has to be. You have to, this type of methods rely on testing the model, seeing the accuracy, and trying to see how it improves with the further images added, and just to look at what point the number of images are kind of saturating the model, and that's a sufficient number for use in products such as stock assessment. So it's really a kind of more testing type of approach, where we will be adding more images and trying to see what we can do with these images. But the initial major time investment on our side here is, and what we have to start with, is creating the image library. And this is already ongoing, but we just don't have sufficient number to get any reasonable results yet.
Can you go back to that figure with all the blues and greens? Can you go over what we're looking at there and what information you're getting from that?
So that's exactly the point. Looking with our eye, we do not recognize exactly what are the features that are informative for aging otolith. But this type of application is analyzing all those separate images together and trying to figure out itself how we can get as close as possible to that initial training a value of the age that we provided to the model. So we cannot analyze these images all together at the same time ourselves, but this type of application, which is the deep learning, is a little bit of a black box kind of application where you do not necessarily know which specific feature is providing you informative component to aging, but these jointly can provide the estimate of age.
So you're not just putting otoliths in and having AI count the rings.
Exactly. We do not tell the AI to count rings. We give it images and ask it to figure out itself which features of an image decompose into multiple layers. And these are only examples. This model comes with like 42, I believe, this type of layers, and ask it to analyze them all together, try to figure out what is informative, and then provide as close as possible estimate of age.
Scott, did you have a question? Two questions. I'm assuming that the otolith need to be whole for this to be read. Currently, if we happen to break the otolith, as long as we get all the pieces in the box, they can still analyze it. And my other question is, how long this evaluation is going to take before you've got a report on whether it's working or not? Thank you.
Thanks. That's a very good question. And actually that brings me to more detailed part of the whole project. But what we're trying to do is we're actually going to apply this AI method to broken and baked otoliths. So we are taking pictures of the already the otoliths that have been already aged and are in the archives, and they are in this broken and baked state. But moving forward as a part of the next phase of a project, if this phase one is promising, we are thinking about incorporating into the process of aging, so taking a picture before the otolith is baked and testing whether the clean otolith could be as informative for aging using AI methods as the broken and baked one. So this would be a little bit longer process because we would have to incorporate that. And there are also challenges with the, obviously we want to focus on the FIS otoliths as the more representative sample, but we are now taking pictures of the broken and baked otoliths from the 2019 FIS, which had a wider footprint, in order to capture all the spatial differences that we know they are there. We know that the otoliths from the area 4 are slightly different than those more like Southeast Alaska or British Columbia. So taking the sufficient pictures as a part of regular process of those clean otoliths, that would be a little bit longer phase of that project. But we can certainly start with those already in archived.
Al, did you have a question?
Yes, I understand that phase one is feasibility study. And just backing up a second, are there environmental, I'm looking at you, Claude, because you might know the answer. Are there environmental markers that ocean chemistry such that you see when you break and burn? And I guess what I'm getting at here is, as this evolves, could AI get some of that information quicker or more accurately? We don't know that yet, of course, and use it to ground truth what we think we already know in a very rapidly changing ocean chemistry situation. It might be a real good way to kind of do a backdoor look at things.
Sure. So those are great questions. We've other researchers have used otoliths to by grinding them and volatilizing the chemicals in the matrix to figure out where the nursery grounds were. So they look at water in the nursery grounds, temperatures in the nursery grounds, and how much of each ratio of particular atom that you're looking at. We've tried that, coring out the centers, trying to understand where the nursery ground was for an adult fish. To some limited success, we found some differentiation, but it gets pretty muddy pretty quickly if fish are mixing the way halibut mix. Is there promise with an AI technique? I would imagine yes. I mean, there is certainly one of the challenges, you're not 100% sure what AI is picking up on, right? So, we're used to reading an otolith and counting the banding. AI may not be using the banding. It may be using a combination of banding, a combination of shape of the otolith, shapes of the different concentric rings. They're not all a perfect circle. And different regions, different nursery grounds may have a different core laid down that we don't see with the naked eye, but a computer is sensitive enough to pick up. So there's certainly potential there, but we would have to go further down that road and know where otoliths were raised from and various things. There's other things that we'd have to have in place to even build the library to then go back and look at our otolith collection with. But those sorts of questions are all being asked. And again, it wouldn't necessarily, we wouldn't be able to point to, okay, AI knows that this fish came out of a nursery ground in Prince William Sound versus St. Matthew Island based on a chemical signature, but there's something in that otolith that it's picking up on, whether it's shape or opacity in there's various things it could be picking up on.
And if I may just add, and obviously for this type of AI application, you don't need to have a training data set. So you have to have some sort of other source of information to associate that otolith with. So if you want to associate the otolith with a nursing ground, you would need to have other analysis that is picking that information prior in order to train it.
Is this an application that other agencies are looking at for doing their otoliths? Like I know Fish and Game does a lot of otolith work, or is this kind of halibut specific that people are looking at?
Thank you. Thank you for the question. So yes, NOAA Alaska Fisheries Science Center is investigating various applications of AI for otolith aging. They are currently more focused on analyzing the spectra from the otoliths and using AI for age determination based on those spectra, but they also have a project on using pictures of those otoliths and various other agencies. So actually the Deep Otolith project is a joint collaboration with a Norwegian and Greek institutes, and they're looking into applying these. So there are certainly developments, but I think very important here to clarify is that this type of resource in terms of image library might not provide necessarily the accuracy that we would want right now, but this technology is just progressing so quickly that we might be picking up on additional information really soon. So we are really preparing for using these otoliths that we already have aged and spend really huge resources in terms of people that have been trained and set under microscope for a long time in order to age them, to have that opportunity to use these age already otoliths for this type of application.
Do you see secondary otolith being taken more often now, especially on the FIS survey, to give you something to work with, break and burn and pictures? There's certainly just a certain small percentage that double otoliths are taken. Is that correct?
Right. So the second otolith is only taken for the archives. So we have a set of archival otoliths that they are stored in pairs, but those are not age otoliths. So it means that we would need to take them out of the archives and then take the pictures and then break and burn them, because that's the established methodology for the current aging with a manual methods. And so we would have to touch that archival collection. So that's not something we would want to do.
But ongoing, as you develop AI or however it develops.
Well, if as an ongoing process, we do not need a second otolith, we can just take a picture before processing. No.
Yeah, we should probably move on. We have time this afternoon between 1:30 and 4:15 for continued discussion on research projects. So please, if you have any other questions, save them for later. So
And-
if Go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to say thank you, and I'm also happy to have also casual discussion about it later in the evening. Thank you.
So if we could have the next presentation up, that would be presentation 6. All right, great. Okay. Okay, we're going to move on to the report on current biological and existing science research activities. So this is intended particularly for the new RAB members to position the activities of the biological and system science branch within the different activities of the Secretariat. So that red square that you see, that's the branch that conducts the biological and system research, and the main purpose is really to provide useful biological inputs into stock assessment and management strategy evaluation, but also not forgetting the development and the understanding of basic and applied concepts that are related to Pacific halibut biology. But also, stock assessment and MSC actually have a lot of influence on directing the activities that we conduct. So So that's in a nutshell where we sit, and obviously, and on the left of that IPHC Secretariat box, you see the IPHC subsidiary bodies. The Research Advisory Board is one of two crucial ones informing the activities of our biological and system science research. The second one is the Scientific Review Board that we meet with them twice a year in June and September. So between the RAB and the SRB, we get the necessary inputs really to conduct our activities and making sure that those fit well with what's needed in terms of stock assessment and MSC. So that's a little bit how the process works. So what we currently operate, and that's been mentioned by Dr. Wilson just recently, that we're now operating under a new 5-year program of integrated research and monitoring that started in 2022 last year, and this was preceded by another 5-year project that we started really when that was really one of the first things that I started developing when I took the position. So we had the previous 5-year program of research that spanned the period of 2017 to 2021, and you'll see a little bit of the activities that were conducted before, some of the main outcomes, and how those are linking to what we're doing right now. So within this new program of integrated research and monitoring, in terms of the biological and system science research that we're conducting, we're doing work on particularly 5 main research areas, and those are the ones listed here. The first area is migration and population dynamics. So here we are trying to combine the traditional work that the Commission has done on migration, but combining it also with other sources of information, such as genetics, in order to get a better understanding of really the status of the population and its changes over time. The second one is reproduction, and here you'll hear about studies that we're conducting on maturity of Pacific halibut and fecundity. The third one is growth, and that the main relation to this research area is those historical changes in size and age that are so critical for Pacific halibut biomass estimations. The fourth research area is one that we call mortality and survival assessment, and we've done quite a bit of work on DMRs, discard mortality rates in several fisheries, as you'll see in a minute. And then the last one is one research area that is a new research area that we incorporated into this new 5-year program of research, and that's entitled Fishing Technology. And there's several aspects that you'll hear about again just in a minute. Okay, so what I'm going to try to do is I'm going to try to provide sort of an overview of what we've done in the past in the previous 5-year research plan. What are we aiming to do within this new 5-year plan, 22 to 26, and then just move into specifics. So we're going to give you an update on several of this ongoing research activities. So you'll hear about what we're doing on genetic population structure by Andy. You're going to hear from Colin Jones on what we're doing regarding revising the maturity schedules for Pacific halibut females. You're going to hear from Claude Dijkstra what we're doing regarding the discard mortality rates and post-release survival in the guided recreational fishery. And also Claude's going to talk about the whale depredation mitigation strategies that we're investigating. And these are new projects for us. So let me just move on to give you sort of an overview, and then you'll hear the specifics from each of the research biologists in our branch. So the migration and population dynamics area, it really started in fact, it started way back. I mean, the migration work was probably the first work that the Commission started conducting in the late 1920s, early 1930s. And it's continued over time, leading to some work that we completed in 2021 regarding larval connectivity. Larval samples were collected very early on during IPHC's history, but just recently we started modeling the model trajectory of larvae from spawning grounds. So with this study that was published in 2021, we sort of understood what are the possible trajectories of larvae that are spawned either in the Gulf of Alaska or in the Bering Sea or in the Aleutian Islands side. We estimated more or less the intended trajectory. What we found was that there was a large degree of what we called interbasin, so connectivity between Gulf of Alaska and the Bering Sea, and also a lot of, obviously, connectivity within a certain basin, within the Gulf of Alaska and then within the Bering Sea. And that was linked to a study that was also addressing the issue of connectivity at the juvenile stages. So the ontogenic migration from Bering Sea into the Gulf of Alaska was actually followed in different year classes. So that is work that has provided some insights into what we want to do next. And obviously what you see there on the right-hand side under PIRM 2022-2026 is really our objectives that we're trying to address. And you start from the top, climate effects on larval connectivity, how does now a variable environment change the distribution of those larvae, how they're gonna find their preferred settlement areas or nursery areas depending on where they're spawned. What's the level of connectivity between within the Western Pacific Ocean region? One of the outcomes of that study was that a fair proportion of larvae could actually ended up in Russian waters. But that is something that we're interested in continuing, but I think it's now limited to modeling efforts, fortunately. And one other issue is the mapping of settlement and nursery areas, and that is something that is related to that essential fish habitat that we heard before. So it's definitely classifying and mapping potential habitat for young Pacific halibut. And that is something that we're embarking on right now. We had an IPHC intern. As you know, every year we have an intern in-house for about 3 months. And the project for the IPHC intern this year was to help us fill in some of the gaps in terms of mapping nursery areas. The data set that the intern was working on this year was around Kodiak Island. And that was data that was in reports from Alaska, University of Alaska Fairbanks from the 1950s that were never published. So we're compiling really now as much data as we can on presence, absence of juvenile Pacific halibut in certain areas, linked also with topographic information, types of substrate, depths, temperature. So this is work in progress. We're not going to be able to show anything specific to you right now, but this is something that we're working on. And then also one of the big outcomes of really the previous 5-year plan was the generation of a Pacific halibut genome. It's the sequencing of the Pacific halibut genome. And that is an essential tool that is now being used by Andy, and you'll hear about it in a minute, on our ability to delineate population structure. The techniques, the genetic techniques right now that are available are extremely powerful, and they are really leverage this incredible resource that we've generated here in-house. So what you're going to hear about specifically is our work that is ongoing on defining at a fine scale the structure of the Pacific halibut population. Yep.
Quick question. You're talking about your modeling for larval and juvenile movement. It's based on historical and data up to like 2021.
The larval data was generated from the NOAA ichthyoplankton surveys.
Right.
So that, I think it was up until the early 2000s. No, 2010s. But the juvenile data is more recent because that was incorporating Ray's space-time model using the NIMSTRAL data. And that was more recent. I think the data was up to 2019 or 2020. 2019, 2020, because this study was really completed in 2020, and then it was eventually published in 2021. If any of you are interested, those links there, as well as in the documentation, are good. If you can't access the particular paper, some of them are directly not available. Just please ask us, and we'll be happy to provide you with the actual paper. Yeah, Sean.
Joseph, can you comment on mapping of the settlement and nursery areas? Are there historical nursery areas that are remaining, or is that changing? And for example, the IPHC closed area in the Bering Sea, which has been closed to directed fishing since 1953 under the premises of a nursery area, is that still remaining, or can you comment on that?
I think the data on that particular area, I think, is fairly small, because that was an area where that was really not sampled very well. But it is, because of the type of habitat there is. It's relatively shallow. It shouldn't be much different in terms of environmental conditions as the Bristol Bay area, and that's probably one of the best known nursery areas for Pacific halibut. But what we're interested in linking whatever's known regarding absence or presence of Pacific halibut at juvenile stages, and it's basically determined on size. For a lot of that data, we have no ages, but we have sizes, and we can estimate more or less the age. So we're talking about fish that are between year 0 to year 3. We're interested in combining that data, whatever available data there is, and I think we now have probably about, I want to say, about 55,000 sources of data that we can now align with topography, with type of substrate, with depth, and other parameters, so that we can actually, eventually the idea is to recreate a map and not only set up a map or define a map based on where Pacific halibut is found, but also identify potential habitat for Pacific halibut, independently whether they're found or not. And I think that's particularly relevant for environmental drivers of changes in Pacific halibut distribution at very early life stages. Potential habitat, it will include habitat that is presently occupied by Pacific halibut, but habitat that could potentially be occupied by Pacific halibut. So that's the plan. It's really preliminary work, so that's why we really don't have really much of substance to show you. But the process is to try to create a map that overlays actual presence absence with topography, and eventually make that public. So it's a little risky to say when that will be available. It sort of depends on staffing availability and time to get involved in this type of project. But I would say between 12 and 16 months, we should be able to have at least a preliminary map. That would be ideal. And one of the interests for that map is then we can actually link what we know about spawning areas that are better defined than nursery areas, and then redefine those larval trajectories. Because now those larval trajectories were just based on where the spawning originated, and then the oceanographic currents taking those larvae passively. But at some point, those larvae will actually start acquiring the ability to move, to swim, and then settle. So now we'll have specific targets that we can determine, what's the real link, the connectivity really between spawning areas and nursery areas. So, yeah, sure.
Is there any process to include eDNA as part of the analysis for presence versus absence of halibut in areas?
Yeah, that's something that is really interesting, and I know that there's a lot of agencies working on that. We don't have a plan right now to incorporate those, but we definitely keep an eye open on any eDNA project that is out there. And I know that out of the Oak Bay lab, they're quite active actually in developing techniques to be able to identify the presence absence of Pacific halibut based on eDNA samples. So that would be interesting.
And I'm not an expert in this, but would there be applications for determining the migratory patterns of halibut based on the genetics of different?
Yeah, that's something that we're aiming to do, and that is one of the potential outcomes of the work that Andy is doing right now is to be able to identify levels of genetic diversity that will allow us to identify where fish from which spawning area fish are coming from. Despite the fact that Pacific halibut is a highly mixed population. So with those genetic markers, those genetic signatures, you could actually determine, at least, where they are relative to where they were spawned, and infer movement that way. So yeah, I mean that's used, and that was recently used in Pacific cod when Pacific cod was shown, I think it was in 2019, to move north, and they identified through genetic means that those were stocks that actually were from the Gulf of Alaska, moving into the Bering Sea, and then went back. Yeah. If there are no more questions, I'll move to the next research area. So the area on reproduction was actually quite busy in the previous 5-year research plan. This is a busy slide, and it's just to highlight really the two main studies that we conducted, and probably the most important one to mention is the seasonal characterization of reproductive development. Relatively little was known regarding maturity of Pacific halibut before that time. And what we embarked on was on a study that in the Port Lock region in the central Gulf of Alaska to evaluate through histological means, not through visual examination of the gonads, which is really what the traditional method had been, but looking at the histology, the changes of the ovary over time, and identifying ways to better classify females according to the developmental stage. So from immature to fully mature, and the whole spectrum in between. So basically that study provided us with the knowledge to stage females very accurately through histological means, but also to understand some key reproductive characteristics of the species. One, confirmation that the species is a group synchronous, which means that there are several groups of eggs that are growing synchronously within the ovary. All right, so there's usually two groups, one that remains at a very small undeveloped stage, and then there's one other big group of eggs that develops and matures, and it's spawned in batches. So that's the second thing that we learned, is that this was a confirmation that the Pacific halibut is a batch spawner. Has a spawning season that could span 2-3 months, but the females actually produce batches of eggs. They spawn several times during that larger spawning area. Another important characteristic is that we learned that Pacific halibut has determinate fecundity, which means that at some point in their reproductive development, all the eggs that female will eventually spawn during that spawning season is fixed. And that, for us, as you will hear from Colin later on, is critical, because that allows us to, when we conduct our fisheries independent cell line survey and we sample females, we know that the number of eggs that we see in that particular female at that time during the summer is the number of eggs that that female potentially will spawn. That number should not change unless there's atresia, some developmental problem, but usually that number is fixed. It's not going to increase. So that means that that window of time for the fish is good for us to determine fecundity, and you'll hear that from Colin. And we characterize basically the reproductive annual cycle, confirming that at least in the Portland area, and that could change slightly geographically, the peak of spawning takes place in January, December. I'm sorry, January, February. Okay. So this information actually has been critical to move us into more applied aspects, and the one that you're going to hear from Colin is our ability now to revise the maturity schedules. So the maturity schedules that Ian is using in his stock assessment are based on macroscopic observations of the maturity state of the females. When they're sampled on the field, there's, as you probably know, there's 4 stages that are classified just looking at the ovary. 1 is immature, up to 4, which is after spawning. And that can have some interpretation errors, whereas the histology is accurate as it can be. So we're revising those maturity schedules through histology, and we're also embarking in fecundity assessments this year. So if you're interested in learning a little bit more, please ask, or ask us for copies of these papers where we describe really those biological characteristics that I just mentioned. Next is the work on growth, and this obviously originated as with our desire to better understand what drives those historical changes in size and age. And one of the things that we wanted to set out is how can we monitor growth in a fish that is caught and for which we do not know where that fish was born, what the growth rates were during juvenile stages, when we know basically nothing about the previous growth history. And so we set out a project in collaboration with the Alaska Fisheries Science Center in Newport, where we basically aim to identify markers for growth, things that could actually tell us whether a fish was on a positive growth trajectory or on a negative growth trajectory at the time of sampling. So we did a series of manipulations, and probably the most important ones are temperature manipulations. So basically adapted or acclimated fish to a low temperature to suppress growth. We acclimated fish to a high temperature to induce growth, and we set out to identify what was different between those two types of phenotypes. So we identified a number of markers that are potentially useful for moving on into the next stage, and that's really on the column on the right, is to use those tools to start looking into how the environment can actually influence growth, not just the thermal environment, the temperature variations, but the energy availability or density. There's a number of potential factors that could influence those historical changes in size and age. So we do not have a specific project right now, but we are in the process of discussing and brainstorming about what our next studies are related to growth, because I think now we have the means to embark into the study of growth, looking at it under a different perspective. So unfortunately, I don't have actual data to show you, but this is something that we're definitely considering. Yeah, Steve.
Do you mean to say that you actually captured live halibut, put them in laboratory conditions, kept them over a period of time, subjected them to crowding or temperature variations, and measured the growth, and then drew conclusions from that?
Correct. Yeah, those were juveniles that were taken off the coast of Kodiak in July between 2016 and 2018, as part of some beach seine surveys that the Alaska Fisheries Science Center is conducting there. They were flown to Newport and raised in the Hatfield Marine Science Center. Mortality was 0. They all survived. They did fine. Yeah. So those were those studies were using juveniles. There were year 1, year 2 fish.
Well, if I might ask, what was the major conclusion, particularly about temperature?
Well, obviously, temperature affected growth. Temperature, through its effects on appetite, those fish that were grown at higher temperature grew more because they ate more. It's a simple conclusion, but this was a demonstration that actually temperature, through its effects on metabolic rate and feeding consumption, results in a change in growth. So we measured standard growth rate. One interesting conclusion was that Pacific halibut show compensatory growth, which means that when fish are either exposed to low temperature and stunted growth for a period of time, if you restore those conditions to normal conditions, those fish grow even faster than they would have grown normally. So this is a demonstration the Pacific halibut can actually overcome periods of stunted growth due to low temperature or due to dietary restriction or low food availability. They can catch up their growth later on.
I thought a couple of days ago, I read in I think the Wall Street, no, maybe it was Wired Magazine or Wall Street Journal, and that they said the conclusion that seemed to imply was that higher temperatures would increase the metabolism of an organism, and the organism would have to find more food to, make up for that increased metabolism. And if the food wasn't available, it actually would stunt the growth of the fish. Is that an accurate portrayal of your science that you just described?
I think it's pretty accurate. Yeah, definitely. If food is not limiting under high temperature, as long as within the physiological limits, those fish will keep growing. But if food is absent or the food quality is lower because they've changed their diet to a lower energy source, those fish will decrease their growth.
They actually get smaller.
Well, they'll lose weight.
They lose weight.
Right.
So in your experiment, cold scenario, warmer scenario, you gave this much food.
Yeah, right. Yeah, that was unrestricted. Yeah. And you can achieve a similar effect if you restrict diet. We've actually done some experiments in collaboration with Alaska Pacific University in Seward, restricting diet, just giving them less, less than half of what the control group. They'll reduce growth and they'll show changes in those markers that we identified here. So that's why I'm saying that those markers are probably good tools to start using them in future studies.
So your study, it illuminates the fact that the warmer they grow with the food supply, that might not actually be warmer conditions in the ocean might not actually mean that they grow more because they might have.
Right.
But it helps you just
Yeah. If the conditions stayed the same and temperature was the only variable that changed and food was equally available, they would definitely keep growing.
Is there any studies or relationship about the smaller halibut, maybe smaller growth rates, like 50% of the 50s or the 60s? This is not unprecedented that halibut are not as big at a particular age as they had been, say, in the 80s.
Right.
So back in the other part of that cycle, is there any data to attribute that to temperature, for instance?
Not exclusively to temperature. What is clear is temperature is an important drive, but that's not the only temperature. That's not the only driver. And those historical changes in size had taken place under different fishing conditions, fishing pressure. So it's not clear exactly what drives those historical changes in size at age. It's most likely a combination of environmental physical environmental, so temperature mostly, density, interspecific competition, other species present in the same habitats, Pacific halibut cohabitates. One segue into that habitat mapping study was that we looked also at other species to see if the presence of other species would be indicative of potential good habitat. So we looked at species that overlap well with Pacific halibut, and I think northern bruxel was probably one of the top ones, at least in the areas that we looked at. That could be, you know, a species, Aratu flounder, has also been suggested to compete for resources with Pacific halibut.
Is that dogfish, for instance?
Yeah, I'm not aware of studies that they've looked at specific competition with dogfish, but it is possible.
We have identified Aratu flounder nursery spawning ground on Cape St. James. I believe it's also the same for halibut.
Right.
As well.
Right. So I guess it depends sort of on the portion of the life history that we were looking at, probably during the settlement areas. You know, the fish, when fish are considered juvenile, it's probably other flatfish that are competing most highly under other phases later on in the adults. There's probably other species competing with Pacific halibut as well, not necessarily flatfish.
I don't want to belabor the point, but is there ever any, some fisheries are not prosecuted, like dogfish in Alaska, because last I heard, which is decades old anecdotal information, is that, oh, we can't study it, there's no market for it. So, but is there any support for fishing something down so some other resource like halibut wouldn't have to compete with them? Just, I mean, even if you just fished them to eliminate, so they didn't compete with halibut, is there any, that ever something that would be considered as a solution to a valuable resource having to compete with some other resource that's just grown tremendously?
I guess one would have to look at the potential effects of removing or depleting another species that.
Right.
So that's, you know, as we heard before, this is, you know, we're talking about an ecosystem effect. You would have to look at the potential consequences of that on other species. I'm not sure. You know, I really can't answer that. See that if that would be a solution for.
It's got broader implications that.
For if that really would affect halibut density, I'm hesitant to really speculate on that.
I think you probably have a lot of people outside fishery set.
Yeah.
There has been some recent work in the Gulf of Alaska, Pacific cod, Aratu, pollock, and looking at the interaction between those three and finding that the long-term yield of each of those three depends on the abundance of the others. And of course, that leads to the speculation, well, if you fished one harder, could you get more out of the other ones? But our understanding might not be quite complete enough to think that we could really pull all the right levers and make things turn out the way we think it would. Interestingly enough, we collaborated a bit with the people working on that work, and we put halibut in the mix of that multi-species model to see how they would potentially affect the others. And halibut was found to be less important in that system among the four species than the other three were to each other. So arrowtooth, pollock, and cod all both eat each other and compete quite directly. And halibut, although it certainly eats all three of those species, didn't seem to have as strong a link to the others, at least in that work stuff. I think at the end of the day, it's our track record in general of fishery science saying, if we do this, this is going to happen. It isn't that great. When you start putting multiple species in the mix, it's not clear. There's not too many examples around the world where that's been tried and it turned out exactly the way they thought it ought to.
Right.
Hi.
Was your growth study in the lab just age 0? Did you look at other age classes and growth rates due to temperature and density differences?
No, we only looked at age 0 to age 2. I mean, this studies were done over a couple of years on fish that were from younger the year or year ones. So I think what we saw was fairly typical of the early juvenile stages. So pretty representative of the growth potential or potential changes in growth in fish that are in nursery areas. Later on, that's a big question. We don't know. I mean, we would have to try to conduct those laboratory studies under controlled conditions with adult fish. And the only thing that I can say that, in that direction is the study that we did with dietary restriction with the adults. But long-term growth with the adults, I don't think it's been done before.
Do you have thoughts on the implications of rapid growth in juveniles and its effect on later life stages? Like I know with other species like salmon, they've studied this kind of thing.
I think it's probably critical. I think probably whatever influences growth during the nursery period is critical. That could influence. So if we had a mean to link growth rates in nursery areas to, growth as evaluated by this molecular markers for growth in adulthood, and link those and try to determine really the rate of influence of juvenile growth versus adult growth, that would be fantastic. I don't think we're there yet, but that would be one of the aims. But most likely, my suspicion is really that growth rates that are achieved during juvenile stages are critical for their future growth pattern.
Yeah. What about survivability? Like not just growth as adults, but
And
other.
that's linked to survivability because that will that will provide the fish that grow faster, better they're going to be better equipped for migratory movements, for seasonal reproductive movements, for seasonal feeding movements. So those fish are actually going to be better off. I think that stage is critical. It was not just the easiness of manipulating growth in small sized fish. Obviously, for laboratory experiments, that's great. But I think the period is critical. Sure.
And I brought this up last year. I guess I'll bring it up again. You're mentioning environmental influences on the growth patterns. And is that being considered at all in the sex ratios? The reason I bring that up is in the sablefish assessment, there's been some very large year classes that came out where they attributed it to warmer water. So I'm just wondering if water temperature would affect the sex ratios, and if that would be something that could be studied.
Yeah, that's. I think the straight answer is that we don't know. We really don't know whether temperature would affect the sex ratio. If there's an effect of sex ratio, there's been quite a bit of work on other species. And usually high temperatures lead to masculinization. So higher temperatures lead to a much higher proportion of males relative to females. It skews the ratio to higher than 50% for males. If that happens, it happens very early on in development, and it usually happens really around the time or before hatching. So that's very early on. I mean, you're probably talking with a species like Pacific halibut, less than 3 months after spawning. So when those fish are really being carried by currents before they settle. So that's when temperature would have an effect. But for Pacific halibut, if we really don't know whether temperature would have an effect on manipulating. It's been shown in other flatfish species that at that particular time in development, if you expose them to high temperature under laboratory conditions, you will skew the sex ratio towards males. The problem, yeah, but, you have to do those experiments in captivity. You have to expose, very early larvae or even pre-hatched eggs. Getting those is quite complicated. We actually wrote a couple of grants on that topic to spawn fish in captivity and have larvae to expose them to different temperatures. That was a proposal that we submitted to the South Central Kennedy 2 years in a row, but we didn't get funded. Yeah, it is a possibility, but we don't really know what the effect would be.
What's the difference between when you expose them to a low temperature versus what we consider a high temperature? What's the degree wise?
The low temperature was 2 degrees. The control temperature was 9 degrees. So, Pacific halibut have a fairly, for a flatfish, they have a fairly wide temperature range. So they can actually, so 9 would be, a normal temperature. The 2 would be considered a low temperature. Yeah.
Can I ask a question about size and age? Everybody might already know this, but so we all know size and age has declined. Is it still declining? Do you know that, or has that trend leveled off?
Well, Ian has been showing some interesting trends over the last few years. It's not declining anymore, and I think Ian can actually speak to that much better than me. But I think the conclusion is that we're really not seeing that decline. And we haven't seen it really in a few years. And in fact, for some year classes, for the younger year classes, you start seeing an increase in size and age, which is a promising sign. For females.
That's exactly right. So we primarily look at it for females because they're the ones contributing the most to the commercial fisheries. But the decline in size at age really ended about 10 years ago, and it was been pretty flat since then. And then in the last few years, as Josep mentioned, we started to see the younger age classes showing better size at age. And sequentially, that's moved up through, and it's now at 10 to 12, even slightly older fish. And so they're all now showing a somewhat of an upward trend in size at age. But it's a really slow process. So it took 40 years to go from high size at age to low size at age. So even if we're on the fast track to bigger fish, it could be a long time watching those fish, sort of slowly getting bigger. But it definitely seems to be better news in the last few years.
Is that across all catch areas?
It's mixed. Mainly because we see such big differences in size at age among the regulatory areas. Generally, the east side of the stock is the faster growing or larger size at age fish, and the smallest fish for their age tend to be in the central Gulf. But it's sort of slowly accumulating more areas. There's also some cohort or year class effects where certain year classes seem to be showing different trends in size at age than others. So of course, it's halibut, it's complicated. But on average, things do seem to be getting slightly better. Yeah, I think that the average temperatures that are encountered, we certainly see fish that are low size at age for the younger ages in the northern parts of the stock. In the Bering Sea, those fish take longer to get bigger. But then as you start to get into fish that are, say, 5 to 8 years old, it becomes really hard to tell because we don't know their history. And a fish that's 5 or 6 years old could have been born in the Bering Sea and could be all the way down off the coast of Washington by the time it's 5 or 6 years old. And so we can't tell the difference between a fish that may have grown up closer and not moved so far, or, was born a long way away and moved a long way. And it also would appear, just from the distribution of size at age, that fish that are experiencing good size at age must preferentially move farther east and south, because that's where we tend to see them all. Almost all the fish on the east side of the stock from 2C south tend to be higher size at age on average than those in the west and in the north. Interestingly enough, the overall historical patterns in size at age are much more muted in the north as well. We look just in region 4, we don't have as good historical data, but it doesn't seem to be nearly the long-term trend from low size at age in the 30s and 40s to high to low again. It's a really muted pattern in the northern part of the range.
Yeah, I would encourage you during lunchtime to take a look at this poster here. These are some of the posters that were shown at the last annual meeting, and this one is related to growth. And on the top, you'll see that graph in white. That's a graph that's generated by Ian for the average weights of females. I think it's coast-wide of different ages, and you can see that change over the last, well, I think the beginning is like 1940. Since 1935 until today, and you'll see that change in that increase in the younger year classes that we're referring to. So anyway, I think we should probably move on. Yep, Scott.
Yeah, did I understand right that you want to continue with this study and in the captivity and look at other stressors?
Well, we looked at other stressors. In fact, we don't have immediate plans to do more captivity studies at the moment. I think we probably need to move on now to try and understand potential changes in growth and influences on growth on adult fish. But we did actually density and stress manipulations. In fact, we were kind of interested to see if you have fish at different densities, whether that would result in an effect in growth and whether that would manifest in the same markers that would be affected by temperature, so that we could identify sort of generic markers for growth, whatever the driver for that changing growth was, whether it was temperature or density or in fact, what we did was handling manipulations. In fact, we stressed fish. We took them out of the tank and we stressed them. Stress is a well-known inhibitor of growth. So whether that's a stress that it's because you're handling, or a stress because there's predators around, or stress because there's other species competing for your resource. So that was done at the juvenile stage, but I think we need to move on and try to apply all this knowledge into deciphering what influences growth in the adults. Yeah.
Was there an upper temperature limit where it stopped being beneficial for their growth? Like with
Yeah, that was not done by us. That was done previously, and so yeah, juvenile, at least at the juvenile stages. I don't think that's to my knowledge never been done with the adults, just with the early juveniles. But yeah, Pacific halibut can actually tolerate fairly high temperatures, definitely up to 15, 18 degrees, without any lethal effects. So they're fairly resilient to temperature, as opposed to maybe other flatfish species that are they have a narrow temperature range. But halibut's range is actually pretty large, which is I think is a good feature for the species, which means that they're resilient to probably more than other flatfish species to temperature variation.
Any work done that you are aware of on increasing the acidity in the water, or looking at increased hypoxia, or multiple stressors at the same time?
Not to my knowledge, not with Pacific halibut. I know that the lab in Newport and I think the lab in Kodiak has been done a lot of stuff on ocean acidification, but mostly on crabs. Yeah, I'm not very well familiar, but I know there's been a little bit of work done on ocean acidification effects on other flatfish species at juvenile stages, but I can't really speak to the results to that. Yeah. Well, let me move on because we're running a little behind. Please save some questions also for the afternoon. So the fourth research area is that of mortality and survival assessment, and I'm not going to go into a lot of detail here, but we really did quite a bit of work on estimating discard mortality rates from the long line as well as from the charter recreational fishery. So you'll hear from Claude about our work on the charter recreational fishery, and those projects are in fact, are fairly underway. In fact, the longline fishery component is almost, the work is almost complete. We published the first experimentally derived mortality estimates of fish that are released in the commercial fishery. And we have a paper under review that links handling conditions and a lot of other variables with survival. I'll let Claude speak to the work on the discard mortality rate in the recreational fishery in a minute. And the last area, without taking any steam of Claude's part of the presentation, is this area where we've initiated in 2022, and that's work on whale depredation. You'll hear about it from Claude, but also we've done work in collaboration with Pacific States Marine Fisheries Commission on investigating behavioral and physiological responses to fishing gear to reduce bycatch. So we've been participating in studies led by Mark Lomelli and collaborators down in Newport on using artificial lights to reduce Pacific halibut bycatch, and also circle hook modifications to reduce also rockfish bycatch. So those are some are work still in progress, and some actually has been published. The paper on the circle hook modification was published earlier this year. Is that paper in Ocean Coastal Management that please let us know if you would like a copy of that. So with that, I'll pass the word to really the people who are behind all this work. So let's start with Andy. Andy, if you're welcome to come over here if you. I'll sit over there. All right, so yeah, Andy's going to show a few slides on where we are regarding the genetic population structure.
All right, thanks, Josep. Yeah, so I have a few slides as an update on the progress that's been made on the population genomics work that we're currently undertaking. And I thought we'd just start with a little bit of background first. So previous genetic studies have suggested that there may be some potential genetic differences between Pacific halibut residing in the Aleutian Islands compared to other areas in IPHC convention waters. And this has been hypothesized as a result of various oceanographic features present in the Aleutian Islands and the Bering Sea that may be restricting gene flow between fish in these areas. And the main objective of this work is specifically to use genomic methods to characterize population structure of Pacific halibut in IPHC convention waters. So this map here shows the samples that we have collected to address this specific research objective. And you can see that we have samples collected from, or I guess, yeah, a kind of a key aspect of these samples as these samples were collected during the wintertime when fish are on the spawning grounds. And so we have 5 different geographic areas sampled: British Columbia, Central Gulf of Alaska, Bering Sea, the Central and Western Aleutian Islands. And these samples were collected between the years of 1999 and 2020. So we can make spatial comparisons and temporal comparisons as well. And I guess, yeah, I'd just like to make a kind of a special point about the sample collections made in 2020. Those were specifically collected to address limitations of previous work that did not have samples collected from the wintertime in those areas. So in this table here, this is actually this kind of breaks down the various the number of samples collected by the various vessels that have been like involved in sampling in this project. And I just put this together because I thought it was kind of a nice way to showcase the the importance of having vessels willing to participate in these sorts of studies. And kind of without this partnership, I mean, we would not be where we are today and actually able to undertake this sorts of research. So the specific method that we're using to generate the raw data for this project is called low coverage whole genome resequencing. And this is a method, this allows for screening of genomic variation at very, very high resolution. Essentially, we're able to sample every single base pair of an individual's genome utilizing this method. The main, like I said, the main objective here is to really establish a genetic baseline of genetic diversity for Pacific halibut stocks in IPHC convention waters. And since this is a genomic approach, we can also use this data set to identify potential local and/or environmental adaptations. So the data set that we've generated for this project consists of genomic sequences from 570 individuals. These were generated across 3 different sequencing runs. Each sample was sequenced at a mean coverage of 3.5x, and you can think of this as sequencing an individual's genome 3.5 times over. So initial processing of this data has led us to identify 10.2 million SNPs in autosomal regions of the genome, and this is really on autosomal chromosomes, so excluding sex chromosomes and mitochondrial DNA. And 4.7 million of those SNPs have allele frequency of at least 5%. So this indicates, there's a lot of rare mutations that we're identifying in this data set. But this is a filtering threshold, or I guess a data filtering threshold that a lot of population genomic analyses use. And so we still have quite a large amount of data to work with for the analyses that we have planned. So one of the first things we did with this data set was conducted principal components analysis. And this is dimensionality reduction techniques. So it's a really nice tool to visualize these large, high dimension genomic data sets. And sort of the output of this is shown in this figure here. So each point represents an individual sample, and these points are colored by the geographic area in which they're sampled. And I guess if, you might kind of immediately notice that these points form more or less a single group. So it's not like we're identifying discrete clusters of samples in this analysis. And there's a lot of overlap among the various sample collections as well. And then also you might notice, so the yellow points, those are the Gulf of Alaska samples. And I want to kind of point out that in that area, we have the largest number of samples. So I think that, the general spread of those might just be, is probably due to the sample size that we have in that area is much larger than for other areas. So in any case, these results would suggest there's not really a lot of spatial structure that we're detecting with this analysis, or I guess I would say discrete genetic components of the stock. It might represent more of a kind of a continuous distribution of genetic variation across the stock. But to sort of validate what we were seeing in that analysis, we utilized clustering algorithms to actually test for the presence of discrete groups, and those backed up what we were seeing with our eyes. So ultimately we're unable to detect any discrete groups using principal components analysis and the full set of genome-wide SNPs. Kind of a current, we're actively working on to see if we can identify a set of SNPs that might be able to help us resolve, more subtle fine scale differences. So stay tuned for that. So I just got done saying we're not seeing any major spatial structure in the data set, but we are able to pick up some subtle temporal differences. So I put this figure together to sort of illustrate that. So it's the same figure as I showed before, but in each panel, a single sample collection is plotted in each panel, and those are the colored points. All the other points, all the other samples are grayed out in each panel, and that's just to provide kind of reference to orient you from, one panel to the other. And then empty panels are, sample collections, or a combination of, geographic area and sample collection where we don't have any samples. So how to look at this? So if you look across the rows, these are kind of the spatial comparisons within a given collection year or spawning year. And then if you look down the columns, these are going to be the temporal patterns that might emerge within a given spawning ground over time. So if we look at the 2007 collection year, in this year, the largest geographics, we had, the samples collected over the largest geographic extent from 4 different areas. And you'll notice, again, there's a lot of overlap between these sample collections. If we look at the Gulf of Alaska, looking down, these temporal patterns start to emerge. So at the top, in 1999, those samples tend to be generally in like the upper right quadrant of this plot here. And then as you move into the mid 2000s, those samples are tending to shift over to the left of the x-axis. And then in the most recent sample collection we have, which was made in 2018, those samples tend to be grouping very tightly again back on the right side of that x-axis. And this point is, I feel like it's really dramatic when looking at the sample collections that were made in the Aleutian Islands. So if you look at the sample collections made in 2007 in the Central Aleutian Islands compared to the samples collected in 2020, there's almost no overlap between those two sample collections. And then, however, looking at comparing the Central and Western Aleutian Islands in the 2020 collection year or spawning year, there's almost complete overlap there, indicating, I guess, and it sort of brings home 2 points: the importance of having these temporal replicates when trying to interpret these sorts of data sets. And then also this analysis, I guess, we're not seeing any spatial structure related to fish collected on either side of Manchica Pass, which was kind of the purpose of collecting those 2020 samples. So yeah. Oh, and then and here we have. So for a lot of these fish, we have these are age samples. So in this figure, I've plotted the distribution of the various year classes for each sample collection, and you see that there's very little overlap between the let's say the pre-2010 sample collections and the more recent 2018 and 2020 sample collections. So there could be some aspect of like demographic turnover in these areas that might be driving these temporal patterns that we're seeing, but that's something we're working on at the moment. So, and that is all I have. Yeah, questions or
I'm gonna wade into deep water for just a second, and at the risk of sounding foolish, I don't know. Are you saying that the genetic makeup of a certain population of fish changed over time?
I mean, yes, exactly. And that could be due to like different environmental conditions might be driving that. Just like natural fluctuations in the populations could be driving that, or even, for instance, say you have you might have one spawning group in one year contributing to like a nursery area, like a certain nursery area might have different spawning groups contributing based on like oceanographic conditions in that year. But yeah, I mean, essentially that's kind of the gist of that. The magnitude of which, I guess, it's very, very small, I would say, based on like the interpretation of the numbers behind this. But yeah, there definitely seems to be a temporal kind of component that we're picking up with this analysis. So, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Sure.
I've probably asked this in the past, but why was 2A not included in the sampling?
Just because, yeah, we don't have those. So a lot, like those samples simply aren't available. This was based on kind of archive samples that we have collected during specific winter charters. And those are kind of one-off sort of things. And just, yeah, unfortunately, that area was never sampled in the winter. Because, it's kind of like sampling spawning groups is kind of a critical thing for these sorts of genetic studies because, they move back and forth between spawning grounds and feeding grounds, and you want to get them when they're on the spawning grounds. So yeah, we'd love to have them, but just don't.
What are your next years that you'll be sampling, and which areas will they be?
Yeah, currently we don't have any plans to do more sampling related to this. So yeah, TBD. If that's it, should we move on to Colin?
Yeah, Colin.
All right, we're going to be switching gears now to reproductive biology and where we stand on research with female Pacific halibut. So there's kind of two different sections for this. The first is conducting updating of our maturity estimates using histological methods. And then the second section is where we stand regarding research on fecundity. So our current maturity estimates are used with visual assessments or macroscopic methods on our fishery independent set line survey. So currently we have 4 different categories that we classify females in, and there are pictures there representing each category. So 1 is immature, 2 is mature, what we tend to call cream of wheat. You can see on the picture there, you can definitely see that there's development of eggs there. 3 is the spawning group or ripe. Basically, that's like you have the gonad in your hand and eggs are physically falling out of the gonad. And then we have 4, which is the resting stage or reabsorption, potentially of eggs. So currently with that, we can classify immature and mature females. So obviously the first stage there is used to classify females as immature. And the next 3, all 3, 2, 3, and 4 are classified as mature females for our visual estimates. And depending on the size of the FIS every year, we can get about 20 to 30,000 visual estimates. So it's a very large sample size. And we use this information to, in our current stock assessment, to give us an age of 50 or a 50 value, which is basically 50% of females and what age they're at. And currently our estimate is at 11.6 years old. And so using this information from our visual estimates, we wanted to use histology to update those estimates. And Josep talked a little bit about that, some of our previous work that's been done starting in 2017. And this is a table that's in one of the publications done by Teresa Fish that was published in 2020. And this just shows the 9 different developmental stages that were classified using histology, and they're grouped into 3 different growth phases: primary growth, secondary growth, and oocyte maturation. And so what's important here to note is that females using histology are assigned to a developmental stage based on the most advanced oocyte stage that's present on the microscope slide. So you could have an instance where you might have primary vitellogenesis or VTG1, as well as secondary vitellogenesis on a microscope slide. That individual would be classified as VTG2 because that's the most developed stage that you see present on the slide. And so using this information, we are now able to classify females as immature or mature using histology. And so immature females are in the primary growth stage, so anywhere from 1 nucleolus down to cortical alveolar stage. And mature females are classified once they hit the secondary growth phase, or primary vitellogenesis. So once they hit the vitellogenesis stage, we are now classifying them as mature females. And so as Josep noted earlier, all this work that had been done previously was only conducted in the Portlock Charter region, which is in the central Gulf of Alaska. And so using what we can now classify as immature, we wanted to conduct our first coast-wide assessment for female Pacific halibut. And so to do that, in 2022, last year, we used the Fishery Independent Setline Survey to be able to sample in all 4 biological regions for histology. As you can see here on the table there, we were able to collect just over 1,000 samples, which is a tremendous sample size for this type of study. And so our target, I'll briefly discuss the targets there. So our targets for biological region 2 were 400. We got 440. Biological region 3, I believe, was 600. We only got 351 due to drastic drop in catch rates on the fish that year. Last year, biological region 4, we were trying to target 400 as well, got 181, and then we were able to get 51 samples out in biological region 4B. And as many of you might know, out in biological region 4B, the sex ratio actually flips on our catch rates on the fish, and we tend to get very high rates of males. And so our sampling rate out there was actually 100%. So we only actually got 51 females on the stations that were sampled in 2022. So every female that was caught, we got a histology sample. And so using this information, we want to revise our maturity estimates both coast-wide as well as by biological region using histological staging. And so we also conducted this sampling again this year on the FIS. And as you all know, that the FIS was reduced to just sampling done in biological regions 2 and 3. So once again, we were able to get just over 400 samples in biological region 2, just over 700 in biological region 3, and then no sampling was done out west. And so a total of just over 1,100 samples were collected this year, giving us a total from both years of just over 2,100 samples. And I will note that as you'll hear in the next couple of presentations regarding the FIS, it is going to be a struggle to get sampling done out west. And this reproductive study is a very high priority for the stock assessment in the next few years. So it's important for us to get samples out there. So if any RAB members have any suggestions on how we might be able to get samples out there, not using the FIS, but other means, we'd welcome some recommendations on that front. And all the 2022 samples have been scored, and data analysis is going to be starting here shortly. And so definitely stay tuned in the next year. We'll have some exciting updates regarding on this front. Yeah, go ahead.
Did I hear you correctly that you want to try to get samples, but not through the FIS?
We're going to be trying other means to get samples that
So-
might not incorporate using the FIS.
What would be, how would that process look like in terms of just handling the fish? Like if I'm out there catching IFQs, how would I proceed if I wanted to participate?
That can be a discussion we can have. Basically, if we wanted to potentially incorporate the commercial fleet, we would have to, I don't know, and Ms. Ian can maybe talk a little bit about this. So currently what we did to collect these samples was we had specific sampling rates. And so that, lessens the bias on the type of fish and also allows you to we're trying to get fish all the way from 5 years to his 30-year-old, right? It's whatever we catch on the fish. So that would be a discussion that we would have to have with vessel captains on how we would potentially try to collect the samples on board. One thing to note is that these samples do incorporate formaldehyde that need to be preserved. They need to be preserved in formaldehyde solution. We have potentially thought about having vessels specifically out in the 4C, D, and E, like St. Paul area, that could be doing just day trips and have somebody out at the dock and that could get the samples back at the dock and process them there. So that way the boat wouldn't physically have to have formaldehyde on board. But one thing to note is that we don't specifically know what the degradation of the tissue is. And so it's important that these samples be preserved as soon as possible, because otherwise you'll have major artifacts within your histology when you actually process them for histology. But it's definitely a topic of discussion if we won't be having fish sampling done out west.
Would the boat still be compensated for the fish?
That I don't have an answer for.
Okay.
Does the NOAA trawl survey go in this area, and would they take samples for you?
They do sampling. The trawl survey tends to catch much younger, smaller halibut. And so most of those are a very, very high proportion of those are going to be immature females that are caught. And so it is definitely something to look into, but they do tend to catch younger females.
Just a word of caution, if you're looking outside of the FIST for fishermen or to provide this information is, we ran into a problem where a few years ago when we did the voluntary sex thing, we're notching the gill plate and notching the fin, and then you'd come in, deliver, and then turns out they don't want the data. We weren't chosen or whatever. The crew is, as trivial as it was, is kind of upset about that. So if you're going forward with that, make sure that our work isn't in vain.
Yeah. I definitely, if this was an avenue we were going to pursue, we would be having direct discussions with specific vessels that we know are going to be fishing in that area that could provide us samples back. We wouldn't be doing that kind of thing. I just would note that there is other fishery science centers like the Northeast Fishery Science Center that does do direct collaboration with Fleet Stuff to get samples, especially on species that are potentially very low in abundance and it's harder to get samples. So they have been doing work directly. And so it is an avenue that we might be trying to pursue.
Actually, I was involved in that sexing thing early on, and we had an intern on board the boat for a trip, and it actually worked out really well. And to me, it just makes sense to involve the fleet and just cherry pick the guys. And most guys are pretty open to working with science on this too. So
yeah,
because it'd definitely be more cost effective, I think. So.
Yeah, just something to keep in mind. We could have some discussions over at the Highliner afterward or any other avenue. And just to note that if this does happen, I would definitely volunteer myself to go out and collect boats out on commercial vessels because I do enjoy that. So just something to keep in mind. I try my best. Yeah, so the ultimate goal of this is to revise our maturity estimates to see whether or not historically what we've been using in our stock assessment is current and up to date. And also something to note that either during lunch or any other time during today, if anybody's interested in wanting to see histology, what it looks like, I'd be happy to show you in our lab because it's kind of neat to see. And so moving on to quickly for fecundity, a little bit less information here, just a little bit more broadly about what we're doing because we just started our first collections this year on the FIS. So why is fecundity important? So currently in our stock assessment, we're under the assumption that fecundity is proportional to spawning biomass. And so what we don't know is whether or not large female Pacific halibut are they exponentially producing more eggs? Do they have a potential hyperallometric curve that as body size gets bigger, they're producing more egg output? That's an answer we don't know. So that's why we're pursuing this fecundity revision of our fecundity estimates. And so to do that, we're using what's called the autodiametric method. In this little table here, this is from Mark Wenschel, who works at the Northeast Fisheries Science Center. His group's been doing autodiametric work for about 10 to 15 years now on some smaller flatfish species off the New England coastline. So what this entails is that you take a fresh ovary weight on board. And so in particular, this year, we had a couple of vessels doing that on the FIS. And once you get that fresh ovary weight, you preserve a subsample in formalin. And then you use some image analysis software that allows you to obtain oocyte diameter measurements, and you get an average oocyte diameter for that sample. And then using the density or the number of oocytes per gram, you can use that and the mean oocyte diameter to build the curve that you can see there in the figure on the right-hand side. And so on the x-axis, you have mean oocyte diameter, and on the y-axis, you have the oocyte density or numbers per gram of tissue. And so then once you build that curve, you're able to use that density number and extrapolate it out with the gonad weight to give you your total fecundity or total number of oocytes for that individual. And then I think I just have there's a couple of papers here that were about 8 to 10 years ago that were presented on some smaller flatfish species in New England that this method has used. And you want to target, to build your curve, you want to target about 250 to 300 fish. And another reason why we wanted to use this method is because once your AD or autodiametric curve is built, you're able to move through the process faster to create fecundity estimates. And so once you have your curve built, you no longer have to use the weighed specimen. You can just get an oocyte diameter average and put that into your curve to get a number of oocytes per gram of tissue for that fish. And so you're able to, process samples quicker because currently it's just me processing samples. So once the curve is built, I'll be able to process them a lot faster and be able to build out fecundity estimates for Pacific halibut. And I think, what happened here? And so, like I said earlier, we conducted our first sampling of fecundity on the FIS in 2023. And we specifically just targeted biological region 3. And what we got was we had 2 vessels. It was the Kimasu and the Dangerous Cape, and they sampled in 6 different charter regions within regulatory areas 3A and 3B. And within those, we got a total of 452 samples. And of those 452, 295 of them were classified as mature. So the visual estimates were mature because you can only use mature females when you're conducting fecundity estimates. And of those 295, we were able to obtain 255 whole ovary weights of those specimens. So as I stated earlier, you want to target between 250 to 300 to build an AD curve. And so we were able to get the target sample size range that we were looking for. And of to note that the collection dates of these samples were from the 30th of May to the 21st of August in 2023. And so we know roughly what the annual reproductive cycle is of female Pacific halibut based on the Portlock charter region. And so what we don't know is whether or not that differs coastwide. And so you have to get, in order to build your autodiametric curve properly, you have to get a wide range of developed females, right? And so what we don't know is whether or not the 21st of August is late enough in the season for later developing females in the maturity cycle through the year. And so we'll figure that out. And so another thing to note is along with the histology samples, we might need to try to do collection of fecundity samples that's post-FIS. So either September, late September, or even into October to get those later developing females to properly build out our curve. And that's something that we'll figure out this year, whether or not our sampling range is long enough on the FIS, or if we're going to need requirement of samples collected later in the season. And so we have all the samples back into our office and our lab now, and probably starting in the winter time or early spring, we'll be actually processing these fecundity samples. So it's exciting development. And yeah, if anybody has any questions, I'll pass on to Claude for future research stuff. Thanks. Where are we going to take a lunch?
I think we should probably. All right, I think we're going to start again. So we'll hear about well depredation and discard mortality rates from Claude.
All right, thanks everybody. Thanks for good lunch. Hopefully everybody found something to eat, and welcome back. So I'm going to touch on a couple projects that we've been working on. The first is a continuation of our discard mortality work. This started in 2017 with a revisit of the discard mortality rate estimations in the longline fishery. And then in 2019, we went out and did some interviews with charter captains to better understand the types of gear that were being used in the charter fishery, the types of hooks being used, the ways that the fish were being handled. And we wanted to investigate some of the aspects of those findings in a research study. So in the end, we went out to investigate relationships between hook size and catch size. We developed injury and physiological stress profiles for both of those. And then we wanted to quantify and characterize survival, which we did with tags. All animals were tagged either with a wire tag or with a archival tag that is considered a survival tag, and it monitors acceleration or knockdowns of that tag while the animal's at large, and then it's programmed to release the tag at a predetermined time. So quickly, just moving into the results of that, the work was done out of Sitka and out of Seward in 2021. We had a break in the activity in 2020 due to COVID. The two hook sizes that were used were 12-aughts and 16-aughts, and they had very similar catch profiles, as you can see here. The green line is for the 16-aught, the larger hook, and the red line is for the smaller hook. Overall, we caught 361 fish in the process of doing the work and had very similar catch disposition by a different hook size. As far as the injuries go, and I realized after we put this together that I don't actually have the injuries outlined along the bottom, but essentially those are no injury observed, torn lip, torn cheek, torn jaw, torn cheek and jaw, eye injury, torn snout, jig to the body, jig to the head, or a gut swallow is the last column there. But essentially the two hooks had very, very similar hooking injuries with slightly increased eye injuries on the 16-aught, and that was predominantly on the smaller size fish. So you can imagine that larger hook reaches further into the animal's mouth and impinges on the eye as it catches the animal. These are the injuries after the animal's been released from the hook. So it includes the capture event, pulling it to the surface, and then removing the hook at the surface. We also took blood samples from all these fish to look at some of the stress profiles, the physiological stress profiles of these animals. And we looked at glucose levels, lactate, and cortisol. So glucose is the molecule that provides the animal with immediate energy needs. Lactate is a byproduct of burning that glucose and is the thing that causes you to get cramps when you fight something for a long time or you go running for a long time. And then cortisol is a hormone that is released to help mobilize more energy sources. The bar graphs that you see here on the left-hand side, those are fish that were considered to be in the excellent category. And the second bar graph is a combined grouping of moderate and poor fish. And essentially, we found no differences in any of these physiological markers. When taking those same physiological markers and plotting them in different ways, the one I decided to present was fight time. So we knew when the animal was hooked and when it was released from the hook. So we had the fight time for all of them. There was an increasing level of these indicators in general, particularly in lactate, which was what you expect. So as the animal has a longer fight time, its lactate levels do increase. But there was no distinct differences in the between the categories of excellent, moderate, poor. And so those excellent, moderate, and poor categories, those are something that is typically used in the observing world, where when a fish is observed by an observer, they grade its injury and its kind of physical status into one of four categories. In this case, none of the fish were dead. And in fact, 97% of the fish fall in that excellent category. So the majority of these fish that are caught in the charter recreational fleet, they're in really, really good shape when you go to release them. This is a map of where the tagging was done and where the tags were recovered. It's a little hard to see here, but the this map in the center on the left, that shows the wire tags, and we've had 34 of those tags recovered to date. And then the image on the right is the satellite tags. So those are the archival tags. Those were released just on the Seward cruise. And we tagged 80 fish with those pop-up archival tags, and 76 of them reported in with functional data. Some of them moved fairly far between A and B, and they likely didn't go in a straight line, but that's kind of how we projected them there for you. The 34 wire recoveries to date is actually quite high. We normally see, when we do wire tagging studies, we normally see about 10% recovered in total and that's particularly commercial releases or more commercial-based releases. These were released on common sport fishing sites, and the majority of these recoveries have been by sport fishing vessels, and a lot of them have been back on the site that they were released on. Overall, for the satellite tags, they were only put on fish in excellent viability. Again, the vast majority of these fish were in that excellent viability category. 76 provided functional data and provide us with, when we model it out, a mortality rate on excellent fish of 1.35%, with error bars from 0 to 4%. And for excellent quality fish or excellent viability fish, the current number that's being used is around 4%. So it's right in that ballpark. So this confirmed with actual field studies what those rates were. The wire tag should help us get a bit of a gauge on fish that were in moderate and poor and how they get recovered. Although again, there wasn't a whole lot of them in this study. Sorry, so before I go on, any questions on the DMRs and the recreational fleet? We're currently doing the final analysis on some of the other things like temperature differences, time on deck, all those sorts of metrics that we have. Yes.
Could you look at previous injuries? So like, could you tell if it had been hooked before and how many times? And do you think that is something you could look at, whether or not that was impacting, maybe going from excellent to poor or something?
Right. So that's a great question. We get that question a lot about multiple recaptures or capture and release events, which tend to be additive in their effect on the animal. These animals were looked at for prior hooking injuries. My recollection is only 2 of them had prior hooking injuries, and those were recorded. And then these fish are not given a tag that gets recaptured multiple times. They're just, once they're recovered in the fishery, they're brought in. So from these, though, we know that all those fish that, the majority of the fish that were on the satellite tags and all the ones that were recovered all survived. So there was pretty high survival rates on those excellent quality fish, as we kind of imagined there would be. But yeah, so this study can't directly inform multiple capture release events, but we do have some data on that. So then moving into one of the fishing technology items that we're working on, and Josep highlighted kind of 3 things that we were doing. One was on whale depredation, and there was 2 others on kind of bycatch mitigation, particularly rockfish, one with lights and one with appendage hooks. And I'm not going to speak to the latter 2, but I certainly can during the question period if there's questions about that, or on the sides afterwards. But this project is a project looking at reducing whale depredation on longline catch. The initial phases of it were funded by the Bycatch Reduction Engineering Program, as listed in the upper corner there. The first phase of it was to host an international workshop in 2022 with people that work on this issue worldwide. And from that, we were really focused on any sort of gear modification or catch protection that could break the reward cycle in depredation. So the idea that you give the animal no reward for its presence in the area. Very analogous to problem bears. The solution to problem bears is largely bear-proof garbage cans and making sure everybody uses them and they're consistent with using them in that manner. And so from that work, it was, we refined 2 viable approaches. One was an enclosing shuttle that covers the fish up. And the second is a modification to longline fishing where there are branch lines coming off the main ground line, each with typically 20 to 40 hooks on it that upon hauling back gets covered up by a shroud. So we went out and took those ideas and we developed 2 catch protection devices. The first was the shuttle that you see in the darker picture there. And so this is a device that was designed in Norway. It's currently being used in the Patagonia toothfish fishery by one company where they have large depredation issues within that fishery. And the device slides down the ground line and the fish enter the large end that you see facing you here. And the fish are released inside the device and the ground line continues out the backside with the empty hooks. And then the device encounters a large stopper that's already been pre-installed onto the gear. And it then gets drawn up to the surface with the fish entrained inside of it. The second is the shroud that you see on the right. And its concept is it's a branch line with a bunch of hooks on it. We had these hooks attached with snaps of various tensions. And so the first ones would slide down towards the anchor end and any fish therein would get clumped together on it. And then as you start hauling the gear back, the shroud slides down over those fish, as in this diagram, and protects them from removal on the way to the surface. So our focus during field testing, which happened in May of this year aboard Al Pizar's boat, he's at the table here. We were out there the last week in May offshore Oregon, and we were looking at deployment and retrieval logistics of these devices, developing optimal configurations for weighting them, sinking them, attaching them, et cetera, and then looking at their basic performance. So, you know, where are they at in training different species, what size of species, how many of those can you entrain in each device, et cetera. All right, so the first one was the shuttle, and I don't have a pointer here, but the left-hand image shows the shuttle secured on the, so right over here, shows the shuttle stowed on the I guess starboard side of the vessel. And there's another one on the port side. We had 2 of these units with us. They're about 80% the size of the production units that are being used in the toothfish fishery. So they're 20% smaller, but they hold about 60% by volume of the units that are being deployed in the toothfish fishery. The units, we worked with the partners from National Marine Fisheries who provided camera equipment. So we had cameras installed inside the device, one looking to the inside where the fish were being released so we could better understand how the fish were being released, and one looking forward, so the exact opposite angle of this one, I don't have an image of it, but where you could see the fish coming into the device to make sure we were actually capturing the fish that were on the gear. As stated before, it slides down the gear, the fish are removed inside of it. The whole unit encounters a large black rubber stopper and rides that up to the surface. We use a hoist to clip into the back end of it. We lift the whole unit out of the water and swing it with the boom over onto the deck. And then there's a smaller door at the bottom of the device that opens up and lets you access the fish that are inside. So again, this was pilot work, and the preliminary conclusions on the shuttle was that it was safe to operate on a smaller vessel. There was certainly a learning curve on how to attach it in line during the hauling event. There was definitely similar catch rates between sets with the device to those without the device. And we would want to have some considerations for ground line strength, gangion, and hooks to kind of minimize damage to fish. And I can speak more to that later. So there was damage to those fish, more like they had been released with a hook stripper or crucifier. And that was mitigated when we went to smaller, softer hooks by quite a bit. We recorded the damage on the fish, and all the fish were released, but we didn't actually score those into how many were in each yet. I can do that, but we haven't gotten to that part yet. And just further on that topic, we've been discussing a lot, and we're going to do some further work with this device, but we've also been discussing whether it makes any sense to release any fish into the water when using this device. Because if you're truly trying to stop the problem bear, you probably should be providing no food of any sort, whether it's minimally damaged undersized fish or any sort of fish at all. That if you're doing this sort of fishing with whales around, if you truly want to stop them from hanging around and giving them any incentive, that maybe when you're using this device, you just you don't deploy any fish into the water after hauling it aboard.
What size ground line were you using? Oh,
yeah.
It's too small.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So. Oh, okay.
Unless you modify it rather lower.
Right.
How does it interact with bycatch?
Sorry, say again?
Bycatch species on the hooks?
So we got very similar rates of bycatch species, but again, they were also released naive to the device. So that would have to be considered. Yeah. But I mean, we got rockfish on the line. We were able to redeploy them. They had some facial damage, some had no obvious damage, and we had to release those with a pressurized release, and that all worked kind of like normal fishing. For the shroud field testing, we made our shrouds ourselves, and so we took slinky pots. We cut one end out. So that and we cut all the center dressing out. We put a cap on one end that slid through the branch line itself. So on this one, this is the open end of it. So the branch line comes through here with the hooks on it. And then there's a cap at this end that the branch line slides through. It bunches all the hooks up together. They kind of all end up snapped together like this. And there's an example of a halibut that came up with it. Deploying this gear was pretty tricky, and we had to do a lot of configuring to make this work, to be able to launch it safely. It's amazing. We had set up the gear, of course, biologists at a desk setting it up and talking to the guys in Argentina who fish this stuff. And we thought we knew how we were designing it, and we bid it out. And then we got out there and all the fishermen are scratching their heads going, oh God, how's this going to work? And we were using 10 hooks per section of branch line, but for safety we needed a lot more gaps in it because 10 hooks go out like that, and there's not a whole lot of room for error. So we ended up with a very shortened footprint that we were actively fishing when all was said and done. As Al alluded to earlier, we were not able to get into the halibut with this gear, but we had cameras on it as well. So there's a camera you can see here. It's pointed towards the mouth, and the camera would let you know how it was performing on as it went down, as it fished, and as it came up. So, you know, did the unit slide over the baited hooks prematurely? Did it slide over them when you expected them to during haulback? Things like that. But overall, like I said, we had a very small footprint. We had some snagging and snarling issues on the side of it. It is a concept that's being used in international fisheries, but we kind of felt that even though the basic concept works, there's a lot of logistical issues to sort out before scaling this up to fishery level. So it'll get written up as a comparison with this pilot work. But right now, as far as pursuing this work is concerned, we're going to focus more on the shuttle device. We've secured some funding to do this in Alaska in 2024 through a new bycatch reduction engineering grant. We're looking to do 10 days of fishing in the presence of orca, and we'll be doing more catch rate comparisons with and without the device, further strengthening the attachment protocols, the gannion and hook strength, and looking more at the catch composition again, the size ranges, the species, the catch volume, and any damage being done to the fish on treatment versus no treatment. And it would be great to also do this similar kind of study in the presence of sperm whales. That's the planned work for 2024, and we would do that with the shuttles that we already have from the first round of the project.
Question.
Yep.
Why are you using shuttles that are only 80% the normal size?
Yeah, so we used a smaller shuttle. As you could see, they're a pretty decent size to begin with. So when you see the unit on the side, that's about an 8.5 long device that is about 3 feet wide roughly, and it weighs about 200 pounds. And so it's, you know, you can manipulate it, but you got to be aware of its footprint on the boat. And we were concerned the device that they're using is close to 10 feet long, and they're using multiple per on the vessel that they have. And it was just felt from a safety aspect, this was a more manageable device to use. It could be used at different designs, sizes. The mouthpiece on the front of it could be modified very easily with the current design. They can just unbolt the current hood on it and put a different shaped hood on the front. Right now, we want to test it as it's designed, but there's a bunch of ideas in the works there on how to maximize getting a large, wide fish into the device and minimize damage to it than the way it's currently configured. But you know, this is what we've got, and it's shown a lot of promise. We got decent catch rates in the device, and it wasn't even full. So when we were originally discussions with the company about the units, they were fishing these units on the bottom. So they deploy them while they're setting the gear. And so that they have like 40 of these units on their boat, and they'll set out these big long strings. And we understood they had one for every skate. And then when we got in discussions later, they're like, "Oh God, no, we fire one of those down multiple skates, and they'll fill it right completely full. There'll be Patagonia toothfish coming out of every little orifice on the thing." We weren't really sure how that was going to look, how many halibut we could get inside of it. We're still not sure. We didn't hit the mother load of halibut, but we did get good catchment rates, and they were very comparable between treatment and non-treatment. So those are really positive aspects of it. This is certainly a device. This was on a 56-foot long boat. We think it can easily be deployed on vessels that have at least a partial open deck and a typical boom and winch system. Should be able to deploy this gear.
I think it was last Thanksgiving. I was in a Zoom meeting with Bob Alverson, and there was this Norwegian scientist that had developed something that triggered the flinch response in orcas over in Norway, and he was seeing good results with a salmon fishery. We kind of explained to him that we're dealing with much greater depths and whether or not his system would be viable for what we do. But did they reach out to you? I know that was something that we mentioned to them at the time.
Yes. So we have had conversations with folks involved in that. It's called the TAST, or the Tactical Acoustic Startle Technology. And it's based on, instead of having a device that the animals habituate to, where it's a noise that at first is novel and they're a bit shy of and they stay away, but then they quickly habituate to, this focuses on a noise that they don't habituate to very easily. And we all kind of have a certain trigger that makes us jump or startle. And they're using it very effectively in aquaculture operations on pinnipeds, so sea lions and seals. And they've been doing extensive testing on it right down here at the lift locks at the salmon ladder. And generally, it works really well as long as you don't have an acoustic shadow. So an area that there's an animal, excuse me, hanging out where it's not hearing that sound the same as everybody else. If there's a rock they're hiding behind or some sort of acoustic shadow spot where they can not be affected by it, they'll stay there and continue to do their depredation behavior. It's not understood if it will work on whales or not. There's been some studies done on dolphins in aquaria to see if they have a startle response, and they do. And so then they want to test the device. And my understanding was, and Lauren may know more about this, but they were going to approach CSWAP, so the Southeast Alaska Sperm Whale Avoidance Project, about doing some tests around vessels. And the idea here, I think, would be some sort of sonic cone below the vessel, or even partway down the water column where the majority of depredation is believed to be occurring, and that there'd be some sort of random startle thing that made them get uncomfortable. But I don't know if any of that happened in 2023.
Yeah, so Thomas Getz, I think, is the person that you're referring to. And I met him about 10 years ago in grad school. And yeah, they did test it on a Norwegian, I think it was a trawl. And it was really effective with killer whales. And I talked to him this spring about it. And so he's really keen to get it tested on killer whales up here. We had talked about working in Southeast because he was going to be coming to Juneau, but we mostly have sperm whales. It's hit or miss when they're going to be around. So I kind of recommended to him that he try to work further west, where like Area 4, where killer whales are like a big issue and you're more likely to have them. So hopefully those conversations will keep going and we can hook him up with some boats out west and he can get some funding to go out to Dutch and maybe go out there, because I think that'd be really effective. And they're also now talking to him. The trawl fleet is actually now talking to him because of the killer whale death in those trawl boats too. So I don't know, Longline would be interesting because they were using net. It was net fisheries. You'd probably have to put one, like it doesn't have a big window. So you'd have to have one like every sash weight or something between skates, or every few skates. There'd be some things that they would need to adjust, but it sounded pretty interesting. I think it'd be cool to test it.
Just on that note, where you mentioned having to space it out every sash weight, every skate, something like that. I mean, killer whales are definitely very opportunistic, and if you're going to haul the gear up right through their teeth, they'll do that. But if you decide to go sit in a bay, they'll just dive on it. So, are there any thoughts on how these methods would prevent them from just doing that?
Yeah, so we've chatted about that, and there's been some studies done on traditional diving depths of whales foraging their natural way, and there's evidence that they're willing to dive deeper when they're depredating, and that they do that on occasion. Our discussions about it have been more about, again, do we spend a lot of time trying to devise a method that does minimal damage to the fish being entrained in the device? Or does it make more sense that when the device is being used, again, don't feed the animals at all? And so I think certainly there's been evidence of animals eating on the bottom. I don't know that it happens a lot yet, but it's certainly a big risk. And if the behavior switches to that, I think it's going to be even harder to stop unless there's one of these acoustic devices that somehow deters it. But with this device, again, you'd want to have everybody following as much as you could best practices where you're not setting gear while whales are there, and that you have it set up that when you show up, if there's no whales there, you can haul your gear the normal way. If whales come in part way, you have some blank spaces of gear and some stoppers already on your gear that you can now attach on your devices and use them. But that when you're doing that, you're doing nothing to reward those whales for being there. And kind of like the problem bear village where everybody has to get on board with it, you'd want to have a solution that's effective enough, usable by a broad enough suite of vessels that you could have a kind of a standard protocol that everybody tries to follow to minimize the encouragement of, okay, I can't get it this way. I'm just going to go and follow the flag down and find it that way. Because I think if it gets there, you got even a bigger ball of wax to solve. Unless you go to one of these acoustic things that has a sensor that maybe is triggered by active depredation noises being provided by the whales that then goes, okay, I hear a whale within a half a mile of me. I'm going to start to occasionally shoot out a startle sound that would make the area less desirable by the whale. It certainly works well from what I've seen though on pinnipeds. Again, is it going to work on a whale? What distance can it work on the whale? There's a lot of questions to be answered there. And I think with this device, we potentially have a tool, and Al can speak to it as well, a tool that can be used by a fisher if they need it to effectively bring their catch in without losing all their catch. So it's different. It's a bit of extra work, but once they had it dialed in, their deployment on this thing was less than a minute and a half of interruption to clip the unit in.
Yeah, it was slick. The guys picked it up quick. I mean, you could easily get a ton of fish in there, and you don't need a bigger one, believe me. These were plenty big, weren't they, Claude? But you do need a pretty fast pick and boom, especially coming down, and you need an articulating boom to get it aboard and put it in the checker or wherever you want to get it. Because if you're in the trough at all, it's tall, it's unhandy. So I think the ground line, at least if you use the roller setup that they've got in this prototype, has to be at least minimum of 3/8, probably bigger. What millimeter did you say they were using? 10?
Well, the Patagonia guys use 11.
11, yeah.
Which is about a half inch. And we use 10, which is 7/16.
I think this was set up for 11,
I think
probably,
so.
yeah.
I think so.
And if you do modify it, make sure there's no gap in the roller or you're going to have problems.
You don't want anything to pinch in there. I was with Claude there. We're looking at it at Expo and talking about it with the guys there.
Did they have the pick and strap on the sample still at the expo? Because remember, we put that big line on to pick it with.
They did not. No.
Oh, that's
no.
important that
Yeah.
to know that you have a big enough line to handle the weight. You don't have to, the stopper isn't reliant on the strength of the ground line. So.
Yeah, they had.
Sorry, they had there was different line configurations that we used to help pick the unit up, and there was large stoppers that we installed on the gear. A large stopper, I mean, they're about this big around, kind of rubbery nylon type product. And then there was what we called insurance, which were smaller units that we had attached to snaps periodically, that if you did part the line and you went to the other end, you could still successfully bring this unit back to the surface. So, Steve?
So you only had 2 units, and you go to pick it, it's not on the line, the ground line sitting on the bottom of the ocean. You have it on your boat. You go to retrieve the gear. You attach it after you get to the anchor, no doubt, and let it slide down. Is that correct?
Yeah.
So we had blank sections of skate in there, and we would get a new blank section of skate up and attach it on there so that the unit free falled through the water column with no fish suspended in the water column as bait to the whales. There was no whales while we were doing it, but that was the concept. And it allows it to get there. We had one hiccup at the start where we had C-links connecting skates together, half skates together, and it jammed right in the slot along the top of the unit. So you can't quite see it here, but there's a slot here. And that C-link, it fit magically right in there and stopped. And we got it up to the surface. We figured out what the problem was. We sent it on its way again, but now we have hooks suspended in the water. And you can see on that footage with the video camera, that is a much bigger impact on the damage to the fish coming off because it's racing down and colliding with them at full speed than where it's typically operating. So it's typically operating right at the bottom of the ocean, just as the gear's coming up off the bottom, as the ground line's coming up off the bottom. That unit just slowly slides forward and the fish enter a spring-loaded gate at the front and they pop off at the back. And the damage there is much, much more minimal than if you let it free fall. You also don't want it free falling on fish that are in the middle of the water column because then you're still teasing the whales with food in the water column. We're trying to keep all the fish on the bottom and remove them near bottom, which the device does when you have the blank skate periodically in your gear. So, you know, that's the way we try to run it, and that's the way it was most efficient to thread onto the gear. They may come up with better attachment methods in the future, but right now that's how we're doing it.
So that if you're fishing for black cod, it would require for you to have a blank 5 skates, 3,000 feet of line with no hooks on it.
Potentially, or if you knew you were always in the problem with whales, you'd set the unit down with the gear and you just start hauling from that end, and it would pick the fish off as it started coming off the ground. There's other ways around that.
The fact that the roller is on the top, it orients the thing correctly on the bottom, and it crucifies everything that goes through easily. I was surprised, even when we had the big hooks on there, it was crucifying them easily without any disruption to the haul back. So there's plenty of resistance there.
Right.
Did you haul with a lot of tide with it?
It was pretty tide, you say?
Yeah.
It was pretty sloppy a couple days. Yeah, and it was, well, once it hits the surface. So you're relying on your ground line until it gets to the surface, and then you disconnect. No, wait, that's to hook up. I was in the wheelhouse, so the guys had it. But yeah, then you hook into the big line, and then you can pretty much do what you want with it. But until you get onto the big, we had about 5/8, I think, on there that we picked it with. I don't know, we got 7 or 8 in one of them once or something like that, or I don't know how many we got. 10. Did we get 10 in one?
Yeah, we had 12 in one.
12, yeah.
Plus a petrale trying to hide himself as a halibut. The unit has like a couple spots where you can clip onto too with a sky hook kind of thing that it easily clip once it gets to the surface. Boom, you clip it in, and then you hoist it up. Now, if you have a completely enclosed shelter deck or something, you'd have to come up with either do it in the indent if you have one of those, or find a different way to get this unit up.
Claude, do you think you could retrieve this thing in a horizontal position with a bridle versus just, snatching up by the end and bring it up on the end?
You still got to get it vertical to dump the fish.
So, yeah, and it be coming up vertical with the ground line.
They've used it in South Africa on a vessel where they're stern hauling the device. What the mechanics are as it goes from coming up to tipping over and coming across that stern ramp, I'm not clear on. I know they're doing that. They gave it to these guys to test it, and they told them they had to test it with and without it. They cannot get them to test it without it because the whales are so bad. They just refuse. And so they know it works, but they got really frustrated with trying to show the comparison data because the fishers are just like, no, we're always using that thing. So.
So our Norwegian collaborator was explaining to us that on those big boats where they have more space, they were actually bringing it up, and rather than suspending it vertically and having it swing around, it came directly up into a custom built cradle and slid into place and was never suspended in the air. It just came up, slid in, and then they could open the gate, close the gate, and move it around that way. So, in the Southern Ocean with lots of deck space and vessel to work with, they had come up with a pretty stable solution.
It just came up on the stopper?
It came up on the stopper, and as Claude was saying, we're not quite clear how they were getting it over the rail and into this cradle, but however they had figured it out, they never had to suspend it completely to do that. At this stage, we weren't so concerned about that aspect of things. That's where you guys are good at this sort of stuff. We were just trying to figure out whether it could even work at all.
So about taking over the rail, I saw this on a video somewhere back in the, I don't know, Derby days. And we used a ramp and we just cut our bulwarks out took a section out, and that shuttle could come up over, the roller was on the deck and not on the top of the rail. And I could see how you might be able to pull it up the ramp onto the hatch and then open the bottom and let it drop, maybe shut a door. I had a door at the bottom. And I didn't want to have to pull halibut over the rail. And I would like the idea that you could run it, the line would just pull it right up onto the hatch, and then supposedly I saw this on some derby fishing in a sewer somewhere, and I thought, I'm going to do that. I quit doing it for some reason, but.
The way to do that would be with a ramp, like you say, but then like a little cowboy winch on the other rail and just snap into the unit itself and drag it up, because breaking it over the rail with 1,500 pounds of fish is going to be a challenge.
Yeah, one thing about the Europeans is they're fortunate in their government helps them fund a lot of this stuff. And in America, we're all on our own. So it makes a big difference when you got the government behind you. So, but I know what the guys have been having troubles in the Bering Sea here and the Western Gulf too, with the whales destroying the pots now too. So I had a call from a Russian guy here a couple weeks ago because I had a new acoustic device we're testing, and they wouldn't. He called the suppliers, and he wanted them to somehow. He found out I had it, and he wanted me to send it out to him from me, and I wouldn't do it. But anyway, he called me directly. But he's telling me, he said, we're just wasting our time hauling pots. They're literally destroying every pot as it comes up. And so he was pretty frustrated with that. But those darned those killer whales in the Bering Sea, because in the shallow water they go down. But when we're fishing turbot out there all the time, if we had time to get they'll do 100, but we would if we saw them come, we'd get a shot of line on. If we had a long enough distance to the hooks, they wouldn't go down that far. But if they could follow hooks down, we've had them go all the way down to 450, 500 fathoms, working the fish over, as long as they got food to follow. But if you could break that, within about 100 fathoms of the surface, then we're okay. But yeah. On the shallow, I know they're running the ground now, and occasionally that happens with spermies too, where they'll run the gear on the bottom there now too. But
So we'll be looking to put this out for bid here in the upcoming year. And so we encourage you to keep an eye out for that. And, we need to get a boat that's interested in it and hopefully willing to go out somewhere in area 4A and do the work for us.
Just one other comment, if you're not interested in doing the work, but you are out there, I know you guys that are out west a lot, if you know where the whales are around the time that we're headed out there, we're not expecting to have a terribly hard time finding them, but we'd certainly appreciate some help in making sure that we get on them. They're on them all the time.
All right, thanks. I think we're ready to move on to the next section.
Okay. Okay, if we could just have the agenda back up on screen, please. Okay, so thank you very much for a very engaging session. The next few items on the agenda relate to our various monitoring activities. It's skipped up. We have the fishery dependent data section. There, as I said at the start, there's no particular paper on this. But we wanted just to provide you with an opportunity if you are hearing anything or you would like additional work to be undertaken with our fisheries dependent data collection activities. So our fisheries data specialists operating at each port. We have Dr. Hutchnazak here, who is the branch manager for data services as well, and also the port operation services. Monica, I almost said her last name, Mokea, but it's Tom these days. So is there anything in particular that the group would like to discuss at all about or raise regarding our port operations or our general fisheries data collection through logbooks and the like? And Basha, if you wanted to chime in, feel free.
Yeah, if I may, I will just add that I also encourage you to check the information paper too that has been published to the interim meeting page that also is intended to provide a brief overview of all the IPHC data products, focusing on recent developments and improvements in that domain. So we've been working recently a lot on structuring better our data products, as well as provide a lot of more visually appealing data products and representations such as interactive visualizations and all. So you'll find that information paper on the interim meeting webpage, and I'll be happy to provide additional information about all those products.
So any additional comments, questions, concerns?
Would this be a point in time just reiterate the importance of this whale depredation study and continuing that study and expanding it in whatever way, the fishermen think we might benefit from it, including pots? I don't know if you guys spoke to Alexander Stubbs, who invented the slinky pot, but I know he's fished 4A for some of his quota with some pots that he's developing and claimed he had 80, 90 pound halibut in it. So I think it's really important that we keep that study going because whale depredation is not getting any better.
Electronic logbooks, did you want to flag anything there or not yet?
So the option for electronic logbooks in Alaska is considered in IPHC regulatory proposal A3, but the discussions are still ongoing regarding the back end feasibility on implementation. So I think we will have a little bit more discussions with the developer of that electronic logbook that is available already as a replacement of the DFL logbook, NOAA logbook. So we are looking into whether this could be an option for replacement of the IPHC logbook as well. But there's still discussions ongoing, and I will be informing on that as soon as we have more specific details available.
I don't think you're gonna have a whole lot of volunteers for the electronic logbook, and just because it's too easy to mine data out of it to be used against fishermen. It takes a lot more effort to go through all the paperwork. Because we've been approached by that same company, and eventually I suppose we'll be forced to use electronic, but I don't think you're gonna see a lot of volunteers for it.
So the approach we are currently exploring, using this company will be more facilitating the interface, but the data that would be provided, it would be only data, this data will be sent directly to the IPHC. So if that data is synced, it would not go through that company, but it will be directly provided to us exactly for those purposes, that we want that data to be submitted directly and preserve that confidence in IPHC in data protection and confidentiality requirements to be preserved.
Is that kind of similar to what we're already doing in BC?
So it's a little bit different in regards to the way how it is developed. Currently, what we are exploring in Alaska, it's an electronic logbook that has been developed by a private company. So it is not a government-led effort, but a private company. But that company is currently seeking endorsement and full approval by NOAA Fisheries. That's why we are working with this company as well, just to make sure that as we collect information from the DFL logbook, it would allow us to get that information directly in an electronic format as well. But if that's something that we will be developing the backend that is meeting our needs, especially the important component here is the port staff ability to verify those logbooks. As you know, we have a number of ports in both BC and Alaska staff, but IPHC staff who have an opportunity to review this logbook. So the interface allowing the IPHC staff to get access to those electronic logbooks directly in an electronic format and edit them on site in an electronic format as well is very important. So that's the discussion that we currently have ongoing. So just making sure that the approach is meeting the IPHC reporting requirements and data quality verification.
I love ours. It's great.
But if that would go ahead, I would hope that there would be uptake of that electronic logbook. This is certainly more easy format for IPHC to add to the database and analyze for our purposes. And if there are any ways that we can improve how you see this being the data is protected enough, and how we can make sure that we communicate enough that this is a secure way to share that information, that will be much appreciated.
I chatted with some fishermen from Australia, and they have a privately contracted logbook program as well. And it works differently than in our country. So I'm not saying that this is a solution that can be directly translated, but they're actually in control of their data, and they can share their data on a spatial basis. They can see where the bycatch species are, and they can share that data with other fishermen. So for example, if there's whales or if there's yellow eye, we could share that between fishermen, and so we could avoid bycatch species that are of concern. Again, we'll have to work with different countries, the privacy laws and things like that, but I saw that and it was very exciting to me.
Put it on an Australian accent for you if you like, and just to reiterate how useful it actually is. It does give you that opportunity to control your logbook and data information. You can share. It really depends on what fishers agree to share. And so while the privacy laws would involve what's being collected in logbooks by fishers and various regulatory agencies, you can also set it up through programming so that you can share exactly what you're talking about, specific information amongst the fleet or individual vessels as well. Okay. Just realized that I've been away from Australia too much, and trying to put it on an Australian accent doesn't sound right. And now it's recorded. Okay, well, let's jump on to the Fishery Independent Setline Survey, and Kayla and her team, and led by Kayla, are going to present the 2023 FIS season update, in particular the design and implementation. So if we could have that presentation brought up, please, that would be great. Thank you. Over to you, Kayla.
Thank you. Oh, there it goes. Okay, so as Dr. Wilson mentioned, I'll be discussing the implementation of the Fishery Independent Setline Survey this past year. As a reminder, the primary objective of the Fishery Independent Setline Survey is for standardized fishery independent data collection for the Pacific halibut stock assessment and stock distribution estimation, looking at Pacific halibut distribution and abundance trends, and collecting various biological data such as sex, maturity, and age. Both our gear and our bait are standardized. In 2023, we used both fixed and snap gear as part of our standard gear for the survey. Each skate must meet the following specifications: 1,800 feet with 100 hooks spaced 18 feet apart. Number 3 circle hooks threaded through the front on 24 to 48 inch ganyons, and 7 to 10 pound or 3 to 5 kilogram weights
are to be placed on each non-anchored skate end. And continuing our standard bait use of frozen chum salmon that is number 2 semi-bright or better. This salmon was cut from 1/4 to 1/3 of a pound on each hook, and captains work with the staff aboard each vessel to ensure that the bait meets IPHC standards and captains sign off on the bait quality. This shows the 2023 planned fishery independent setline survey. This year, the survey spanned from the 26th of May to the 1st of September. In comparison to both in 2022 and 2021, ending much closer to our hard deadline of the 15th of September. 8 vessels participated in the FIS this year, the same as in 2022, and compared to 13 vessels that participated in 2021. 958 stations were planned for the 2023 Fishery Independent Setline Survey, in comparison to 1,188 stations in 2022 and 1,346 stations that were planned in 2021. Here, this shows the ineffective stations in FIS 2023, noting that there was a total of 32 stations deemed ineffective coastwide throughout the survey this year. As is the standard trend, the majority of these ineffective stations were due to whale depredation, with sperm whale depredation being the most prominent reason for an ineffective station, with 8 stations deemed ineffective in 2B from sperm whales, and 4 in 2C and 4 in 3B. We also had a few, what I like to deem as logistical reasons as to why some stations were deemed ineffective, such as gear issues, soak time, which generally is due to like weather-related issues, or the station had been moved outside of our 3 nautical mile parameters. So while you see this number 32 and you think, oh, that might be a lot, what's important to focus on is the percentage of stations that are deemed ineffective. And spanning back to 1998, we've only had 1 year where we had slightly over 5% ineffective stations, noting that this navy blue color is ineffective stations due to whale depredation. It's clearly been the most significant reason for ineffective stations throughout the survey. However, when we conduct work in Area 4A, as we've all discussed throughout the day, there is a higher percentage of whale depredation stations. And you'll see that in 2020, we had a lower percentage of ineffective stations. And even this year, we had a slightly lower over the past set compared to 2021 and 2022, as we did not do work in Area 4, meaning likely less whale depredated ineffective stations. The secondary objective of the Fishery Independent Setline Survey currently is long-term revenue neutrality, which we strive to achieve through the fish sale process, where a request for tender is sent out for each fish sale. These bids are rated against specified criteria that is provided to all interested buyers on the sales notice. We've established these controls for the review and approval for each sale, and I mentioned this earlier today that in 2023 we have opened bids to multiple ports to increase options. We did this coast-wide, but in particular I feel like this was most effective in Southeast Alaska this past year, opening it up to various ports and various buyers to ideally get the best price available. In addition, we are continuing to improve and implement our charter agreements through requests for tenders and providing that all submissions are rated against specified criteria, which are published in the tender specifications prior to charter agreements being made. In addition, we currently sell all sampled U32 Pacific halibut, noting that the price of this halibut is slightly less. This year we saw a 22% decrease in the price of a U32 over the O32 legal size Pacific halibut pricing. That's a bit higher than some of the other years. And then our tertiary objective is collaboration. We've collaborated with Alaska Fisheries Science Center and NOAA Fisheries to collect Pacific cod and spiny dogfish lengths coastwide. We also worked in 2B to do dockside rockfish sampling in collaboration with DFO, Archipelago, and PHMA, where we tagged certain species of rockfish aboard the FITS vessels, and then Archipelago completed dockside sampling prior to processing at the factories. And then in 2A, we collaborated with Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife to complete 8 rockfish index stations, as well as collaborate with them on dockside rockfish sampling. And this, as Dr. Wilson mentioned previously, this provides information on all of the data that is available on the IPHC website. These links that are we'll send you to those various areas. And then I'm not sure if we'll have time today to go through those, but as time permits, we can try to take a look at these visualizations on the website. Now we're gonna go into a further look into the 2023 FIS. This shows the average price per pound by IPHC reg area in comparison from this year to last year. One thing I do want to note is that this is not entirely an apples to apples comparison, as the 2022 prices are exactly what we received in 2022. So there's no inflation adjustment, which would be ideal for an apples to apples, so to speak, comparison. But noting that there was clearly a decrease in the average price coastwide, with the coastwide average price for 2023 at $6.04 in comparison to 2022, where the average coastwide price was $7.72. That $7.72 is kind of hard to see on the screen here with all these tiny numbers, but with inflation, that goes to $8.05. So just to give you an idea of what we're looking at. This spans back to the year 2000, looking at the average price over time. This graph actually does include inflation, so it is a more reliable comparison throughout the years. And you can clearly see that this year, as we all very much know, there was a significant decline. This table shows the Pacific halibut sales by IPHC regulatory area. Again, noting that this table unfortunately does not have inflation accounted for, but still comparing the two coastwide, we saw a total sales of $3,094,009.51 in comparison to about $3.2 million from 2022. And we, as we've had over the past couple of years, we have had a few fish challenges, particularly catch rates in certain areas and lower fish prices nearly coastwide. For the second year in a row, we've had minimal vessel bids. For several reasons, vessel availability has changed due to the sablefish quota increasing significantly. While we have opened up our tender specifications to include SNAP vessels, a lot of SNAP vessels that we communicated with were unable to meet our tender specifications when we consider the deck space and the space for an additional crew member on board. And then there's also been various vessels that may have historically participated in the survey, but they've had significant maintenance issues or crew logistic challenges. And with that, I will welcome questions.
I was just curious, what percentage of boats were SNAP on in this year's survey?
we had one vessel participating in Prince William Sound and Gore Point. Yes, and that was actually the only SNAP vessel. They were new to the survey this year. The Dangerous Cape.
How'd that work out?
It went really well, in my opinion. Yeah. It was nice to work with a vessel. They were very eager to work for the survey, which is really exciting, and willing to work with us very well.
Sean, did you have follow-up?
I know we were using, I don't know if the correct term's a multiplier, but we were factoring in snap-on versus fixed. Are we still using that in the assessment? Has there been any adjustments to that?
Yes, we're using both SNAP and fixed cure, but we're estimating the difference between them in the modeling for the time series of weight per unit effort, numbers per unit effort. So the results are essentially adjusted so that everything looks like it was fixed gear. And so each time we have more data from SNAP gear added to the modeling, we improve our understanding of the difference between those two gears. So in 2021 we had a small study in 3A where this SNAP vessel in 2023 was fishing in a different part of 3A, and we couldn't tell whether the differences between the catch rates were due to the gear type or the vessel or even the time that they were fishing. So as we add more vessels at different times, fishing different areas, we start to average out those other effects, and we get a better understanding of the difference between the gear types. So we expect that to improve with time as well as we add more SNAP vessels to the FIS.
Any thoughts on maybe doing some sort of a comparison study where we weren't using such large baits? I mean, they're kind of ridiculous and just, yeah, might be worth a thought. That's a pretty big expense, I understand, for the survey.
As far as bait size, I will defer to Ian and Ray, but I will just mention that after the completion of the FIS, we did just complete a bait comparison study comparing pink salmon and chum salmon. And we're still reviewing the data, but the survey actually just finished last week. So
Did you salt that pink?
did I salt the pink? No.
One thing you might want to consider with pinks is just the skin comes off really easily.
Mhm.
So
On the topic of bait size, historically we did a bait size study, and we found a higher catch rate of pounds per hook on larger baits. So we would need to calibrate that. We did look at this, so the commissioners asked us over the summer to evaluate a variety of different ways to make the survey more efficient, and we did look at bait size, but the conclusion there was that we could go to smaller baits and then we'd catch less pounds of fish, and we'd have to go through a calibration, and in the end, we'd be kind of right back where we started because our catch rates would have gone down and our bait size would have gone down as well. So we concluded not to proceed further on that at this point.
I read somewhere that like 300 and something thousand pounds that were caught this year were out of like a total of like 740,000 pounds were out of area 2C. Like about like half of what was caught. Is that, I don't remember where I read it, somewhere on the website, I think. But it was concerning.
I honestly can't come up with the numbers off the top of my head, but then they will be the papers that were provided for the RAB provide catch totals for each charter region. and it's also separated by the regulatory area. So I can pull that up here and
Okay, yeah.
look at it.
I'm just curious. It seems like, especially with less area fished on the FIS, like I was just curious what your thoughts are on how to fix that moving forward, because it seems concerning, you know.
Yeah, I would say let's maybe
Hold
pick up
that?
that conversation
Yeah.
after we kind of move the discussion further, but I will pull up the paper. Yes, the bait comparison study was conducted in 2C. Primarily in southern Sitka area and Omni.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Kayla. Noting the next presentation is highly related, we'll pass to Dr. Webster to talk a little bit about the 2024 FIS proposal. Okay.
Okay, so this is a relatively brief presentation. There's a lot more detail, I think, in the document, but if you want even further detail on the process of how we got to what you're about to see, the interim meeting document would be a good place to look, as well as the scientific review board documents. So the purpose of this is to give you a look at some of the designs that we've been considering for the FIS in 2024, some of the reasoning behind those designs, and how we might plan things going forward and into future years based on different design options that we've been discussing with commissioners. And we're very much interested in commissioners are very much interested in your thoughts in particular on practical aspects of implementing these designs. And I will, I'm sure of the button I use to advance the slides. Okay, great. All right, well, I guess I'll ask the team online to advance the slides for me. Okay, that'll work. Thank you. Great. So the FIS, we've already talked a bit about this. Our most important source of data for Pacific halibut, used to estimate stock trends, stock distribution, important input in the assessment, provides biological data for the assessment. We've had an annual FIS undertaken since 1993, and the design was expanded over the last decade and resulting in the full FIS grid in orange that you see here. It's not practical or affordable to sample every one of those orange points each year. We would love to have the resources to be able to do that, have a comprehensive survey every year, but that's not possible. So we select stations from those orange stations each year. And the goal is to do it in such a way that provides us with unbiased and precise information for the purposes you saw on the previous slide. And I should note that we also make use of NIMS troll survey data and Alaska Department of Fish and Game's troll survey data in the Bering Sea, a large area that would be prohibitively expensive for us to sample on a regular basis, but we have had overlapping surveys in the past that's allowed us to calibrate their survey with ours. Objectives and design layers, I'll focus on the first two here because they're the most important in what follows. Primary objective is scientific objective, which sampling halibut for the purposes we've already discussed, minimum, and there'll be minimum sampling requirements that follow from that. Station distribution, the number of stations, how many skates per station. Secondary is, and Kayla's already mentioned this, long-term revenue neutrality, which brings in logistics and costs, the operational feasibility and cost revenue neutrality of the FIS. We have a review process, I consider it starting in spring, early spring, where we start to prepare designs for the following year. So this year we were preparing designs for 2024. We are now in November, and this is where your input comes in just before the interim meeting. And then the idea is that the commissioners will make a decision on the FIS for 2024 at the interim meeting, with potential adjustments made at the annual meeting or thereafter, depending on logistical matters. So back in the spring, worked on preparing designs, and following the process we'd had in place for a couple of years, we came up with this design that we presented to the Scientific Review Board. And it has a randomized sampling of the stations, the full station grid in the core areas of 2B, 2C, 3A, and 3B. And then sampling of parts of the areas outlying, and assuming that we'll be getting data from the NIMS Troll survey in the Bering Sea. So those stations are indicated there. So in the areas like 2A, 4A, 4B, 4CD, Edge, we prioritize which areas to sample based on a couple of things. One is ensuring enough data to have precise estimates and low chance of bias, and how variable these areas are from year to year. So if you have an area that's relatively stable, for example, Western 4B is in recent years, since we've been surveying it, we haven't surveyed since 2019, has been relatively low density, relatively stable. Doesn't need to be sampled as frequently as say Eastern 4B, which is high density and changes more from year to year. But as I said, we haven't sampled that part since 4B since 2019. So we're keen to see what it would look like now. We proposed it last year. We didn't get any viable bids. And likewise in 2A, there's parts of 2A we haven't sampled for several years. And so we proposed sampling those in 2023. Unfortunately, this design was going to lose us over $3 million were we to implement it. And that hit us up, hit the wall of the revenue neutrality objective. So we went through an iterative process of paring this back and seeing, taking parts of it off, filling in stations into revenue positive areas to help offset the cost of revenue negative areas, and ended up with this. Yep. So this was the revenue positive design. And even with this, we had to make some additional changes to bring it to revenue positive. And, as I'm sure we share some of the concerns that you would have with this design, as a design that's trying to sample Pacific halibut and get an understanding of its distribution and trends over time. These are the areas that would make us money, or at least not lose us money, all told. But because of decreases in prices, decreases in catch rates, we were projecting, particularly based on most recent years' data, that we would lose money else were we to fish anywhere else. But that wasn't all. In order to make this revenue positive, we had to make some modifications to the standardized design that we've been implementing in recent years. So this would include no oceanographic monitoring taking place, which I know would be, people at this CCAT, exactly. That would be dropping the CCAT, which would be a concern to folks here. It was a concern to us as well, given the value of those data. We would not have samplers aboard the NOAA fisheries troll surveys in the Gulf and the Bering Sea. The training would be conducted virtually. That's less of a problem when we have returning samplers each year. And we would reduce field staff on each vessels from 2 to 1 in 2 charter regions, and only basic biological information would be collected. Additional changes, we would allow for vessel captain stations in which vessel captains can choose to fish up to 1/3 of their sets at a location that is optimal in terms of catch rates or revenue. And we're assuming that on average, we'd get 100%, 20% of the average catch rate by doing this. And using pink salmon baits on 50% of the sets, which is actually what we're planning to do. So, I'm sorry, what was the question? Yeah, so the idea is that the skippers know where the fish are. So within the bounds of the stations that they're fishing, they can find an optimal location. So there'll be 2 stations in which are on the grid, the standardized grid, but a third station where the skipper has, at their discretion, they can choose the location in that vicinity. No, it's more than that. Whatever is logistically feasible within that day's fishing. Ian has a comment on that.
Yeah, the other potential benefit of these stations would be that it could reduce running time for the vessel. So instead of having to run the full 10 miles between grid stations, if there were a location that were closer to one or the other of the 2 stations that were on the grid, this would provide some latitude and hopefully make things much more efficient for the vessels rather than running between 3 or sometimes even 4 10-mile fixed grid stations.
And there's also some concerns about potential for bias if we're getting higher than average catch rates by locations being selected by skippers. And that would be something we'd have to look at closely if this were implemented.
Well, yeah, you just answered that. I don't see how it makes your survey valid if you let people just choose where to fish because they know some more fish somewhere within 3 to 5 miles. What's the point other than to raise money?
So, so at the moment we're estimating, well, for a number of years we've been estimating catch rates using a space-time model. And this wouldn't be valid if we weren't doing something like that, where you just take a raw average of all your catch rates just from the stations and treated the skipper stations in the same way as any other stations. You get a positive bias. You'd have a higher value than you would have got if you just had a random selection of stations or the grid stations. But with the space-time model, it has some way of taking that into account. If that's an area that the model already sees as an area with location with higher than average catch rates, then having an extra piece of information from that spot isn't going to change it. But it depends on the scale of how fine a scale this is operating at, and it's something we'd have to look at closely. Yeah.
So last year was my first year attending the annual meeting, but I mean, I definitely heard a push for, do we use FIS to set our TAC? And I think if you go to something where, skippers are just choosing stations and then competency comes into question as well, like I think you're going to have probably a harder time convincing people to accept a TAC if you get rid of, I guess, how unbiased the FIS currently is. I mean, it's a control in a way. And if you introduce a bunch of variables, I don't really see that happening. So, I mean, how much longer can we last if we don't do these things? I guess is the question, because it's definitely not I don't know. I'm going to think about this a little bit more. I might have more to say.
I'd just reiterate what's already been said. It seems like we're deviating from standardization. Is when we were doing stations here historically, it's always been north-south or east-west, no deviation from that. And now all of a sudden you can go to pick an area that you want to set at. And then also, chum salmon has always been like the Cadillac of baits. Just using pink salmon is not, and variating from what we've been using just doesn't seem very standardized. And it would seem to me the survey get picked apart in regards to deviating from the bait. And so, yeah, that's all I got.
Really?
Can you remind me what the purpose of the set survey is? And I got to follow up on that once you refresh my memory, what the scientific purpose of it is.
Yeah, the purpose is to provide estimates of the trend in the stock and the distribution of the stock, and provide biological data for the stock assessment. And those estimates, as should be unbiased and precise enough to provide us with sufficient information, appropriate information. You want to add anything to that?
Looking at your model there, what's the risk of skewing so much, the data being so skewed because there's no randomization? In past board meetings we've had, it was a random generation of where you pick the spots. And I understand that wasn't the problems with funding at that time. We weren't the zero revenue type deal, but are you getting, it's kind of the elephant in the room, is it sounds like we're picking this best spot to fish to fund the most money to get that zero revenue. And from what I'm hearing, and I might be totally wrong on that, but if you're really looking for the research of it, isn't randomness one of the main factors in scientific research?
Yeah, so we have a grid that's representative of the habitat. It's spread evenly throughout the habitat. And so it should be representative of the data we get should be representative of what's going on. And I agree, it's a concern if we're deviating from that. I think as a test, it's something that would be it's at least for 1 year would be interesting to test. There's no guarantee that this is going to bring in bias. It depends on how these stations are fished. Sorry, where these stations are fished. But in the worst case scenario, if we find that the average catch rate on these stations is affecting, these stations are affecting the average catch rates for an area for coast-wide, then we could adjust for that in the space-time model. That skipper station is given some sort of variable in the model, and that we would adjust those stations to account for the skipper effect. So it'd be unlikely we'd throw the data out, but I think Ian has something he wants to add to that.
I'd just point out that this is not a new idea. This is actually something was used in historical IPHC surveys in the early 1990s, and we got away from it, moving toward the fixed grid. But the commissioners tasked us with looking back through all of the various developments in the survey to look for places where we could develop some efficiency. And the scientific review board backed that up with, well, are you better off having data that's harder to work with or having no data at all? And so things like the bait calibration, we're in a situation where we're going to have the test data set from this fall for the bait calibration. And then because we'll be able to randomly assign the baits to stations next year, this is effectively like like the snap fixed calibration. We're going to be integrating the two pieces of information and estimating the effect of the different bait. So both of these are certainly not what we would choose ideally, and that's why we haven't proposed them until now. But they are potentially ways to maintain sampling in the broadest geographic extent that we can in the near future. And you know, again, the skipper stations, and Ray said this, but to be clear, we're not just taking a raw average of stations. So we would expect that allowing the latitude to select the third or fourth station of the day will produce higher catch rates at those stations. We wouldn't be assuming that those would be a random selection of the population. And we account for that in the space-time modeling. We wouldn't assume that that would have any effect on the biology, that necessarily those fish would be larger or smaller than others. So this is going to provide us potentially with a lot more biological information as well at a much reduced price, because we're not, we are generating some more revenue, but we're also, one of the directives from the commissioners was to look for ways to make this more appealing to vessels, to reduce the running time on a day-to-day basis. I mean, we understand that when we went to the random design, we had sometimes fairly long runs between stations, especially if a vessel was trying to fit 4 stations in, and even sometimes with 3 stations. And so this approach allows us to address several of those considerations at the same time, while still using a model-based estimator, addressing the fact that we know these are going to have higher catch rates. So is it ideal? No, but do we think we can control for these various sources of uncertainty? Yeah, we do.
Could you accomplish some of this by having fewer skates per station?
I can take that one. So we have gone through, for the last several years, we've gone through the process of evaluating how many skates to fish at each station. And the challenge there is that we know the vessels don't like to fish a large number of skates on each station. But the challenge is that the cost is considerable to get the vessel and the crew and everything on site. And once we're there, adding a couple of skates is a pretty marginal cost, except for the additional work for the vessel. And so we do go through that process, but in most cases where catch rates are high and where revenue is positive, it does make sense to fish 8 skates, realizing that the cost of that is increased bids and additional work for the vessels. So that is a trade-off that we go through every year. The challenge we have is that we don't know how to adjust projected bids to account for that. So if we go from, when we do the planning, we assume that people are going to bid higher prices for more skates, but we don't actually know what that offset is. We learn that over time to some degree, but not really, because the bidding changes every year depending on who's involved.
Just kind of on that note, so I think the goal for you guys in terms of setting the amount of skates on a station should try to be that line where a productive boat could get 4 sets in a day done. If they can't do 4 sets in a day, then it's going to take them significantly longer to get all the work done. So that I mean, I have no problem baiting hooks and hauling gear up until that point where I can only get 3 sets in a day done. At that point, I'm not really interested in the work again, just because I have a lot of stuff to do. So finding that line is key. I see how if you added a skipper station in, you could maybe haul more gear because you say less runtime. But one thing I don't know if you're underestimating it or not, but I mean, I know my uncle, for instance, would have never set any gear anywhere that he really liked because he wouldn't want that information available. So you might want to consider that. Is someone just going to set some gear so they can make some money on a set and it's convenient for them, or are they going to care about the scientific objective? Probably the monetary objective. So I don't really like the skipper station idea, I guess.
Can you go back to those maps that you toggled through from option 1 and option 2?
Point out there are a whole bunch more maps coming too.
So I guess I just don't understand how you can really understand the distribution of a stock if you go from that to the next one.
Right. So it's one key thing is how long are you going to do this for? If you do it for just 1 year, and we did this essentially in 2020 when we had COVID, and it meant we only fished in 2B, 2C, 3A, and half of 3B. We didn't have anything in 4A and 4B and 2A and 4CD. While there are changes in the trend in the stock from year to year and distribution of the stock from year to year, they tend not to be that large over a short-term basis. So if you miss a year in one area and then you fish it the next year, it's going to kind of correct what you missed in between. So if this is the hope is that if we're doing something like this, it's just a one-off. It's for 1 year, and then we get back to something that's more representative of the stock in the following year. So it gives us some data on what's going on in the areas of highest density, which are disproportionately contributing to that understanding of the trends in the stock. But it keeps the survey afloat, and we survive another year until next year. Hopefully we can do better.
Yeah, that's definitely important. But didn't 4 not get sampled in 22 or 23 also, and 2020, and then most of 2A?
Yep, and these are concerns that we've conveyed to the commissioners as well. We've talked at some length about the potential for bias the longer you leave an area unsurveyed, and we're losing our signal on what's going on in 4A and 4B in particular, and in 2A. 4CD at least benefits from the bulk of the area being sampled covered by the troll survey. But you're absolutely correct, and those are concerns we share and have tried to convey with the commissioners, and they appreciate that, and I think they share those concerns as well. And there's certainly, Dave can talk about this more, but it would be their desire to have sampling in all IPHC regulatories, or at least all biological regions in 2024.
Thank you. You said this was in place, this proposal for this coming season to get us to the next season. So what's the long-term plan? Or how do we go from this really small sampling area to getting back to really doing a thorough sampling of all the regulatory areas and being able to pay for it in the future?
So I think I'm going to finish the presentation, and then some of that's going to come up in those slides as we look at different options that the commissioners are considering and we've been proposing for the next few years. And then we can talk about that. So, where I say the other efficiencies. And so, because of concerns of what that survey looks like and how scaled back it is, and the likely potential for bias and reductions in precision in the estimates, reductions in the representativeness of the biological samples that go into the stock assessment, we also presented a series of add-on options and costs. So if the commissioners found some additional funding, that they can consider adding these in, options on a piece-by-piece basis to the core revenue positive survey. And so the revenue neutral and revenue positive survey with the added efficiencies would just be 2 charter regions in 2B, 3 and 2C, which is all of them, and 1 and 3A, as you saw on the map before. We could add an additional charter region to 3A, $47,000. We could add additional charter region to 3B for 62, and so on. And they could all, you could cut and paste each one, or all of them, or some of them, depending on the priorities of the commissioners and the funding that's available. So they're presented with this, but they also asked for examination of different designs going forwards. And some of these designs would, at least at the expenses and the revenue that we're looking at for 2023, would require additional funding, and that's something that's under consideration. Maybe Dave can talk a bit about that at the end. But so one thing they were particularly interested in was looking at a block design instead of the randomized design that you saw as the base design for the core areas 2B, 2C, 3A, 3B, where we took a random selection of stations. A more efficient design, and one that we proposed initially in 2019, is to fish blocks of stations. So the stations are, so the fishing area is more compact. And so the vessel can fish that more efficiently because there's less running time between stations than when you have holes in the grid. And so this is one design that we've considered. They asked us to look at different options to provide different levels of precision. And in this design, we'd be fishing each year 2 charter regions in 2B, 2 charter regions in 2C, 4 or half the charter regions in 3A, and 2 out of 5 charter regions in 3B. And in the other areas, we're prioritizing the parts of the areas that we'd fish, depending on our needs for data when they've last been fished and so on, and ensuring that estimates are precise and low in bias. So we wouldn't be fishing all of 2A, 4A, 4B, 4CD each year, as we have been doing for the last few years, prioritizing the parts that we do fish, depending on our data needs. And so this design would play out in a rotating fashion in subsequent years. So here's what it would look like from 2024 to 28. So essentially in 2 to 3 years, you would have coverage of the entire core of the stock. And so you're getting some information each year from part of each regulatory area, 2B, 2C, 3A, 3B, and in most years from the other regulatory areas. And over a relatively short period of time, you're going to cover everything, or almost everything. And so you're still going to have a really good understanding of trend. Over a short time, you'll have no bias in your estimates because little bias in your estimates because you've covered everything. But on a year-to-year basis, there'll be some gaps, and maybe you'll miss something, but the next year you'll catch it up if there was a change. So this is still a relatively high coverage over a short period of time, and we would expect little bias and precise estimates to still result from such a design. But it should be more efficient than fishing randomized stations. And commissioners are certainly interested in your views on on the likely savings of fishing this design as opposed to the randomized design we've been fishing recently. Now, they also wanted to look at designs that maybe relaxed our goals a little bit more, so made it, the estimates could be a bit less precise. And as we reduce further and further, we have more concerns about bias, missing something that's changed from one year to the next. And as the gaps persist over years, then the risks increase. So in this case, we've reduced the number of sampling charter regions to 1 or 2 per regulatory area in the core, and we didn't do anything to the outside, the 2A, 4A, 4B, 4CD. But you can see that they're starting to look more like the revenue positive design that you saw in the previous slides, without the benefit of being revenue positive. And then they wanted alternating year designs to be considered. So some surveys, for example, the Gulf of Alaska Troll Survey is fished every 2 years. At least parts of it are, switches which region is fished, but the Gulf of Alaska itself the Gulf of Alaska is fished every 2 years. They switch with the Aleutian Island in the other years. So this is the first block design you saw, but skipping a year each year. And we're not fond of this design at all, for a number of reasons. One, in that skipped year, you have no information. And so you're really dependent on what you had the previous year, informing what you get this year for your estimates. And we've seen years where things can change quite a bit from year to year. To have no information is not desirable. But there's also concerns about the ability of the survey to maintain itself. That part of the costs, fixed costs in the office, to the tune of almost $500,000. And when you're not going out and catching any fish, you still have to pay the staff that are working in the office. So some comments, and I probably already made some of these. The base block design, the first one you saw, provides high spatial coverage over a 2 to 3 year period, resulting in high precision and low bias for estimates obtained from the data. The reduced block designs have poor annual coverage and therefore greater bias risk and reduced precision. The alternating designs are even worse in the years in which you're not sampling. So in both reduced block and alternating year designs, reduced spatial coverage of the fish makes it more difficult for the assessment to detect changes in year class abundance, either up or down, regardless of variability to estimate trends in stock distribution. So we have this general recommendation, but we're looking for your comments, and thank you, you've already provided a number of comments. But on the block designs, are they preferable to the randomized designs, particularly the base block design that are presented? And are there any of the efficiencies that raise concerns? And you've already mentioned pink salmon bait and the skipper stations. We've already talked about those. Use of a single FIS team member on some trips. For those of you who've been out on charter, as charter operators, having 2 IPHC staff members, is that important? I was going to say one other thing. I've forgotten. Oh yeah, so regarding the base block design, at present levels of costs for the FIS, that would require in the order of $1.5 million of additional funding to cover. So that would be dependent at present on the commissioners approving or sourcing additional funds for the FIS. And I think they also share the concerns that have been expressed here about having the burden of the FIS being heavily placed on areas like 2C and parts of 3A and 2B, in order to be self-funding. And ideally, we'd be spreading the sampling around from a scientific basis for scientific purposes, as well as to alleviate some of those concerns about the burden being on the areas that are doing well. So I don't know if Ian has some additional comments.
Maybe just one addition. There are a couple of other recommendations that will be in the full IM talk, I think, with regard to the revenue positive design, the very small footprint you saw for 2024. As Ray noted, we had that series of add-on options. The commissioners asked us to make those modular so they could kind of pick and choose. But we actually had 2 recommendations that went with that. And they have to do with the objectives of the survey. The first was, if the goal was to provide comprehensive information for the stock assessment, then we would need biological information from each of the biological regions. And so we had option one added in at least some sampling in each of the biological regions so that we would know what was going on with these year classes coming in. And I forget exactly which of these that would include, but at least one additional charter region in each biological region. So we said, if you want to prioritize stock assessment and biological data, this would be the minimum. And then the second option was with regard to stock distribution, and recognizing that if we want robust estimates of how the stock is currently distributed, we're going to need at least one charter region in every IPHC regulatory area. And so we provided them with a second recommendation, which was, here's our best selection of charter regions in order to provide some information on stock distribution across all IPHC regulatory areas. So those two sub-options were the staff recommendations associated with this table right here of potential add-ons.
And that second recommendation was a constraint that we included in the block designs that you saw presented. There was one design where, I'll show you, where we're not even fishing a full charter region. In 4B, we're adding like just I don't know what it was, 30 stations or something, in order that we have data each year from that biological region.
Quick, is it possible in the fiscal aspect of this for the funding and everything, for these lean years where this war chest is depleted so much that you can't do the optimum, what you'd, if I had my wish, this is how I would do it. Is it possible to build a war chest by going to that real restricted sampling for, say, 2 or 3 years and take that excess dollar set aside for a best case scenario sampling for the years to come? Can you do that?
The short answer is yes, in theory. And that's sort of the way we've operated in the past in many cases. A number of years back, we had many millions of dollars as a reserve. We undertook the expansion series and drove that surplus or carryover down for the FIS reserve. We then hit COVID, and we did very well in 2020 and actually were revenue positive. 2021, I think, again, we were strongly revenue positive, but then we had two quite, we'll call them traumatic fiscal years, which depleted the reserve. And so I think we could easily find ourselves next year if we were to choose a design, the ones that are on the screen at the moment, for example, and if fish prices were up even just a little, that we would generate enough income, positive revenue, to allow further expansion in the subsequent year. The caveat to it is that catch rates are on the decline, that fish prices are quite variable, and as you've heard, potentially we're receiving a lower fish price than we should. And so while a couple of years ago, we were quite content with where we were with that FIS reserve, it only took a couple of years to fully deplete it. So the short answer is yes, it's possible. But given the variable nature of the fishery and fish prices and the economics of the fishery in general, right now it's a challenge. And we need that supplementary income.
And I know it's not like making a motion or anything, but I guess it would be my opinion as a single board, as a member, that we would defer to the experts in the team and for them to pick the most viable balance of revenue versus research.
Brian, then Sean.
Have you guys thought about, buying your own building? I mean, I don't know if you have, cash reserves for that, but if there's, and I don't know how effective that would be at subsidizing this project, but if you guys owned your own building and it costs less than what you currently pay in mortgage, and if it was a building that you could actually lease to other people, that could help subsidize this. I'm sure it might have crossed your mind at one point, but that could be an idea as well.
Yeah, no, it's a good point, and in hindsight, and I know it was discussed when this building was built, and it was offered for sale for, I think, 3.5 million, and you can buy it this week if you'd like for, I think, 18 million. And so it's those kinds of things are sensible options. We are tied, for better or for worse, to some of the federal processes. And in that case, State Department had indicated that they decided against purchasing this building, but it would have been an ideal scenario because we only need one of the 3 floors. So in hindsight, that would have been the way to go. But at this point, we're a little bit challenged. Sean?
Out of all the suggestions you had on there, from the caps and sets to different bait and what have you, the most feasible would be the one less FIS member. From a boat perspective, I don't see a safety issue. When our guys are setting, we usually set in teams. So there's 2 guys setting and the other 2 guys are sleeping. You guys could do the same thing with the one less FIS member. I know the FIS member is usually watching the gear go out. So every other day they can watch the gear go out. And then I don't know where the tasks fall with the phone booth and all that. But, does it require a crew member to holler out links and secs and, FIS member sit inside with their computer? I don't know. But anyway, obviously you guys are suggesting it, so you must be somewhat comfortable with it. But out of all those suggestions, I would, in my opinion, that's the most feasible. That'd be, you get less flack.
Thanks. I think you're talking about the light FIS option, Kayla, is that correct?
Yes, and the concern with implementing that more than just a subsample of the survey is that when you deploy one individual on board, that decreases the amount of data that they can collect. So we, for example, deploy one secretariat aboard non-Rockfish Index stations in 2A. However, once we start doing 100% hook sampling in 2A, that's too much work for one individual to do. So we need a second person on board. Generally speaking, historically, we've deployed at least 2 people on board because we're looking at doing all of these projects that we've discussed throughout the day. And just basic biological data is going to be a lot more challenging. We deployed one set line survey specialist aboard the bait comparison study, and it was, in hindsight, it was a bit of an iffy decision. I would say that it's very challenging in order for them to be successful in sufficient data collection with only one individual.
Do those side studies that you need the second person for generate income for the FIS? If they don't, and they could help fund it if they could give you money for their work.
Not necessarily just side projects. I'm talking about in-house IPHC work that won't be conducted either. For example, all of these the maturity work, we can't collect maturity samples without a second person on board. It's just, there's not enough hands.
You'd have to train a crew, and then you might not trust that work.
Especially when you're cooking.
Okay.
Have you considered citizen scientists with some kind of training as a second? Every time I come in and people say, "Hey, what are you doing?" We tell them, they go, "Oh God, I'd give anything to go along on one of those." I mean,
It's been casually discussed. Yeah.
Well, yeah, you could probably talk to NSF or UNOLS because they've definitely got some sort of a citizen science thing going on. We occasionally, when I was on the research boats, we get people to do that. Sometimes they're kind of scary, but we get people to do it.
is there any place in the State Department's budget for help here, or is that silly? We could save a few bombs in Ukraine.
It's a delicate area, and I have to tread lightly. The Secretariat did make a trip to DC a couple of months ago. with exactly that intent in mind. And so we visited State Department, NOAA International Fisheries, and also a good proportion of the Appropriations Committee on the Hill. And the intent for that meeting was to loosely lobby for supplementary funding, ad hoc funding from the Appropriations Committee, from State Department, and from NOAA. All of the Appropriations Committee representatives indicated that there was essentially no chance for 2024, but there could be a chance and that they would support additional funding for 2025. And so at the moment, we're going to keep working that angle. We're going to look for a 2024 design that collects some data, ticks us over for another year, and look for that supplemental funding. And the supplemental funding ask that we made was essentially to replenish the Fishery Independent Setline Survey Reserve Fund for a couple of $1 million, which would allow us to go back to a more substantive survey. From NOAA Fisheries, we're able to secure another $150,000, which doesn't go that far, but it helped. And State Department indicated that it's something that they would have to think about. I am aware that there was a harvester group that went to DC 2 weeks ago with a similar ask in mind. I think about half the ask, with the intention that we would also be asking for the other half from Canada. And so early next year, we'll be making a trip to Ottawa, again, with the intention of asking for a replenishment of the FIS reserve to get us up to an amount that would allow us to have a pretty robust survey year on, year out. Go ahead.
Just was the inability to get funds for 2024 just because of it was just too late, or with their billing, with their budget stuff, or?
No, it was, thanks for the question. It was essentially because there were, I think it was like $150 million cut to Department of Commerce budget at that time. And the idea of providing us additional funding was not going to be possible for 2024. Go on.
Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt. I've been trying to raise this question for a little bit. I'm pretty certain I heard that you guys sold your fish for more than $1 a pound less than people that sold before and after you. And other than, I didn't hear much of a real solution to that. I don't understand what that's all about. You guys, something wrong with your product? Because I don't know how many pounds of fish you're selling, but I think we should do something more proactive. Make sure that you get market price for your fish.
Yeah, I'm going to pass to Kayla just to give a little bit more background. For example, just to give like the total poundage that we sold versus the average price.
Yeah, so as I had mentioned, we do open the bids to various ports in order to try to avoid bidding lower, buyers bidding lower. I can pull the number here. We sold coast-wide 512,000 pounds. I would say there's potentially more than just IPHC FIS survey reputation in play when it comes to certain vessels bringing in fish to certain ports. My personal standpoint is that it's not necessarily just an IPHC reputation. You know, as you all are aware, you all have relationships with certain buyers that might be better than others. And I think that certainly plays into account in certain areas, this past season in particular. Certain vessels don't have the same reputation as other vessels for various reasons.
I don't think the Planas take the best consideration.
Okay.
If the primary reason for the $1 less a pound is U32 fish, if we were not to sample U32 fish, would that be more of a bias than some of these other ideas that we're considering? to the fish?
we just start taking U-32s a year ago, 2 years ago.
So we have always sampled U-32s, and it provides the only source of information on young fish coming that we don't see in the landed catch. And so it really provides a very valuable piece of information for the assessment. We already have a pretty long lag from the time the fish are born to the time that we see them. We start to see them at 5 or 6 years old in the survey, and we start to see them at 8 or 9 years old in the fishery. And so if we weren't sampling any U-32s, we would have that full 8 or 9 year lag between when these fish are born and when we'd finally start to get an idea of how abundant they were. So I think there's pretty critical need for that advanced look at these year classes. I think that we first sell U-32s in 2019? 2021. Yeah. I know we've been talking about it for some years, and the rationale for it, for better or worse, was you break it, you bought it. We cut these fish open and take the otoliths. They're dead already. We should be doing something with them. It's the right thing to do. If it's costing us more money than we're making on them, then maybe it's not the right thing to do. But that was the rationale at the time of why we would start to sell these fish. And I don't think that we, at least immediately, I don't think we got the feedback that that was hurting our overall sales. Now, it could be that the markets and things have changed a bit in the last couple of years. There's certainly a lot of things have changed, but that's the history of that.
I know that one that I saw in Seward, that one, they told me later that they'd been told a number of U-32s, and actually the landing from that survey. Of course, you give the numbers before the boat's done with the trip, but they actually had a lot less U-32s than what they were told to expect. And they said they would have had they got the trip anyway, but they would have had a different perspective on the price that they would have offered the IPHC. So I don't know, maybe some way of setting that U-32 aside in the bid process somehow, or because they said that's killing them.
So if it was a U-32 issue, would your answer change if we're just talking about 1 or 2 years to hold us over? Because I thought we were kind of talking about this being like a little bit of a crisis year or two, but we thought this wouldn't be something we'd have to deal with long term. So would your answer be the same about the U-32s being that important? I'm just curious. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, there's a couple of alternatives here. One is to not sample the U-32s. The other is to sample them and not land them like we used to do. That's also an option. Honestly, to preview the presentation for a couple days from now, we are at a point where we are sort of critically watching for the next year classes coming in, where we have a couple of fairly small year classes that are providing the backbone of the fishery right now, and we really are just simmering until we get to the next good year class. And so I would certainly be reluctant to suggest not sampling those fish, as we are really, the fishery is hanging and waiting on the next good year class to come in. But that doesn't mean we necessarily have to sell those fish. That's certainly a decision to, once they've been sampled. You know, I know many of the crews would like to not have to dress those fish. So that is a choice. But again, the rationale at the time was, if we're killing them already, it makes sense to bring them in, even if we're not getting paid much for them. And the expectation was that it wasn't going to cost us on the legal size fish, but maybe that wasn't the right assumption. Sorry.
So just one clarification, we're not sampling every U-32 that we get on board. It's a subsampling program, and in areas that, at least in the past, in areas like 2C and 3A, the sampling rate is relatively low. So these aren't numbers that are comparable to the O32 fish in most areas.
It's just an outrage that you would get paid less than just an ordinary fisherman. And maybe, I don't know who's negotiating these prices, but it's an outrage. And if this were in any other industry and industry members, you know, we're all commercial fishermen. Why can't this news be let out? There's only a certain amount of sellers, Bessic, or, you know, I don't know, you know, who people are selling to, but either they give you a good price, as good as anybody else, or I just think that industry could raise a big ruckus, because this is the whole backbone of the fisheries right here, this research, this science, and they're screwing you over because you're not good negotiators or your government, or I don't know what's going on here. It doesn't make sense to me. I'm just bystander, but
I think a lot of this year is just a lack of even excitement about even buying fish. I mean, Trident Seafood started the season saying, so we're not buying any halibut or blackcod. And then they only took a little bit of fish in Sand Point from their so-called local fleet. And they did take a few surveys, but they were not really officially in the business to buy. And so it's kind of a sick year, and I don't know if next year is going to be any better. And also consolidation's killing the industry too, because we have less and less companies that we're negotiating with for price. What's that?
And they're all talking to each other.
Even if they, but you know, even the consumer side of it's totally different now. Restaurants are only running half capacity because they found out with COVID, they can charge high prices. They can run, 60% of the staff they used to run. And they're not ramping back up again. They found they could, go out to eat here in Seattle and find out what it is. But, they don't have to sell, they don't have to have a full restaurant to make the money they made before. They learned that in COVID, and they're maintaining that. They're openly saying that now. So things have changed a lot. And halibut was a white tablecloth item. That's the mainstay of it. That's what keeps the price up. But it still makes you sick though. Right now, or a few days ago, halibut in Alaska was $3 a pound at the dock, if you could find somebody to sell it, to buy it. But look what the consumer's paying for it. 22, 28, 30. What's that? To the consumer? Yeah, in Anchorage right now, Fred Meyer's $30 a pound yesterday. To the consumer. Yeah. $29.99. But if you could even sell a halibut, it was $3 for a 10-20. So it's a different world that we're dealing with right now. And I think there's going to be boats going bankrupt before this is done. And if we did with the one option with no survey work, I don't think you'd have any survey boats the following year. You lose that pool of boats, you're not going to get it back.
Yeah, and I'd echo that sentiment, and it's probably the main argument that we've been putting forward, irrespective of the lack of data year on year. Just the fact that we probably wouldn't be able to pick up survey vessels and crew in subsequent years, and then the staffing issue as well for field staff, though they'd all find other jobs, and it would become quite problematic. So yeah, we're pushing back hard against that option.
Is this happening in 2B?
Coastwide, the prices were down. However, yes, 2B pricing, even with, the conversion to US dollar, was still much more reasonable. When we were completing the survey in 2C, the vessels planned to do their, what they projected to be higher catch stations, because they wanted to bring them into, Prince Rupert instead, because they knew that the pricing would be higher.
But didn't we see on your graphic, what was 3.195 in 2022 and only $100,000 less with nothing out west this year?
Right.
Yeah.
With lower prices, so we had a little more volume this year, I guess.
So that means the survey must have been comparable the year before anyway.
There was more fluctuate. I would say there's much more fluctuation coastwide.
Yeah.
Sorry, just a reminder to use the microphones.
Yeah. Much more fluctuation coastwide. For example, like 3B and 3A were considerably lower, but 2C and 2B catch rates, at least some portions of 2B, the catch rates were on par. And again, because 2B is offering a higher price, that total end amount doesn't look quite as grim.
I had a question about that, on that dollar amount table, the 3B like went up a ton. It's from last year,
Yeah.
from 230 to 706. What, did you explain already what? you thought
No,
that
I
was about?
actually didn't highlight that. So thank you for pointing that out. In 3B in 2022, we actually sampled significantly less of 3B. While there was more sampling planned, we had significant, what I'll call logistical issues that caused the majority of what our planned 3B areas to be unsampled. Yeah. So that's something to keep in mind. That table doesn't really provide that insight, but the paper does. The paper provides more detail.
Kind of tangential here, but I'm wondering if the commissioners of the Secretariat, has anyone had discussions with NOAA GC or anyone like that about, I mean, ABM was just published and, 50% of the indexing, I think, is based on the stock assessment survey and on the FIS from this. Just wondering if there's been any conversations or talks about how to prioritize that, or if that's something that we do want to prioritize as we think about a sampling footprint, because certainly don't want to make their fight any harder than it has to be. I mean, NOAA GC is already stretched pretty thin. Yeah, so I guess I'm just wondering if you could characterize any discussions that have happened around that and what we could expect in the future.
I'll touch briefly and then I'll pass to a technical side of things. From I guess, more political, legal side, there's certainly expressions of interest coming from NOAA to ensure that we sample some of these areas out west. Whether we need to, from an IPHC stock assessment perspective, and getting calculating the FIS index for any given year is a separate topic. But simply from the perspective of optics and then also noting the ABM process, there's certainly interest there in finding funds to undertake survey in that region, irrespective of IPHC data needs. And then from a technical perspective, I'll pass to Ray.
Yeah, thanks, Brian. That's a really good question. And my involvement with ABM for 7 years now, and that's a short time. You're right. They use the ABM index calculated from our set line survey, but as you've seen from our designs, part of for CD and E up there is indexed by the trawl survey as well. So one thing we've communicated with NOAA and the council is that even in the years that the FIS is not actively surveying in the Bering Sea, there is data coming in through that trawl survey to inform the ABM index. However, conversations I've had offline with both industry and agency personnel, there is a concern they would like to see the best survey possible for that ABM index. So that's might be a good avenue to pursue.
And noting that we're going to have an off-mic session at the Highliner in about an hour and a half, might talk a little bit freer at that point.
It was noted one of the options to reduce cost was to not have an IPHC member on the NOAA trawl survey. Is that assuming like you would know or get the data you need without that IPHC member on the boat?
Yeah, so as an example, over the last couple of years, we have done that on various trawl surveys where we have not placed a staff member on the one of the trawl surveys or both. And in those years, we've come to an agreement with the trawl survey staff to collect a subset of the information for us. And so it's still not ideal, but at least we're getting some of the information. Certainly there's pushback from the NOAA trawl team because it is a lot more work for them. But there are other things that we do for NOAA in return. And so it's sort of just a trade-off situation. I imagine it wouldn't be something that we would try and do indefinitely, but if there was a given year, whether it be 2024, for example, where we said, look, we know we can save $130,000 in salaries and And travel costs, let's not do it this year. And if you can pick it up as an in-kind contribution instead of giving us cash to go actually fund the team members' salaries.
Yeah, I just got a quick comment. So even if funding is obtained and a region is selected, such as 4A or 4B, the work can't get done unless a vessel bids. So if you've got quota in these areas, I strongly encourage you to bid. Or if you might know another vessel that might be interested, please get the word out, because we've been running into this issue the past 2 or 3 years that we've gotten funding or the commissioners have selected to sample in specific areas, but nobody bid on it. So the work can't get done if nobody's going to do the work. So I just like to make that statement. Thanks.
Back to the idea of the block designs, because the commissioners had a lot of discussion on using those, and I think they're quite interested in this as a more efficient option. So they're interested in your thoughts on, do you think this would potentially reduce costs for charter vessel operators to fish whole charter regions of all stations in a charter region rather than a random selection of stations? I think that's the main motivation behind looking so closely at these designs.
I'll bite Ray, but I think the number 2 on the top, that'd be the center one. Yeah, that one, I would say that's, I guess what I wonder about the size of the blocks. And when I look at like the yellow band there from 2C all the way to Prince William Sound.
So that's because we're fishing the 2 northern regions of 2C, that's Omni and Sitka, I think, at the same time that we're fishing the 2 eastern regions of 3A.
Yeah.
So I guess it looks more appealing than,
Well,
than
it's-
if you broke it up into 4 separate pieces, but not every year is going to be like
I don't know, it seems to me it'd be better to go with smaller blocks than the bigger swaths like
So each
that.
one of those is, it's a swath, but it's a swath with 4 blocks. And so the idea was that we were trying to keep them at least in groups of 2 blocks. So you
Okay.
see in 3B, each year we have 2 blocks, 2 charter regions, and they're in the order of, I think, 60 stations is pretty average for a charter region. So if you've got 2,
Okay.
there's 120.
Okay.
If I have that right. So in some years, you end up with 2 blocks beside 2 other blocks, and it looks bigger.
Right.
But it doesn't mean someone has to bid on 4 of them.
I'm just thinking of the habitat and the terrain and the different, I know that country pretty well, and it's, I don't know, it just seems like it should be broke up a little bit
Well,
more.
I think Kayla can elaborate, but I think we often get vessels bidding on adjacent regions, right? Because it's quite efficient for them to do that.
Yeah, with the more travel time in between work, most definitely increases their bids.
So that's why we tried to keep it in pairs of blocks that were next to each other and not just completely broken up, to make it a little more efficient still.
Yeah, travel time for unloading. I mean, if you're going into Yakutat for everything, that's pretty handy, but if you're trying to reach out to more processors for bids, you're going to want to reach to the east, which is southeast, and to get more companies involved in the bids. But that makes the boat run that much further too if they're working on the, it's kind of there's no clean way to look at it, I guess. So
There's enough people in this room from different areas that might want to comment on their own specific area. I'm going to give you a real quick one on 2A right now. Well, it would put me out of business for sure. In 2024, there's a little bit off Washington, nothing from the Willapata lookout. That's one we've gone to lately. The next year, there's 0. The next year, there's a little bit where there's no halibut anywhere on the coast between the Columbia and Lookout, and then California. You won't catch enough fish to eat there. The next year is like the first year. A guy could squeak by, or I could squeak by if I got enough other contracts, and then nothing the next year. So I got 2 out of 4 years where I got a very minimal amount of income from what's been my bread and butter, you're going to have a tough time getting bids in 2A.
Yep, and that's a fair comment. And the reality is 2A is a relatively small part of Area 2. So from a scientific point of view, we can't afford to, not that it's desirable for the people who want the information from 2A, but we can, so from a scientific point of view, drop it every other year. The 2020, where are we at? 6 survey, yeah, that's the worst part of 2A. You're correct. But we have a need to get that information from time to time, and we had proposed fishing that in 2024, along with the rest of it. What we've got in 2024 and 2027 is what we've fished, I think, the last couple of years, not this year, but the last couple of years, which is the core part of 4A, 2A, North Washington Coast and Central Oregon Coast. But yeah, this is a proposal, and it may not be, I don't imagine that there'll be tweaks, there'll be adjustments, and reasons like keeping on board long-term. Charter operators would be one of the things that would be under consideration for these kind of
2A
things
is
as
pretty well represented at this table, right?
I know, yeah. And I know there's a strong desire from all parties in 2A for good quality data from that area.
Ray, the other consideration that you may have mentioned in passing, but I think is important here, is that the commission directed us to develop these options with an eye toward keeping overall cost fairly consistent across years. And so we can't, because of that, we can't afford to sample expensive places in the same year. And that's why you see some of the outlying areas disappear for a whole year, because, for example, we're covering we're out west instead of down south, or we're up north. And the idea was to provide a design, and not necessarily exactly what we would sample over a 5-year period, but to show them for a given level of base funding what they might be able to expect in terms of coverage.
And ensuring we had samples from every biological region. So we see something in 4B, but in Area 2, we've got 2C and 2B already providing us with samples.
Is there a dollar amount that you can point to see how much the elimination of the water profiling program would save?
Yeah, I think it was about $55,000.
How much?
I think it was about $55,000.
For the whole program?
Yeah.
No, it's $55,000 for sampling just that work.
So
as mentioned.
that would be for the
With an additional, I believe I want to say an additional $12,000 for every charter region that we add on to that work.
So this, with oceanographic sampling, would be an additional $55,000. If we would do our typical survey, that would be a lot more.
That doesn't seem like a very good trade-off to me.
And what's each profiler cost us? About 20, 25?
The actual profile themselves is about $25,000 to $30,000, but the maintenance that's required for them each year would, and in addition to shipping and getting the equipment to each port, would mean an additional roughly $12,000 in addition to that $55,000 that's mentioned for this. So for every charter region that's added, add an additional $12,000.
You've got them now. They're
Correct.
somewhat operational now.
But they're required to be maintained, which
Right.
is significant. That's the 90% of this cost here.
I see.
Yeah, calibration and just overall maintenance of these.
Those were originally acquired from a grant from NOAA, is that right?
Yeah.
I wonder if you could piecemeal that out and separate it from a budget and have some consideration for continuing that program. It is the most comprehensive water profiling program in the world. Or it has been.
I mentioned that to some people 2 weeks ago, actually, when I was not so like kindly saying that there should be some more money for this. There's when I was at the State Department, they said I think it was $60 million total for the international treaty organizations, like groups like the IPHC. But I think it's like 50 million goes to the Great Lakes regions. So yeah, when I brought up that there's some pretty good data from this, there was interest. So there's some hope for the future, maybe. I don't know.
I just wanted to add on this discussion of the profiler. I mean, we have it in here as something that's taken out in order to create efficiencies, but that doesn't mean we wanted to take it out. It means, we're looking at every piece, and at the end of the day, the profiler is worth 1 or 2 additional charter regions. And given the very small footprint you saw, we didn't feel like we could justify adding a profiler when we really didn't even have decent spatial coverage to begin with. So that was the thinking behind that was, well, if we had the extra 50,000, we should add another charter region, not the profiler in the short term, but recognizing that it's a valuable long-term data set. And
Well,
if we break the time series, that's a gap we can't go back and fill later on. So it's not a decision that we took lightly. Every one of these was a very difficult choice to look at
I
what
hear
we
you,
could.
but there's the intangible of what the value of that information is. And I don't know. It's like throwing the baby out with the bathwater, in my view. Anyways, I won't say any.
Just talk about what Brian had brought up earlier about the abundance-based management. If there's no survey or a survey every other year, is the trawl survey data enough to defend the abundance-based management from a lawsuit? And also, if we're also suggesting that there's no scientists on a trawl survey, it seems problematic.
I can take that one. So there would still be scientists on the trawl survey. Their normal staff would be there. We wouldn't have the addition of an IPHC person, which means that what we would lose, we would get a reduced number of age, length, and weight information, and we would not be able to deploy any tags on that survey. But the basic catch rate information would be the same. So in terms of its contribution to ABM, we wouldn't lose anything. We would lose something for the stock assessment in that we would have less biological data, and we would lose something for our research program in that we wouldn't be able to deploy tags on any of those fish. So those are the costs to the trawl survey. With regard to the ABM, we've just, I think, posted on our website the ability to create the ABM index and to look at the variance in that. And there is a substantial variance associated with that estimate because we don't have direct data in 4B this year. We have a little bit of the information from 4A that comes from the trawl survey that's on the northern edge. And then we have a pretty good index of what's going on in 4CD and E from the trawl survey. I don't know, Ray, if you want to comment on how quickly the ABM index specifically will break down, but it will certainly get worse than it is now if we go more years without sampling in 4B and 4A.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure how quickly it would break down it because the bulk of the data does come from the Bering Sea trawl survey in terms of spatial coverage, but we're already seeing, Alan might remember this better than me, but the precision on the index this year is definitely worse than it was last year, but it's still not bad. It's only been 1 year since we sampled in 4A, and 4B we sampled partly last year as well. But it will break down more slowly than some of our indices would if given lack of this data because of the bulk of the data coming from the trawl survey. It really depends how quickly things are changing. And if you're not sampling, you don't know how quickly they're changing out west.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead, Lauren.
Sorry, we're belaboring points here. I'm just wondering from the stock assessment or quantitative scientist point of view, between that first option and the the basic blocks where you're kind of losing the randomization? Like, what do you guys think holds together robust scientific data that's, yeah.
Having comprehensive spatial coverage every year is always the most appealing option. You will have no bias if you have a random sample from all the stations, and you'll have representative data that go into the stock assessment on agents and size and so on. Something like this, there is a risk of bias. If we're sampling just the west of 3B, those fish might have more U32s. They might have younger fish on average, and that's going to influence presumably the assessment to some degree. But over a relatively short period, things should be fine. It's going to work itself out, average out, because we're going to sample them at the other areas next year and so on. So if this is more efficient, this is certainly a reasonable compromise in terms of having complete spatial coverage in 1 year versus almost complete spatial coverage in 2 years or complete spatial coverage in 3 years. It's certainly something we can live with over that short time frame. The other designs less comfortable with, but we're working our way through making compromises that preserve the integrity of the data, preserve the integrity of the estimates, but allow us to move forward with a survey that we can pay for. And I think this is one we can certainly live with.
Yeah, I would agree that the reduced footprint design that you saw for 2024 with mainly Southeast Alaska and Northern BC, that's a worst case scenario that we could do for 1 year and it wouldn't be a critical stop, but we couldn't sustain that. And it would be lacking biological information for most of the stock. We wouldn't be able to track these, currently the 2012, but any younger year class, we wouldn't be able to track their abundance or distribution well at all. That would really be something we could really only do for a year. This design, although it's not ideal, in a 5-year or a 6-year rotation is definitely sustainable. This will provide us information that will keep a flow of biological information from all areas and regions over a fairly short period of time. It'll provide a good index for the stock assessment. And it's certainly a workable solution. But importantly, this block design requires a base level of funding. This isn't something that's going to be self-funding.
I was just wondering, like, would increased fishery dependent data be helpful in these lean times where we can't get enough fishery independent data? Like, a lot of us are already paying to have observers on our boat. Like, is there more data they could be gathering that would be helpful? Or
So two responses to that. One is that's sort of the direction we would be headed if we used an additional skipper's choice station in the survey design. That would be more like a fishery station. The big challenges that we have would be standardizing to integrate something into the index. Hook size, hook spacing, bait type, and bait size, those are all critically important to catch rates. And so, we go through very careful steps to standardize those and estimate the offsets. But that all said, what the result that we get, so for example, this year, even with the somewhat reduced footprint we had in 2023, we see the stock assessment is relying much more heavily on the fishery index. And so by default, when we have a year, if we did this reduced footprint design in 2024, we would be relying much more heavily on the fishery dependent index of abundance. And we're doing that to some degree already from the 2023 data, but it would be even more pronounced under a reduced footprint. So we're already creating the index of catch rates from the commercial fishery, and that would be increasingly relied on by the stock assessment to derive the trend information. So that'll happen naturally if we end up with a sparse design.
I'm sure you guys may have already thought of this, but what about incorporating with the vessels that do have this standardized gear, but incorporating some of these stations during the fishing season? So if they're in the area of some of these sampling areas, being able to take a day or a couple days to do these standardized sampling as part of their commercial season, so they wouldn't have to go back out to these areas.
The challenges are collecting biological data, particularly odorless, and cataloging and keeping track of all that information. And then just ensuring that things really are standardized. Even on our survey vessels, we have a sort of a constant challenge of making sure that bait size stays consistent over the trip, and exactly the right number of hooks go out. I mean, those of you who've been on the survey know that we're counting the number of baits that are lost on setting to account for different bait quality and different styles of setting the gear. There's a lot of things that would be very difficult to standardize in that case. But it's not that fishery data are less are somehow not as good as survey data. It's just they are just easier for us to interpret because we have to control for less other things that can affect the catch rates.
Well, and when we're fishing too, it's a totally different style of fishing than it is in a survey. It's a complete mindset different too.
Okay, I'm conscious of the time. What I'm going to suggest we do is take a short break, maybe 20 minutes or so. We're going to finalize some what we think are sort of summary points for the report. And then we can come back and you can review those paragraphs and see if you concur. And then we'll still be on track for roughly a 5 o'clock wrap up. Does that sound agreeable to everybody? Okay, and the team may or may not present a few things on the screen while you're having a cup of coffee. So don't be surprised if somebody just grabs a microphone and starts to present something on the screen. So let's break at least for 20 minutes while we draft up the report. Thank you. Okay, we might make a start. If everybody could take your seats, please. Okay, so now we get to the really fun part of the day, 20 odd minutes before we break. And we just need to go through the draft report and make sure that we've encapsulated as much as possible your directions for ourselves, the Commission, and others. It can be a little painful, so please bear with us. We're going to step through paragraph by paragraph. Some of them I'm going to skip over on purpose as they really are perfunctory in nature. And then we're going to focus on what we think are those core outcomes. So the report itself, pretty standard. I don't think I need to go through any of the preliminaries, and we can just jump to paragraph 1, and we'll come back and populate the executive summary once the report's adopted. Okay, in terms of, and please just raise your hand if you have any suggested modifications. So we could maybe zoom in a little bit more. There we go. So in terms of agenda item 1, the opening of the session, it's again pretty perfunctory in nature there. We just highlight some of the key components. One thing I forgot to mention is that we did receive apologies from Lando, who was unable to make the meeting, and so we'll just include that in the report as well. We highlight in paragraph 2 the mandate of the Research Advisory Board, and I covered that in broad terms, and we just drop it there so that anyone who picks up the report understands the broad mandate of this group and why you're making certain recommendations or requests to the commission. And so in that sense, we're just going to adopt those two as they are. Paragraph 3 under section 2 is just the adoption of the agenda, so nothing too exciting there. Agenda item 3 was the IPHC process, and here we have the 2 information papers that were provided. It's simply paragraph 4, 5, and 6 is simply noting the paper, that it's an update on the intersessional actions that we undertook to meet the request. In this case, we're referring to the ADF&G request. There was paragraph 5, so if you could just read that and make sure, I think this was the primary point that came out of that additional discussion. So I know it's not very detailed, but essentially it's just highlighting the issue of bycatch being caught in Alaskan state waters may lead to closures for Pacific halibut fishing, and that the Secretariat would investigate and share the outcomes with the RAB, and we'll do that intersessionally. Did you want some more text there? Sorry, Brian first, and then
maybe just a point of clarification that it's a closure to a specific gear type, not to Pacific halibut fishing. I think it was specific just to longline as a gear type.
we'll replace. Yeah, so longline fishing gear. Kevin?
I just wondered if maybe it'd be more specific of who is making the closure, that it was I think you said the fishing game or the. Okay.
So just maybe at the end of the sentence, yeah, by ADF&G. Is that accurately reflecting?
I think it's pretty good because really the key was the IPHC is the one that controls the halibut, and they don't have authority over the halibut, but if they can claim authority over the gear type, that in essence shuts down the halibut. Yep.
And so we'll look into that as much as we can. If you can also all take some time, see if you hear anything else, and then just share it amongst the RAB group. And so when we send the report out, you'll have everybody's email address, and if you could just share that information, and we will.
And Dave, this is coming back up in this winter.
Oh, it is.
After the first year, it will be coming back.
Okay.
At the state Board of Fish level. So.
Okay. Okay. Paragraph 6 is just again, it's just a standard action that we agree to for all of the subsidiary bodies, just so we replicate it and ensure that if there is any actions arising that are unfulfilled, that they are included within the current report and move forward to the next meeting. There are none in this case, but we just leave this here as a reminder that we need to do that. Section 3.2, this is just a noting of the paper and the actions arising. Nothing particular there to highlight. Now, for the season overview from all of you, there were a large number of points that we went back and forth on, really just highlighting. There are, I'm not sure how many points we've included here, but they're just dot points to highlight some of the key updates that you provided. So if you could just take a moment, read them. We'll do these first 4, A through D, and if the wording is not covering what you were suggesting, we can modify it, and then we'll scroll down. Yes, Scott.
I think we ran out of time. I was hoping there was going to be a point where we could suggest future research, but I'm glad that you got in my point on D, and maybe not the influence of environmental effects, but predicted changing ocean conditions over time. And especially with the presentation we saw about potential future fish surveys for the next couple of years, I think it's really important to keep an eye on where the stock is and where it's moving to. And not just halibut, but also the food that the halibut are eating and other fish species that are interacting with our fishermen while they're out there.
So is there anything in particular you want to add, noting what you've just said? I don't know if there's anything more.
Changing ocean conditions.
Which one are we talking about? Sorry. A.
There you go.
So substituting
no.
environmental effects for changing ocean conditions?
Correct.
Would it be okay to characterize it as additional research is desired? Or?
Yes, please.
Yeah, so change information to research. Any other edits to those first 4 dot points?
On A, it says halibut impacts or habitat impacts due to non-halibut fisheries on Pacific halibut catch rates. Maybe just after catch rates and recruitment. I think that kind of brings a little bit more in line with like the EFH process and things like that, which might be helpful.
Al? So you mean getting rid of influence of? No? Sean?
Would it be worthwhile in paragraph Bravo to add noted differences in price for commercial versus fish offloads due to sale of U-32 fish?
So just comma. Yep. And I know we have a recommended action down below in the FIS section as well, but it's good to highlight it here as part of the key discussion initially. Okay, let's scroll to the next 4 then. Well, 5. So if you could just read those for a moment. Go ahead, Brian.
Yeah, I mean, I saw more depredation in Area 4A than I've ever seen. So I would just like that added to G.
So yeah, just so 4A, comma, yeah.
Yeah, under H, is that in the like the charter recreational sector? Is that what that one's talking about? I think that's accurate for 2C. I think they were pretty close to it, but in 3A we were actually 18% under our allocation. So yeah, I would say it doesn't quite hold for 3A, but 2C for sure.
Is there any interest in the depth, understanding better the depth and perhaps bottom contact of midwater trawl?
So I think we were missing one paragraph relating to midwater trawl. So we just insert another bullet point at the end there, Josep. I would just write it, and please feel free to chime in and correcting some text there. It's some RAB or just RAB members noted that habitat disturbance due to trawling impacts, and you could put in brackets, or you could just call it midwater trawl. Sorry, no. Trying to recall now, reading from my notes, what the request was or the comment was. So some RAB members noted that habitat disturbance due to midwater trawl needs to be, how would you quantify it, Tiara?
Maybe.
Well, I I think RAB members would like to better understand the habitat disturbance of Pacific halibut in areas that midwater trawl is occurring. Flying by the seat of my pants here. Non-traditional bottom contact areas that haven't previously been looked at for areas of impact.
Let me bail you out here.
Thank you.
How about putting the impact that midwater trawl has on the disruption of the normal halibut habitat and the displacement of halibut after these fisheries have occurred and other fisheries of similar nature?
Resulting from studies that indicate that midwater trawl does in fact have bottom contact.
Yeah, I would probably just shorten that to fishing effects. Is what we. I think that's a phrase we usually use. Noted that habitat disturbance due to bottom contact and
Thank
well, we have an assumed bottom contact adjustment in the process and in fisheries effects. It's like 70 to 90%, I think, for catcher processors. It's actually pretty high.
Yeah.
I don't quite know how to finish that. Yeah.
In all areas.
Okay, we broadly happy with highlighting that, TR?
In all areas.
Okay. And as I said, some of these are covered in subsequent sections where we will formulate a recommendation or request. Agenda item 5 was the 5-year research plan. Paragraph 9 is just the standard noting. And then if you could just read paragraphs 10 and 11, noting that there's a specific action in paragraph 11. Okay. Any edits, or are we in agreement with the recommendation to continue the project? No objections? I did pop out for that section, so I'm not sure.
And we look forward to future updates.
Okay, moving on to the core research programs. So paragraph 12, again, is the standard noting. Then we have paragraph 13, which is just noting the main objectives of the program. So again, these are lifted from the paper. Paragraph 14 is on the mapping of Pacific halibut juvenile habitat. They both look the same with my rapidly deteriorating vision from this distance. So if any of these that you see and you think that, okay, it's not just a noting the facts, we also made a request for action, whether it's from ourselves or from someone else, please raise your hand and we'll make sure we incorporate it. Refining the genetic population structure, paragraph 15. Again, just a general noting. Paragraph 16, 17, and 18, all the same in that sense, just noting the paper, the updates that were provided, the descriptions. With paragraph 18, including a recommendation that the RPHC continue efforts towards the goal of looking into whale depredation mitigation strategies. Was there any more detail that was requested from the RAB in relation to that research, or was it a broad recommendation? Go ahead, Lauren.
This is just a point of clarification. For the ones where we are noting papers, is it just implied that we hope to be read in on results as those come? Yeah, okay.
In terms of monitoring for fishery-dependent data, we didn't present any particular papers, but we did highlight the use of e-logs that were being developed for the fleet in Alaska. There were some concerns raised, and the Canadian RAB members highlighted the benefits of e-logs used by the Canadian fleet. Basha, was there anything else that we could add in there, or any RAB member, something missing? It was just a broad summary.
Perhaps we can add something that the IPHC will be working towards, making sure that the confidentiality of data will be secured, and we will be informing the fleet about the progress done in this direction. Because that was a major concern that was raised regarding electronic logbooks.
So if you could just repeat that slowly while Josep types. So.
Maybe. The RAB, now it's difficult to repeat that. The RAB, I don't know if it should be maybe requested that the Secretariat inform keeps fleet informed about the data security, security of data provided through electronic logbooks.
Is it security you're looking at, like the sense of like data being stolen? Because I would look at it as
Or maybe preserving data confidentiality would be better.
confidentiality is a good one.
Regarding data, to inform regarding preserving data confidentiality provided via electronic logbooks.
Well, maybe right in front of the use of. The use
This way we'll have just a form to inform everyone about what we are doing, if that goes forward, the project, that what we are doing in terms of making sure that the data is secured and not shared with anyone outside.
Excellent. Thank you. Okay. In terms of the FIS presentation from Kayla, usual noting paragraph, then there are 3 others. One highlighting the continued challenges that were presented by Kayla and the team. And then 2 acknowledgements. One in terms of the FIS tender specifications, which allow fixed and snap gear. And we partly put that in there primarily because we do hope that some of the potential FIS skippers will actually look at this report or see some of the outcomes and just be reminded that we are now accepting both fixed and snap gear. Acknowledging the reason that some vessels are using 8 skates is the revenue positive scenario. And then we actually get into the discussion around the design evaluation from Dr. Webster. But before we just jump there, was there anything else that came out of the presentation from Kayla that you wanted recorded in the report? Yeah, go ahead. Right.
Yeah, not sure if this is the right time, but we talked about a lot of stuff at that moment and kept on kind of coming back to money. I think we can. I'd like to see this keep going. So if there's a spot to put in there that we should try to look for funding. I know you guys are probably doing that all the time, but just putting it in writing, and I mean, it seems like the most important issue. And like we talk about what we'd like to ideally do all the time, and then it kind of boils down to whether or not we can. So it seems like the bottleneck, I guess.
So let's insert the paragraph, a new paragraph. So the RAB recommended that the Secretariat continue efforts to obtain supplementary funding for FIS activities with the goal of ensuring minimum data needs are achieved. And I'm going to look at Ian, and I don't think Ray's, oh, he's behind me. Could we tweak that wording a little bit? Maintain, correct, yeah.
Maybe something that reflects our discussion a little bit more specifically. One of the things we were trying to convey is that to provide a basic footprint that I think meets everybody's comfort level, it would take a base level of funding. And so maybe saying something like that specifically, that the RAB supports a minimum level of funding across all areas and regions on an annual basis, even if it's rotating, and recognizes that it would take some base level of funding to achieve that, as a suggestion.
So maybe that could go at the start of the sentence where it says right at the start. So it would be the RAB supports, and then if you could say that again.
I think the RAB noted that
RAB supports or noted.
or the RAB supports an annual FIS design footprint that covers all regions and areas, at least on a rotating basis. I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, but I think that's where we were getting to with the discussion. Well, sufficient. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess just like it's pointing out that our obligation is to the science in the end, and in order to do revenue negative areas, especially since we've talked about all these conditions that are making it much harder to be revenue neutral, we're going to need funding in order to maintain that objective.
Perfect. So sufficient coverage across all biological regions and regulatory areas. And recommended, and I think that's for funding for the FIS that would support this goal or something.
The FIS is obviously priority, but like the whale depredation study, for example, that falls outside of a FIS. Can that be added? Or is
Uh-oh. It may be helpful to separate those two into two different bullets. Certainly appreciate the support on both topics.
You didn't mean those separate those, you meant the depredation.
Correct, the depredation.
So rejoin that one. Recommended that Secretary continue efforts for depredation, but let's just make sure this one's. So that one's fine, yeah. It's just. Do you want to repeat that, Sean?
the RAB recommends continued efforts to obtain supplementary funding for whale depredation study.
I'm not sure if we didn't really discuss it, but I'd throw it out there for the RAB's consideration that we have received some pushback on having a research focus on fishery technology. And that, we have received the feedback that that might not be within our standard purview of biological inquiry. Our perspective is that the Commission has a long history of doing fishery work and that it's not at all outside of our purview. But if the RAB wanted to support, maybe as a sub-bullet here or a related comment that you do or don't support this type of research avenue, I think that might actually be quite helpful for us in defending that moving forward.
Would we word that the RAB recognizes the coexistence between fishing here and direct correlation between that and research?
Sounds like a great way to phrase it. Yeah.
Support studies and whale deprivation, given the, what was the word you used? Given the connection.
Coexistence, maybe, or connection, yeah.
Connection between. Going to repeat that again, Kevin?
Do we recognize the correlation between fishing techniques and gear to the viability of studies or operation. In other words, for one to exist, we have to have an existence between the two. The industry, we have to acknowledge that there is a correlation between how we're catching the halibut and how we're pursuing the halibut as to the halibut's existence and to their viability. Yeah. Yeah.
Are socioeconomic issues of fair game for the IPHC to deal with?
They're a fair game for the RAB to recommend, yes.
Okay.
As I'm sure
Which
you're
is what
aware,
they are.
should use the microphone. As you're sure we're aware, the person sitting next to you was hired to undertake those activities, and we have received pushback on undertaking additional socioeconomic activities or research at this point in time. I think it's an avenue worth continuing to explore, but my hands are tied at this point. And that is where the door is open. That type of collaboration, and Basha is partnering. Did you want to cover a little bit in terms of some of the partnering that you're doing?
In terms of, so what I'm currently doing is really just keeping informing the secretary about the other activities that are related to socioeconomic components of Pacific halibut. We do not conduct any specific research or analysis at the secretariat, but we do keep a close eye on any activities within academia, governmental agencies, and all to be fully informed about what is relevant to Pacific halibut fishery specifically. But certainly, there was a big project that was conducted between 2019 and 2021, and that's been published. There are 2 peer-reviewed articles based on that study, and if you're interested, I really encourage you to look into the results of that study, but that has not been updated since the commission decided to not continue with this project.
Yeah, sorry, we're just looking, and thank you, Basha. And so now we're looking for just clarification on the paragraph itself and some of the wording. Does that cover off on your intent?
To not put yourselves in a box on just the whale depredation, could you, even though that's my thing that I study, could you just put that like in parentheses, example whale depredation, so that it would, or is that not necessary?
If I was to try and summarize the discussions, I think whale depredation was the main highlight or the main focus of the discussions. And so it's useful to keep it there, but maybe you could put in brackets and others. So turn it around the other way. I think that is what you're after, Sean.
So just 2 comments on that one. One is it feels like it's in the wrong section heading now because this section's on FIS. The other part is the sentence can possibly be constructed in a way that allows for things like bycatch studies, whale depredation, like a catch-all that covers both because there's certainly been those discussions in the sidebar, and we've been involved in some work with, yellow eye catch reduction and things like that while maintaining halibut. The focus is on halibut from our perspective.
So in terms of the location of the paragraph, once we have it cemented, we'll move it down to that section below in terms of research direction. But in terms of the actual wording, leave it up to the RAB if we're how you'd like to modify it based on what Claude was saying.
Maybe support studies on reducing interactions with species of not concern, but species of concern? Or does that have implications for species at risk?
Go ahead, Sean, and then we'll try and wordsmith it.
My understanding, the importance, number one was the fish studies, and number two was whale depredation. As far as other studies, that's secondary to what I feel is most important.
So I don't think it takes anything away to keep whale depredation as the focus of this particular paragraph, and whether we keep in other technology or other issues by other bycatch species, we can certainly do that within the same paragraph or just create a secondary paragraph. Is there any preference from the group? Okay, so we'll keep it together. Any wording modification given the points raised? Okay, so we'll move this paragraph down to, I think it's agenda item 6 rather, guidance on and discussion, but we'll leave it there for the moment. In terms of the 2020, it should be the 2024 FIS design evaluation. You just want to change that header for me. So it's the usual paragraph noting the paper, and then when it comes back on the screen, we have a number of recommendations, agreements, and notings. So starting on paragraph 27 there, the new paragraph 27. So let's do them one by one, because there was a lot of discussion back and forward, and we were discussing amongst ourselves while we were drafting if this actually became a recommendation or not. So it's there as a suggested draft. And we'd just like your agreement or otherwise to paragraph 27. It is vague, and it the prior paragraph would reference the paper, and that's where we're sort of making the leap of including that link to the paper on the website, so that anybody reading the report is able to jump and get that additional explanation. That said, this does get lifted out and put in the executive summary, and so if you think some additional verbiage would be useful for a reader, then yeah, happy to include. Lauren?
Well, I might be misunderstanding this, but isn't the randomized design like what everybody wants? And if we don't have enough money for it, then the blocks were the next best option, or am I misunderstanding?
No, I think that's a fair characterization. Well, no, it's what we would want from a scientific perspective, but we recognize that the vessels participating in the survey often don't appreciate the running time associated with random, it actually should be randomly selected stations because the design is a grid, but then we subsample from that grid and we end up with long runs between stations. And so by doing contiguous blocks, it's the minimum amount of running time to get those stations done. And we've had directive that that would be a good way to make things a little bit easier for the vessels on these surveys.
So, could you add a different, just selected as stations or selected?
I guess for that one, I would say we agreed. I don't know if not if we recommended. We more understood the problem and agreed that that might be the only feasible way.
That's fine. So if we can change recommended to agreed.
I was looking at paragraph 30 now. It just says, to me, that's not strong enough. That it just says it's a change from the exclusive use of salmon or chum. I would say it's a deviation from the exclusive use, or it's a deviation from the standardization or standardized use of chum salmon in previous years.
Yeah, it just seems similar to like if you're unwilling to reduce the size of the chum salmon, you decided that that wasn't worth it. It's kind of like, well, is this worth it? I guess.
This one actually on paper looks way better than the size of bait. We did a preliminary bait study in 2012. The challenge with baits is that they work differently in different areas. And so we're going to have to calibrate the bait on an area by area basis. Because when we compared pinks, chums, pollock, and herring, although herring never even got past the pilot stage because it didn't stay on the hooks. When we compared those, in some areas, one bait fished better than the others, and in other areas, it was a different bait. So we need to do this on an area by area basis. But I see Kayla's gone. I understand that the price for pinks, and maybe someone else from the survey team can comment on this, is substantially below that for chums. So even if we had even a slightly lower catch rate on pinks, because of the offset in bait, we could still come out way ahead.
No, they're using Seine cod on that survey they're doing right now. I know you salted, it's good bait though. There's nothing wrong with it, but the chum should be pretty darn cheap this year because I think a fisherman only got 20 cents. So if they're charging, don't let them gouge you.
I think we may have already been gouged. Does the team want to comment?
In the years that I've been managing the bait, we've used kind of the same 3 companies. And so there is some variation in the catch methods, but we have very specific specifications on the quality, the size and all that. And we, at least in the last couple of years, haven't really had any concerns about that. As far as including the pinks, there is a significant price difference. Purchasing bait for this coming year, we did see it drop across the board for chums and pinks, but the cost of bait was a big concern leading up to this year, and chums were going way up. So this year, both are down, chums and pinks are down, but there is quite a bit of difference in the price. So it is a good way to kind of hedge our costs by including the pinks. And as we get more information on how they're fishing, better ways to fish it, things like that, that'll all be useful. But I think that will just come with time.
Okay. So if we just look at paragraph 30, we have 31, 32, and 33 there, all have an action in them. The first, so we just look at 31 to start with. This was sort of more of a motherhood recommendation that any analytical work that we undertake be done obviously carefully, but then also presented to the Commission for their final decisions on the survey design. Paragraph 32 was a request for the Secretariat to undertake an analysis of the fish prices that we received for the FIS U32 versus what was being received. Was this one just for U32? No, this was for everything, wasn't it? Yeah, so we could remove U32 fish, and we'll just do that by size category and include them.
U32?
Yeah. Go ahead, Laura. Tiara.
Correct. All good. Correct me if I'm saying something wrong, but would it be worth talking to the processor advisory board at the AGM?
Absolutely, and what think we'd probably do is do a little bit of a desktop study and share it with them first, and try and get direct feedback, noting that it's quite time compressed at the PAB meeting itself. You might be right, actually. Maybe I yeah. So I'm just going to read it. Go on, Brian, before I do that.
Well, when you guys are marketing your fish, do you guys like keep them in the loop? Tell them, hey, we're about to start a charter, in the next, 5 days. It'll be about a 7-day trip. You can expect us back into town. Like, my fish buyers really appreciate heads up. And I think the more information that they have, probably the better price they can give you. They can plan for it. So just a consideration in terms of marketing your fish.
So that's primarily my responsibility with the FIS, and I do maintain in good contact with a lot of the processors and all of our buyers. And if there's any chance that there might be any sort of logistical issues, we were talking about Sandpoint and King Cove. We were aware of their salmon offload schedules and working with them very closely. So if the need is there, that communication is happening. It's not always necessary. And, even with our bait comparison study that we were doing and with shopping to different ports, we even started selling the fish a day earlier than we normally would, just to make sure that there was enough time to plan any logistics out. So that communication is definitely happening. And we would be more than open to extending. I mean, we like to give them a good idea of the size breakdowns and what's on board. And that, of course, is easier to do updating them closer to the offload. But yeah, we were definitely open to any of those suggestions. But that communication is kind of already in place, if that answers your question.
Yeah, that sounds good. I'm just still kind of trying to scratch in my head, kind of wondering why they're offering you less, but that all sounds really good.
Uh, 32, that landing and sale of caught fish, including U32 fish, may have been a factor. Bit clunky. Trying to figure out a way to say all the fish were sold, but it's the U32 that was included that could have been a factor.
Just for clarification too, when we do bid out the fish, we are letting them know how many U32s are going to come into port. So they have to give us a price breakdown for each size category, including the U32s. So if they didn't want to pay us as much for the U32s, they can put any amount for that for that category. So I would hope that the processors wouldn't lower the price for a legal size fish, but maybe that is the case. I don't know. Yeah. Yeah.
That's what it sounds like.
Yeah, and just to support that theory, we certainly see that with some of the bycatch. And we had to introduce a minimum price for our rockfish and cod, for example, because we had many who were bidding a cent per pound. Yeah. Okay, so for this recommendation, we'll undertake that analysis and provide it both to the RAB and the Commission as it's relevant for both groups in your decision-making processes. For paragraph 33, this is relating to the oceanographic sampling that the RAB's recommending maintaining the oceanographic sampling program. Doesn't say how to do that, but we will note that we are already undertaking various activities to try and get grant funding or partner with other organizations, and that's already recorded in the Commission report. So I think this is just a strong support for that. So we'll move down that other paragraph on depredation to here, where paragraph 34 is currently shown. Then in terms of other business, the only thing that's in there at the moment is to look at the next meeting of the RAB. And I do note that we're feeling quite time compressed at this meeting. I'm also very conscious that you are all very busy preparing or for various other activities, I guess. Is the RAB, so the question I have to ask is the RAB long enough? Are you comfortable with 1 day? Would you like it to be potentially extended to 2 days, day and a half? Maybe we'll get some feedback and about your availability to do so. From those who feel time compressed yourself and would not like to extend it past a day, is there another way that we could potentially accommodate some additional discussion? And in the past, we have tried to hold this meeting up against the Fish Expo. Fish Expo moved this year, I believe, and it just made it quite challenging. But if we were able to pair it up with the Fish Expo, would you be able to spend another half day coming back the next morning and really thinking overnight and then coming back the next morning and providing guidance and discussion on potential applied research avenues? Is that something you would be interested in?
I would vote yes for that because, it's get my engines running and stuff. And sometimes it's emotional and everything. You need to relax and digest your own ideas and then maybe represent them or in more modified form. But I think, yeah, I get worked up. And it's 1 day a year. I'm sorry, I don't study the stuff year around everybody, but it's 1 day a year, but I'm sincere about it. And I think that would be very helpful. So I'd be willing to spend that.
I can go either way. I think I understand if we did a half day, I think, like this evening, we got kind of a social time. I think it'd be good to keep that in that evening because it gives people a chance to visit around and then either way is fine with me, but I think keep it in this month somehow if we can. Because I know when we went to February, it didn't work. So.
I know there are some dissenters, but they're not voicing their opinions. So I'm going to make the proposal that we tentatively put forward that we'll have the next RAB in November, hopefully up against the Fish Expo. Do you prefer prior, before, or after the Fish Expo? Is there a preference there? No preference at this point? No, this year it changed, and it really threw us off. Yeah. So if we're able to have it at the start, it also gives you time to spend a solid day with us. Hopefully, we'll have the function, then come back the next morning, or if you really are time compressed and can't do that, you can always depart to the Fish Expo. But hopefully you'll spend the morning with us and then go to the Fish Expo. Okay, we'll roughly try and figure out when the expo is going to be. We'll look at proposing a day and a half, and we'll see where to from there. And obviously, we're going to communicate that with all of you before the meeting. And if you really can't do it, just let us know, and we'll go back to one day. Okay. Sure. It'll also take a bit of the pressure off us, because I can see that we're reviewing looks like the draft report up on the screen. So it's nice to have a bit of time to wordsmith correctly. Okay, well, I think that's it. And so we'll modify that paragraph accordingly. So we'll consider the report adopted. We'll finalize that early tomorrow morning and send it out. Thank you very much for your time. We really do appreciate it. And I'm hoping that we'll all go to the Highliner just down the road and continue informally our very productive discussions. So thank you very much. Appreciate it. And thanks to the support team online. Very much appreciated. And hopefully we'll see you at the function as well. Thank you.